Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone around the Dota world back here to the China finals of the DPC. Tour 1 for 2021-2022 has come down to the wire, where we have four teams competing to determine who really can claim to be the kings of China at this point and who still has to make a harder road to climb their way into TI. In lieu of having a major, regrettably, very sad times, but we do get this. We still do get the best teams in China, the best teams in the most competitive region competing to see who are going to come out on top. But before we really get into the nitty gritty of things, first we're going to introduce our panel for today. My name's Snare. I'm joined by Lizard and Neff to start the proceedings of the day. But before we really get into the nitty gritty of the upcoming match, let's take a quick look at the bracket to see how we got to where we got to today. Which teams have lost, which teams have won, and which teams, sadly, have already been eliminated. So, Lizard, you got to see some of the sadness. Walk us through it. What has happened? How did we get here to the point we are here right now?
Yeah, we've had a couple of pretty damn good games. I've been watching you guys cover, what was it, Team Aster, RNG, and PSG.LGD home. Pretty solid two series that went the full stretch, all went full 3 games. But the first match that I was actually working with Black and Nomad was PSG.LGD and RNG, and nothing has changed for me really. Like a month ago, we went. Was it a month ago? No, oh damn! It's already almost a month ago that we stopped doing the DPC season. Yeah, so we stopped the season. You come back after a month. PSG.LGD is still just clapping people left, right, and center. Nothing really. None huge difference at all. Just everything very similar. But I have to say that I have seen RNG improve a little bit. I think what they did show versus PSG.LGD was on a slightly higher level than what I've seen in the seasons. And because of that, the upcoming match might be even more interesting because during the seasons, I would always consider Aster to be the top dog in this matchup. I'm not so certain any longer.
Yeah, right. And during the season, we also got to see Aster. They lost the first time, and then when it mattered, they came back and got themselves a victory to secure top 2 in the group overall. This time around, RNG do win the opening matchup, their first best of 3, making it 2-1 in the overall run. But Neff, now that we're coming into this fourth best of 3 between the two teams, right? RNG, as Lizard is saying, they've been gaining momentum. They looked really good yesterday. Despite LGD just being on a god level, if you examine the game, RNG played incredibly, right? Aster, unfortunately, we haven't actually seen seem as sharp. And even in that game against eHome that they played, it was touch and go for a minute there whether or not they'd even be here today. So what do you make of their chances going into this matchup? The fourth BO3 in a row. Is that going to play into it? Does that matter? Or is it just the case that the momentum gained yesterday by RNG will carry the day for them here today?
Now, I don't want to talk too much shit about all this, but this is, again, the fourth match that these people are playing in a row out of like a lot of their recent matches as well. It just feels like we've been here before. I think these teams have probably studied each other quite a bit. And Aster, I think they benefit a lot from playing within their own region. They're historically the slayers of their own region inside China. They ended up winning the Intel World Open that ended up happening about a month ago as well. I'd say their odds coming to this one are pretty good. They do get a little bit worn out when they're forced to play too many games. That might have been the weakness in their previous matchup against RNG. But it's very funny because you were pushing the narrative of, all right, they ended up playing 3 best of 3s against each other. RNG have come out on top, but here we are on a fourth one now. So they could even up the score again after today. I really was hoping for some more interregional play, but instead we just get the same thing happening again and again. It feels like Groundhog Day or something.
Some groundhog Dota that we've been having between these two teams, but some incredible scenes that we've seen as well. I mean, some of the games, honestly, have been some of my favorite between these two squads. So I hope that today we don't have a situation like we had on Friday where, we just throwy games in both directions. One team stomps, the next team stomps in the opposite direction. But I think a lot of that came down to the draft, right? Lizard, when we were talking to Chalice after they won the game here, RNG, as we just see the Somnus come back incredibly with Elena. But he was mentioning the absolute importance of drafts right now. And in his opinion, that's all Dota's about. How important do you think it is? Do you agree with him? And if you do, who do you think has the draft edge between the two squads?
I like, who am I, a mere mortal, to disagree with Chalice.
You're an immortal. You're an immortal.
I would. Yeah, I'm gonna disagree. Immortal X rank 1 Chalice.
Let's go.
Rank. These drafts do
Move
not
aside.
matter. Okay, but so jokes aside, it obviously depends on what two teams are playing. Like if the teams are very close in skill level, it's all about drafts, really. Like drafts, she's mixing things up, catching someone off guard, banning their favorite heroes, whatever. But you could see yesterday, like if I was alone in this thought, maybe I would have second thoughts. But Black, Nomad, we all saw the same thing. PSG.LGD probably did get out drafted in both games, and in both games they come out on top after losing. Why? Because they just set up the game in such a difficult way for anyone to beat, and RNG definitely wasn't able to do that yesterday. I hope that doesn't actually mess with their confidence when it comes to their drafting, because sometimes you just lose versus a team that's better, and that's it. Like, it's not about your drafting. You drafted well. Everything you did was on point. It's just that you got outplayed throughout the game. But yeah, back to your question versus Aster and RNG. I completely agree with Neff. I think what he said is pretty much on point. Like, these two teams know each other extremely well. They played against each other so many times, and one day RNG comes and takes the series because they've studied something that Aster did in like the Intel League and Intel tournament and whatnot, and then the next day Aster adapts and wins versus RNG. So it can go either way, really.
The topsy-turvy nature of Dota, not just Dota, but Chinese Dota in particular, the most competitive region, like for a reason. We've seen, as you were all mentioning, the Iowa World. Oh, come on. Listen, man. NA has gotten more competitive, right, in recent times, but for the longest time, China's been the one place where literally any team on any day could beat any team on any day. It's such a scary thing to watch, right?
It can all happen in NA as well, but it's different. Like in kindergarten, any kid can pretty much mess up any kid, right? That doesn't mean that you'll put the kindergarten children in the UFC. It's right. Like it's competitive.
I thought I was among friends here. I thought I was among friends.
NA is competitive. I agree.
Competitive, maybe for all the wrong reasons, but one of the things that definitely will be competitive, even just on the results between these two teams, as we see now, the tail of the tape is telling us that they're not that far apart in terms of their overall team performance. We generally do tend to see that Aster, as we see here, favor winning their lane super hard, and when they do that, they roll to victory thereafter. But RNG, I must say that as time has gone on, the conversation point around this team has always been the God King. Can this team enable the God King? If not, can Chalice and Somnus create that amount of space until he eventually catches up? And it kind of seen that reflected in these game durations, in how long it takes them to get out of the laning phase, but also reflected in how much effort they put into getting that first Aegis to Somnus so he can create more of that space. It feels weird that going from the Team Elephant, which, we saw Somnus coming from, and not really performing that well, isn't it really refreshing, Neff, to see this version of Somnus again, where he's allowed to be on the map, playing it out, dominant half the time, and not always having to just be the one that's feeding away and being the quote-unquote disappointing person in the team lineup?
Yeah, I feel like it's very easy to pin things on one person, and in the way that Dota's played at the moment, sometimes the mid lane takes priority in farm over the position of one, and given that God King's had some lackluster performances and Somnus has taken over the one, it's made him shine even more. But I don't know. I feel like it's discrediting God King just a little bit. I think Somnus gets to shine extra hard because God King isn't, and I feel like God King isn't shining super hard because he does better with more creative things. And given that we're so late into the patch right now, he doesn't get to shine himself.
Yeah, definitely. We're at the end of the patch. So we'll obviously some changes that we're anticipating. We're going to definitely see bans, and not bans, but nerfs to heroes like the Bane, Snapfire, Queen of Pain. I would like to see an entirely new version of Dota 2 coming out after this because, when we're at the end of a patch like this and teams like PSG.LGD, who even in situations where Lizard, like you're saying, they can get out drafted and still set up the game to win from that perspective, I would like to see them being put into a bit more of an uncomfortable position, because right now it does feel a little bit unfair. I mean, yesterday, ho- despite how well RNG played yesterday, and despite some of the games that we saw from Friday from Aster, that game two performance,
Mhm.
especially from PSG.LGD, do you think any team so far has shown anything close to that level? And if not, normally you'd cover that gap with the draft, right? But if you can't, what are you supposed to do if you also know that that team can adapt with all the heroes they have available right now as well?
Yeah, it just looks so easy what they're doing. That's the craziest thing too. Like you can kind of when you're watching it from the spectator analyst position, right? Like it's very obvious what they're doing and why they're doing it. But it's like it's literally like they see the whole map. That's how they're playing at the
Mm.
moment. They're playing like they were playing
Map
versus
hack
RNG.
enabled.
No, seriously, like they're playing versus RNG, and the way they're moving, it's like I don't know. Everyone is just far enough not to break a smoke, or when RNG is smoking, they're in the right position at the right time every single damn time. It's kind of annoying, truly. If you're RNG, you're like, can I catch a break? Like, is this smoke a joke? Like, does it reveal my position when I use it? What's happening? Like it's like I can definitely um I have a lot of compassion for all these teams that are forced to play versus PSG.LGD at the moment. And like coming to the point and the question of how to change that, I'm not sure if new patch, if it's only hero balancing will even work. I think hero balancing itself will not make someone like PSG.LGD any worse, because they play anything, they play everything. What you need to do is either some economy changes or map changes to kick them out of their comfort zone, really, like that. That's a thing that needs to be done.
Yeah, definitely makes sense to do that. But, that's the final boss, PSG.LGD. They are awaiting at the end of the day. And they're awaiting a challenger from RNG here and Team Aster. We're going through a lot of their stats. We're seeing the lane matchups, Somnus versus Ori. This I'm really anticipating watching when I have a good time on this one. But, Neff, where do you think what's going to be the key thing team-wise, right? Because these teams have very different dynamics. How do you think, if you're playing on the perspective of RNG, for example, and you're looking at the dynamic of Aster, what are you most afraid of as RNG about Aster, and vice versa? What is Aster most afraid about with the way RNG has been playing lately?
I think that RNG, the thing that they need to be most afraid of, Asta, the thing they need to be most afraid of is just Omnis carrying from the mid lane. If God King, you put him on a weird hero, or you force him to not have the opportunity to play Templar Assassin, I think they're more likely to crumble like that. Somnus has had an amazing season. He has shined, like you mentioned. So if you can shut his game down, I think that you have a much easier time. We just had hero stats pulled up, and you can see the difference between like some of these mid laners on the side of each team. Templar Assassin much more favored for the side of Aster. So I think if you take that one out of the pool, you force them to play Spirit heroes, and I don't know, put the beat down on a God King, you have a much easier time winning the game.
Absolutely.
Or
We're
sorry,
about to be
yeah.
getting to it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Drafts are starting soon. I want to hear some predictions from y'all boys about the most contested hero of the series that we're anticipating, the most successful hero of the series, and which hero is just never going to be played because it's going to be banned every single game. Lizard, what you got? You often actually have some really good calls, so let's try to get them in before the game gets going.
Oh, wait. It's like it's three games, like most contested heroes. Like we're gonna see
Yeah.
some definite bans, I guess. Once again, Io, perhaps that monkey will be stolen from either one of these two. Storm Spirit as well. Like you were talking about TA, she's mostly even on safe lane right now, right? And Somnus, if you give him some Storm Spirit, I feel like Queen of Pain, Storm Spirit, he dominates. We'll see. Like like you guys said, these two teams play each other quite a lot, and those normal heroes that usually get picked up should be banned out, right? In the first stage,
Mm.
even.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think getting
I
rid of
mean, their
Somnus' Storm
comfort
Spirit
zone.
and his
Yeah.
Lina pretty important.
Yep.
Another hero I think we should always be paying attention to in this series in particular. You already mentioned it, Lizard. This Monkey King, incredible hero for Monet. We've seen before. We've seen them just overall played in various positions. It didn't work out for them on Friday when they decided to shift the Monkey King to pos 5 on Team Aster. Although we've seen it definitely work in the pos 4. So I'm hoping we don't have as weird of an off-kilter pick, but the fact that they have that versatility in the cap means that this team is capable of adapting on the fly, and they know RNG very well, so they know what adaptations could work and what adaptations won't. We'll find out together, though, what those adaptations will be, because, gentlemen, we have a draft. But before we get into it, Lizard, prediction, Neff prediction, before you even see any heroes, who do you think's going to win?
Well, that's not fair, is it? Are we supposed to predict before we have anything to go off of when they've been so evenly matched? I mean, they've played 3 series against each other, and each of them have gone to 3 games.
No, that's not a fair game, Neff.
I'll tell you, first game, Aster wins. Aster wins first game. Second game, RNG wins. Last game, Aster. There you go. Okay. 100%. That's happening. Like, drafts don't matter.
I'm going to copy Lizard's work. I might change the first 2 games around a little bit, just so, you know, it doesn't look like I completely copied his work, though. Thank you, Lizard.
We'll find out if that is indeed cribbed homework or whether or not it's going to be a prediction for the future. The first draft, RNG versus Team Aster. This game is for all the marbles. DPC points will emerge from the winner of this game. Who is it going to be? Let's find out together with the opening draft. No surprises here. Bio band, Bane band, Spirit Breaker band, Tusk band. What a shock, gentlemen. What a shock. What a strange day of Dota.
Actually, the Tusk band is a little bit of a shock. Weaver ended up making it through, as did the Queen of Pain, which is kind of surprising to me. Lizard, I wanted to hear your thoughts about that one.
I just want to say big shout out to the cameras. It went in focus. On one side the forehead, on the other side just blurry. It was really good, but yeah, I agree with what you guys said. All of these bans make a lot of sense. Tusk has been rising as well when it comes to the first 2 bans because of the Tusk plus DP opening as well, which is very popular, or at least picked up quite a bit. Queen of Pain, first stage, first phase, why not? The hero looks pretty much... I don't know what you pick to really win the lane against her any longer. And you don't want to give it to Somnus, you take it for yourself. Back to what Snare has said about Monkey King, I won't mind seeing RNG steal that. It's one of the ways they did manage to win Aster in one of the series. It's by stealing that Boboka's, or like you said, Monet's Monkey King, and playing them on Felix. Like he can play it easily on that position 4. Like they can play it on safe as well. They played it yesterday, but it didn't really work out.
Let's see what they decide to go for here. Lina's going to be the opener for Somnus. Certainly, we saw in the highlight package one of his most successful heroes, and something that he has done incredible work on whenever he is allowed to have a good game on this. Now that we do see this, we also know it's going to have an okay matchup versus the club. Like you mentioned, nothing beats this Queen of Pain, but they don't get destroyed either as this Lina. A question that I have, though, for how they want to set up. You were talking about
Lina
the rising popularity of... Oh, here we go. I was actually about to ask y'all, in that since we have Queen of Pain, and since they've already picked Lina, it's unlikely they go for a puck in the mid lane. What are we getting for catch onto those Queen of Pain? And I was going to ask, do we still maybe think about a blink daggering support? I wasn't going to say Lion in particular, but Lion certainly fits the bill for that kind of hero, right?
Yeah, he does. That way you learn to disable for when Queen of Pain comes in. But back on the point of the Lina does actually win that lane matchup in the mid lane and then goes ahead and farms up a little bit quicker than the Queen of Pain as well. So it's going to be a matter of if Ask can pick up a lane support that's able to roam and ward the camp inside the triangle of the Lina and make sure that she's not able to just maximize her farm there. But you were about to make a point there, Lizard, before I cut you off.
No, I was just saying that you were about to say all of that about Lina. Next level. I can see it all. You also wanted to say about the lion and the blink catch on Queen of Pain, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's just what I wanted to
worked
do.
long enough together. I know you.
That's why I copied your homework,
I,
Lizard. It's because
so
you're just
Aster
so
actually
smart.
are the ones that ban out the Monkey King after yesterday. Of course, of course. You should probably not do that. I've literally never did my homework, which is why I'm here playing games. Anyway, um, I wouldn't mind seeing something with Queen of Pain that can actually punish the Lina. Like you said, the lane itself is pretty good, but if you do get a hero that can dive under that tower, that can make it a bit nastier, because Queen of Pain plus anything that dives pretty much usually equals a dead Lina. So if they can do that, yesterday we've seen what Weaver plus Queen of Pain. Maybe that's not the best option for Aster here. You can go for some cookie cutter combinations and disregard that mid lane completely. Go for some Snapfire Mars or whatever for now at least, and then go off of that. Just make that stable combination with the Mars pick.
Yeah, stability with Mars is something that we've seen all the time, and when you've given that stability, it tends to be quite successful. Not just successful in the aggregate, but extremely successful for Team Aster in particular. At this point, rocking about a 62% win rate, looking quite good. So we're very looking forward to see what they combo this up with. Though we've often seen it being paired up with the Pango, that's gone. Snapfire still in the pool, Dark Willow still in the pool. Both heroes which can perform quite well. Snapfire has been the preferred one overall for Team Aster, but obviously, we've seen shifts in the draft. I'm actually kind of interested. You were mentioning, Lizard, that they banned out the Monkey King themselves, having seen, of course, that this doesn't always go well if RNG snap it away from them. But now that they don't have that, one of the ways that they often succeed when they have this Mars is they need that team fight with the XXX Ultimate. There's no Snapfire, there's not going to be a Monkey King, there's not going to be a Pangalia. What options are left in the draft here, Neff, to actually give them that team fight within the arena?
They don't have that many. You could just go for an illusion hero and fight them inside the arena with that one. But I wanted to touch more on the Undying pickup because we saw PSG.LGD do this when we saw a team pick up the Mars and the Bane. Just because when you drop the arena, all of a sudden you have too many things to deal with. Like you're trying to fight inside the arena. The Bane is usually concerned about the Fiend's Grip, so the Tombstone is going to stay standing a lot of the time. It's like a very unconventional counter pick to the Mars, but like you have the heal on top of dropping the Tombstone, which of course will keep people alive inside the arena. Just a little bit of heal stops Mars from being able to burst them down with the Spear Arena, and the Tombstone, of course, just becomes overwhelming to deal with by the time the arena ends. So I like that we see this more common or a little bit less common counter pick. It's also one of the few heroes that can like zone the Mars out of the lane as a support. That's still really good in the current patch. But your damage is kind of underwhelming at the moment between your 4 and your 5 as the game goes on. So they're going to need a 3 that can kind of scale.
Aster went
I
for
do
Red
like
King Weaver.
the point that you made about Undying, though, when it comes to the laning stage. I'm sorry. I think we...
No, continue, Lizard.
Yeah, like Undying in the lane. Undying in the lane versus Mars should be really well. It's who brought it back into the meta? It was literally PSG.LGD in the finals of TI versus Spirit, right? Like it wasn't versus Mars. I think it was versus Magnus, but it's a very similar approach. You just want to have this hero that will do well in the laning stage. It combos well with the troll as well. It has that upfront material. They don't truly have many ways of dealing with the Tombstone. Weaver kind of helps out in that way at least, but nothing too special. And you already have all the cash that you need on your side from the Lion. Once he gets that blink, Undying needs absolutely nothing on the map, so Lion will be left alone to farm that up, which is nice. And you just need to combo it all up with some strong offlaner that should be a frontline as well for RNG. What will they get versus Raid King? I'm trying to think about that as well. You guys mentioned that they need a stable fight into the arena, right? But maybe that's not something that you can think about any longer. Maybe just get anything that works and combos well with your own team.
Do you think that
might be
it's
the thing
possible?
they have to do.
Do you think it's possible to pick up something like a Brewmaster here? I know PSG.LGD saw a lot of success with it yesterday. They've already banned out the Tide Hunter and the Timber Saw. Those probably would have been my two first choices, just because the Timber Saw does so much damage to the enemy here. That's the thing they're going to lack as the game goes on. It also makes some space for the Troll Warlord, but
I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure what Brew would bring to them. Like yesterday, perhaps like it's a solid offlaner, but yesterday Brew had a really. He had an exact reason why he was picked, right? He was a man with a mission, and the mission was to destroy all CK's illusions. Here, I wouldn't necessarily see that mission. Yeah, you can cyclone someone, you're a decent team fighter, but you're gonna trade your ulti for Raid Kings at most times, and they won't really care that much about that. So maybe it's possible. Oh, that's a nice pick for
Oh,
Troll, right?
yeah, that's very good.
Oh.
I like that quite a bit. That's
that
a
is
hero
interesting.
that, yeah, it fell off, but every so often it comes back. We've seen it against Pangolier, but again against the Troll Warlord, being able to control him up either for his ultimate or for the BKB duration, or catch him or the Lina out beside each other. You can remove one of them from the team fight. I like that one.
Another thing that seems to give them here, gentlemen, is a ton more additional sustain. The Winter Wyvern has some additionally. Wraith King already quite good at being able to take extended team fights, and they have the Weaver to put to their efforts here. Given that the enemy team, the heroes that they have, they either unload their damage quite quickly and want to move off, or they're gonna stick around. Troll obviously dealt with very well, like you're both mentioning with the Winter Wyvern. What do they do here? It doesn't seem like there's. I mean, Undying can build a Spirit Vessel. None of them are natural Spirit Vessel builders. Which way do they go with this draft? Do you go all sustain on the side of RNG, or do you try and figure out a way of going for more team fight? It looks like they'll adopt the hybrid approach here, bringing in the Darkseer for Chalice at the end of the draft. I'm not sure what I make of this. Lizard, from the off lane, how do you feel about this here Darkseer pick for them on the side of RNG?
It always feels kind of weak, really, especially when you don't have a melee support with you. I believe they won't. Maybe I like this Undying still has a different job to do, and that's to help out versus the Mars. They can perhaps switch things up, put the Undying. I don't think that happens. It's Darkseer plus
No,
Lion.
it doesn't.
You're gonna pressure a little bit, but the Wraith King will have a decent time. There is that sweet spot in the mid game in which you're like surging the troll, giving him Iron Shell, and you're just trying to roll over Aster, and that can happen. I'm just feeling that Aster has an easier time executing this draft. I feel that it's completely on RNG to outperform and make things happen, and Team Aster is just like hands off the keyboard. This Dota plays itself pretty much.
Neff, you agree? You think that this is a autoplay draw from Aster? I mean, you were prepared to crib homework earlier on from Lizard. Are we going to have a double up on that one, or is it going to get a bit more of a better chance for RNG?
Ever since I learned that Lizard wasn't a dedicated student, and this is why he plays Dota, too many video games, I'm a little bit more hesitant to copy his homework. But I did like his notes for this one. The Darkseer pick was kind of out of nowhere for me. It doesn't fit in great with the Lion. It's not like you're playing it into a Medusa or a Luna here either. The Darkseer just completely counters with the Vacuum Wall. And I really do like the Winter Wyvern pick coming out last year. So I'm going to have to go with Aster for game number one now that I can actually have a game to base a draft off of. I'm not just being told to guess wildly by my host.
The wild guesses are the great, but the informed guesses, which aren't really guesses at that point, are even better. And I certainly have to agree that what you all have said makes the most sense to me. And I really do see RNG really struggling, especially if they don't get the most out of this laning phase. But we have seen often that Aster have found ways to lose games that they really shouldn't, and RNG have found games to win games that they have no business being involved in. Let's see what is going to be happening today. Game one is underway. We have Lizard and Neff on the mic. Gentlemen, start us off with the lower bracket final with DPC points on the line. Take it away, boys, and good luck.
All right, I think this is my first time casting a game with you, Lizard. We've been on the panel a number of times together. You've memorized me with your good looks and your strong insights.
I hope my biceps won't distract you from the game.
Thankfully, our production crew has turned off your camera for me for now, so it won't be too distracted. It's just your charming words that are going to do the majority of the work here. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, it's a bunch of firsts.
I definitely
First
think
time
that
to
we have
play
a
with
little bit
snare.
of
Yep, a little bit. It's okay. I'll count to 3 after you stop talking. We'll make it work.
how about we hop on a Discord call and we mute the tab?
Hmm.
We could do that. That seems like the best solution.
Yeah, we can try that as well.
All right. Gave you a call. How's this? Any better?
Do I mute myself on? Do I mute myself on vMix or?
Right click the tab and then you hit mute site, and you won't be able to hear the website.
Oh, there you go. I muted
Yep.
the site. So is this better?
Yep, it should be.
I hear you perfectly well. This is fine.
Much
So no delay any longer. We get back into the game. Take it away, Neff.
All right. We get the lanes underway, and we do actually see the sentry ward that I was talking about at the beginning of the game placed on the small camp on the dire side, but Lena's camp's not actually blocked, so Somna's definitely going to have a CS advantage here. She's able to quickly clear out the wave and then move over to the creep camps. Lena definitely wins this lane here in the mid lane, though, doesn't she?
Yeah, she should do fine. Queen of Pain obviously is in a better spot than ever before. But Lena is that hero, right? Like you just spam Queen of Pain. She can't really approach you constantly. So it should be all right. It should be all right for him. And it's also Somnus on the Lena. So if you're thinking about the DP season and if you're thinking about him, it's Lena and Storm pretty much.
Yeah, the Lena was absolutely insane. We saw one of the rampages.
Yeah.
Offlane, yeah, about to get run down. Phoenix finished off by the Weaver. Unfortunately, they don't have a great way of dealing with this one. Darkseer can't really help with those Weaver bugs and do end up dropping because of that one. Nice catch. There's still
Or the-
significant.
Or the skeletons as well, right? They're not playing Dota, they're playing some RTS on top lane. They send the bugs, they send the skellies, and the lion is like, okay, I guess I'm dead. There's 5 units hitting me suddenly.
I mean, it's not a real RTS. You are a seasoned Warcraft 3 player, aren't you, Lizard? So these things that you don't have to control, it's not real gameplay, is it?
Yeah, it's just like alt-click ground, pretty much. But for Lion, it feels that way, I guess. He's not approaching the lane that much any longer.
Yeah.
Just needs to stay back.
Yeah, that first death definitely making him hesitant to approach Bobica here. He's going to continue to put the pressure on, though, but they catch him out this time. Stun comes out, but...
He's dead again. Oh, nice hex. Okay. This time
from the
around.
Red Fire Blast. But this is one of the weaknesses of this lane that you were talking about. Again, you're playing the ranged hero with the Darkseer. You don't want to be playing up in people's face, so you can't take advantage of that Ion Shell.
Yep, especially because for Darkseer to be like doing anything in the lane, he needs level 3. And before he gets that level 3, like he can't really help out even if he wanted to. That Iron Shell will really not be helpful. The moment you get that level 3, however, you do have some plays. You can push in the lane with the double shell, and then perhaps help out Felix pull the hard camp. So there are still ways to play around it. It's just not optimal. That's all.
It's not optimal. I mean, if Bobica overextends a little bit, the double Ion Shell on top of him with like the Hex plus the Earth Spike, it can bring him down, but the Weaver has to find himself very out of position and make a pretty big mistake for that one. Speaking of mistake, stun comes out, but looks like he's going to get away from this one. He's got to be the bugs off him pretty quickly. Boba's going to try to dive the tower here. Felix, 2 more auto attacks and he goes down. They lose the courier as well.
It's just way too much damage. Like this lane on top, it's just feeling so hard. I love what Aster have done, switching it up, putting Weaver on top lane and Wyvern on bottom. Why did they do it? Because Weaver truly doesn't care about Lion in the laning stage. It's so easy to get around this Darkseer, put on your Swarm on him, and then the Skellies hit even harder. So it's it's a pretty nice approach. Yeah, XXX is struggling a little
Chalice,
bit
it
more.
looks like he's about to die again up here in the top lane. The Surge is going to get him a little bit further away, but Boba's just going to try to dive him. No, never mind. Can't get him underneath the tower. He's going to just barely survive. So he manages to get out of that one.
Is it one of those lanes in which Weaver is just solo winning
Invincible, yeah.
it? Yeah.
Don't worry, the patch is coming just a couple days, Lizard.
Yeah, I mean, I do worry because I love playing Weaver. That's
MMR at any cost, huh?
No, it's not MMR at any cost. It's just like a hero that I enjoy playing. I love playing Weaver. Even before this patch, it's just he's fun. One of those heroes that you know, like you can really abuse the fact that you might be slightly better than someone when you're playing Weaver. Clockwork, these kind of heroes.
You guys were talking about that one a lot when we were in studio. Just if you want to play support, Clockwork and Weaver, heroes that are able to do a lot of damage, are some of the best ways to climb MMR with support, anyways.
That's how I feel, at least. But then again, you need to be a little bit better than the average.
X comes out off one of the Weaver. Laguna Blade ends up finishing him off.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't calculate your things, Baboka.
Great hero until you get yourself caught out of position. But that's the strength of the Lion here, right? You do have a solid amount of disables on the side of RNG. I'm just concerned that they're not winning the early game hard enough, given their draft.
Yeah, that's true. But then again, like Darkseer doesn't really win that lane hard any longer, or any lane really. Like you lose it, so they're making it work a little bit by rotating around with Felix and with the Undying. Actually, this is a party on the mid lane.
Yeah, we got everybody here. One hero in each side on each other's top and bottom lane, but everybody else hanging around the mid. I'm not sure we're going to see any action till, I don't know, maybe the 8-minute mark where people fight over the power runes again. And yeah, Lion looks like he's just going to focus on stacking up camp. You want to be doing this for the Lina anyways, and it is kind of surprising that Boboka hasn't tried to contest these camps a little bit harder. He did just try to snatch the bounty rune to no success, though.
Nice attempt. Yeah, he just scouted out this triple stack. This triple stack can be taken by Somnus, like you said. It can also be taken bottom lane.
Bottom lane, yeah. Or he's TPing down here. Nice stun comes out, and Quapple finishing him off.
Bottom. Mid lane.
Ooh, a Laguna Blade. Off into Boboka. One more auto attack will finish him.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen. Like, you definitely... It's, I guess, fine. You're defending the tower, you're farming a bit, but giving a solo kill on a position 4 Weaver always feels a little bit weird, because it's such a evasive, elusive hero, right? It's difficult to kill him. Somnus will gladly snack on that bug.
Yeah, again, you don't want Lina to get any free damage in on this tier 1 tower, but it's definitely not worth giving your life up to, especially if always moving away from lane. Looks like he's going to go down again. Stuns come out, but not enough mana to follow up on the Dragon Slave, so didn't want to commit onto him. Oh my, his HP is just gone.
And
he's forced
he
to...
gets salved up, yeah.
Forced to drop a salve off onto him, yeah. And Felix is just going to go right back to stacking these camps. Do you think they'll invade the next couple of minutes here? Well, I'm going to stop myself short. Nova, it looks like he's just going to get dove under the tower. That's a little bit too much, Baboka. I don't know about that one, man.
It happens. It really happens. Like, sometimes you are such a god in the lane. The moment you leave that lane, you go somewhere else. You think, yeah, you think you're just as strong because you dominated one lane, and then you bash your head into this level 8 Lina, and she just destroys you with a couple of spells. So.
Yeah. You think he would have learned his lesson there, though. He did end up backing off of the tower. He's going to kill off on the X-Nova here, I'm pretty sure. As soon as XSS throws out the spear, there it is. Stun comes out, and he ends up going down. Do you think they set up shop here down in the bottom lane, try to take this tier 1 tower, or jungle is to be their next objective? Because Somnus, it looks like he's going to be clearing out these stacks now, even though he scouted them out earlier on Baboka. He's not going to get the opportunity to contest.
No, I think you take down the tier 1 tower as soon as possible, right? Like that's usually the objective that you want to be taking. They are kind of slow at approaching it, mostly perhaps because they don't see Ah, there you go. Now they're going.
Yeah, Arena comes out. He does have his ultimate still, 10 wand charges, so diving underneath the tower is going to be difficult, and I don't even think they're going to commit for it. Oh,
Queen of
God King
Pain's
is
here.
sitting pretty low. Yeah. He's going to have to pop his ultimate, and he does. Spears back into the tree, though, so he's held in place. They end up clearing up the tombstone, but there it is. The cold embrace, and he just ends up going down to Ori. Fight's not over yet, though. They commit onto X Nova, end up throwing the Wraith Fire Blast off, and Scream Pain ends up finishing him off.
Yep, they pretty much are ready to fight. They're pretty much to take down objectives. They just converge. All 5 heroes over here. Some of the spells have been missed. Sure, Sonic Wave. You know, sometimes you
miss
overestimate
100% of Sonic Waves you don't throw, though, right?
Exactly. They do take down the tower, which should fall any second now. There we go. And this is pretty much how they should be playing. They're doing everything right. Felix, mid lane, it's gone.
Yeah. Just going down. They lost the top tower during all of that as well, so at the very least, the Darkseer is doing a decent job at keeping these waves shoved in. But this is kind of just what the hero does. Even though you don't win your lane super hard against most heroes, you find tons of farm yourself, and he'll be able to be a little bit more useful once he does get this Orchid up. But
Yep.
it's not amazing. By then, I think the Queen of Pain, she's going to have her Kaya Sange completed. I don't know. Do you think things are coming out fast enough on the side of RNG?
Well, it completely depends on the next couple of minutes, right? Like, so far it's only minute 10, so you can't really... Their draft is naturally a little bit slower, and maybe if God King left bottom lane a little bit earlier, it would have been better for them. Then again, the triangle was occupied by Lina, which you very well noticed. Sonus was farming the stacks, so there was not enough space on the map for the troll. We'll see. It's on Aster to really keep this tempo up. It's not like they don't have good late game. It's just that they are in full control right now, and why wouldn't they capitalize on it, right? Like, they can, the moment they have this arena again, they could go mid lane. They could use it on Chalice as well on top lane.
No,
They can make moves. Yep.
Yeah, we just saw that God King, he's going for this Battle Fury. We pulled up everything on stats menu. We still have another moment to discuss it. So we're still going to be paused here. Still having some connection issues. But do you think the Battle Fury build on the Troll Warlord is going to be fast enough? Or do you think he's forced to go this just because he needs him to farm? I'm not crazy about it when he's got Alina as well. And Aster are kind of like running you over as far as tempo of this game goes. Yes, you're going to be pretty farmed, but your timing as far as being able to fight into these enemy heroes, I think, is just going to be a little bit too slow.
Yeah.
If you go for this Battle Fury.
I think at this point he needs to go for it no matter what, right? Like,
I mean,
already...
yeah,
but overall, I think it's all right. I think it's a decent build. Like, your Lina gets her travels. The moment she gets her travels, she gets like a much faster timing for everything else. It's that one amplifying item. She'll be able to join the fights as well, create space for you.
Cold Embrace comes off on Chalice up in the top lane. They're trying to buy a little bit of time. Wall comes out, vacuum in, but he's speared to the side of the arena. It looks like Bobakut's going to be able to finish him off. One more auto attack does the trick. And Cold Embrace is going to keep him alive there on the Winter Wyvern. Everyone comes out of that one just fine, you know, other than the Darkseer.
Yeah, he almost got him.
Cold Embrace kept him alive, though.
If he had that Orchid there, he definitely kills the Wyvern, so... It was a nice attempt to make that turn. Maybe get them all a bit lower so they can't just instantly smoke up and make another move or something like that. But it's Chalice, let's be real. The only reason he used that is because he likes using everything in his arsenal at all times. Like,
press all the buttons and you've done your job in the team fight sort of deal?
Pretty much. Like, Chalice, if there was autocast on ultimates, he would have it. Autocast Black Hole, sure, why not?
I don't want those days to come back where you could autocast some spells that you had no business autocasting. I forget which one. I think like Devour and whatnot were autocastable back in the day, right? We would just use them in Warcraft 3.
I can't even remember, really. I'm too old at this point.
Your mind's going to fail you.
Yeah. It's also 6. Oh, actually 7 in the morning now, but still. I need to finish the coffee and we'll talk about Trickster and whatever the hell. Do you remember
Gambler?
Trickster? Gambler, yeah.
Gambler and
Was it-
God the God.
They smoke up. They're making another move, and yeah, they're just playing the tempo game on Aster. They realize that there is absolutely, well, there is something RNG can do about it, but not a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't have the blink dagger on XXS, so he's not able to gap that distance, even though his smoke does end up popping. I think he connected with Chalice there. They don't end up connecting with anybody. They're going to smoke him immediately after on the side of RNG, but I'm not sure they're going to run into anything on their side either. One of these teams, they're going to have to make a move for the enemy tier 1 to be able to invade their side of the map a little bit easier. If Felix finds Bobica, it's not the end of the world, but even then, it's not an easy kill to grab during the daytime. Just able to scooch you away. They're still going to try for it. Let's see if Bobica is able to get away from this one here.
Yep.
He's still smoked up on Felix. Sentry Ward comes out. Oh, the hops! He ends up finding it off into him. And he doesn't commit the finger now. I thought he ended up dropping that one. He just get a finger stack there, but he ends up just throwing the hex off onto him after the impale.
It was a nice hop. 10 out of 10.
What is your opinion on this item? A lot of people think it's just absolutely busted.
It's broken as hell. It's pretty damn strong. The small little hop actually matters so much. Like mobility in Dota, not just mobility, unexpected mobility is something that really changes the game. And the plus 200 mana as well is pretty nice. But the reason why they killed that Weaver on top lane was actually the movements from Troll and the way he stepped towards the Weaver made Baboka feel like he's completely safe. Meanwhile, Lion was coming from that tier 2, cutting him off, so in a smoke. So really nicely played by them. It wasn't an easy kill, even though it looked simple.
Arena comes out here with the mid lane. X-Nova thrown to the side, and he's going to get finished off in short order. And finally are going to take down this tier 1 tower that we were talking about earlier and have access to RNG's side of the map. Yeah, it was just the timing of the Troll Warlord approached that Weaver, right? Ended up getting him to use Sakuchi about the same moment the Lion approached him.
Yep.
So it looked very simple, but he ended up mind gaming him to think that he was fairly safe. And if Weaver used Sakuchi a little bit earlier, a little bit later, then I think he would have been fine.
He was almost about to escape. Didn't happen. And yeah, Aster continue just pressuring the map, playing around his bottom lane, top lane as well. Like they're getting, they're 1k behind, but you can just feel their presence a bit more on the map. And it's truly on RNG to just keep it slow, slow and steady. Name of the game. Continue farming with his Troll and his Battle Fury.
I mean, yeah, your Troll Warlord and your Lina are both pretty farmed, like as position 1s and 2s, but you can feel the control, like you mentioned, and I'm not sure the net worth is going to make up for the difference that they're going to have inside these team fights. As the game gets later, it definitely does favor the Wraith King side, I feel, as well. Mars is also super good against Lina in the ultra late game because none of your attacks are getting through the arena. Once you have like BKB refresher, your game is just so hard on Somnus.
There are some really good things coming out though for RNG, right? Like they can still, in a couple of minutes, everything can change easily. Lion has actually completed his Blink Dagger. Then Chalice, yeah, he's used that Orchid only once. And look at this, instant smoke. That's it. They hit their timings, they get their items, and why not? Let's go make that Blink Dagger work for us. Bait out the Troll mid lane.
If he gets his Berserker's Rage off, he's going to be fine, but there it is. The vacuum ends up coming into the side of the wall. They end up getting sent off to multiple heroes as well. God King goes down. Looks like they're going to bring down Troll Warlord here, finished off by the Winter Wyvern, and forced to disengage afterwards. So they baited out the Troll, but they only got a single kill for that. At the very least, Lina wasn't forced to activate her BKB, but looks like they're going to get the tier 1 tower off of this one.
Yeah, it's not the greatest trade-off, I would say. But we've seen Somnus be the true carry of this team so many times that God King can play a little bit more of a sacrificial role, let's put it that way.
Yeah. Stun ends up being off the mark. Yeah. Nice catch there. But yeah, it's like we were talking about before the game, Somnus has really shined, and I think it's part to do with the lackluster games on God King, but you know, he was forced to play the sacrificial lamb there, baiting himself out, bought himself a little bit of time with that battle trance, but you know, we saw the counter to the The whole reason they ended up last picking this Winter Wyvern is so they could counter it out with the Winter's Curse. And I think as the game goes on, it gets even harder for him. Heaven's Halberds will start to get completed. Cold Embrace will come out into whatever target that he's hitting. So Lina, I think, is going to be the true carry of this game, as farmed as Troll is going to get.
Mm. Yeah. Do you think that Mars might be a problem for her?
For the Lina, I mean, yeah, I'm concerned about like the refresher orb timing in the super late game. As long as you hug the sides of the wall of the arena, it makes Lina's game super difficult. Bottom lane, arena comes out, but the Orchid can stop them from doing anything, and they're forced to stand here looking at each other.
Yeah, that's a nice way of dealing with the Mars. Just Orchid him after the arena, and that's it. Yeah. He needs to be very quick. Perhaps spear first and then follow up after that.
You can do that one if you're very quick with it. You spear first and then you throw out the arena, and they can land on the side of the arena still, but your timing has to be very good, right? Ooh, a very quick Orchid another time. Couldn't get the Sonic Wave to push him back into these heroes here.
He is buying a lot of time for his teammates on this bottom lane, right? Like he's just defending the tower, getting the tier 2 completely healthy. Meanwhile, his teammates are already in the pit.
Minus God King, who is hitting a hard camp over on the other side there, but he'll join his team shortly.
He's got more important business.
Yeah. So here comes the team. He ends up getting stunned up there on the Wraith King. If they could bring down his first life in quick order, that'd be great, but Cold Embrace is going to save him for now. On the side of the fight. Oh, Finger of Death comes out, and he ends up bringing him down the first time. They've got some pretty low cooldown stuns, so they can stay on top of him. Vacuum holds him in place for a second, but looks like everyone's just going to be forced to back out. Rose shitting at half HP.
Both of these teams have wasted a lot of their spells on that bottom lane. If you remember, the arena was used, and the wall was also used on bottom lane. So because of that, no one could really capitalize on this messy situation around the Rosh pit.
Yeah, you'd love to be able to take that with an arena. He's got it back up off a cooldown now, but he doesn't have his BKB. It's possible that he jumps forward and gets hit with another Orchid out of Chalice, so doesn't want to go too far from the rest of his team, especially after Weaver ended up extending a little bit too far forward, as Bobica does.
Classic.
Yeah.
He does have that Orchid completed, and that makes him, well, a little bit more dangerous. But
also a little bit more overconfident.
A little bit, yeah. I'm surprised he didn't get the Vessel in this game. I think that Vessel rush would have been pretty damn solid on a Weaver versus the Troll versus like Darkseer.
Undying.
Undying as well. Yeah, it just looks good. Should this be free rush? Or will they go in?
Mars has to go into this one, right? I'm not sure they're going to go in fast enough, though. They don't. Arena comes out, but it is way too late, and now they're just going to be forced to back off. That's that. So, again, not having vision of that one, it looked like. So they didn't know when to jump into the pit exactly. It ended up being just a little bit too late. And 2 arenas in a row wasted. So Aster, they've had a lot of downtime. I thought they'd just play this as quick as possible and run over RNG, but no RNG. They were able to stall this one out, like you're saying, and I think it was just partially due to the space that Chalice is making for them down in the bottom lane.
Yep, it truly is. A couple of those moves, they fail, they don't pay out, and suddenly you're on the receiving end. It becomes a bit more difficult, but it comes down to Felix's Blink Dagger and that first move they made on mid lane. Now they're doing it again.
Is very dead. He ends up getting speared back in the jungle. Actually, it comes in here, the arena. Oh, sorry, the wall and the vacuum ends up coming out. The Scream of Pain. The Sonic Wave ends up hitting. Stalled in place there, and the Troll Warlord, thanks to Winter's Curse. X-Nova is going to heal himself up, and they do end up catching the Winter Wyvern there.
Yeah, they're using a lot of these spells, like the cooldowns don't matter at all, right? Like they're just in that situation. Yeah, you're containing the Troll a little bit, but the Lina is still fast enough to just completely destroy the Wyvern and then some. I'm just looking at. Okay, so Queen of Pain, not really close to that BKB. Wraith King, when it comes to items, not really close to his Blink Dagger, but does have a BKB now. So,
but they need to be able to follow up on these jumps in by the Mars, right? That's why the BKB and the Queen of Pain is so important, so she doesn't just get blown up as she goes in. That's why they need this on the Wraith King, so he can actually take advantage of his damage with the Desolator Armlet.
Yeah, because you can be saved by Cold Embrace, but when you're playing versus a Lion versus a Lina, that Cold Embrace most likely will just buy you time. It won't save you.
Yeah, because you're going to get disabled the moment you come out of that one. You stall up for these super low cooldown abilities.
Pretty much. There's just an abundance of AoE stuns, so Lion should be fine here, right?
Oh, that is a lot of damage going on to him, man.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I just maxed out Swarm. Like, your minus armor is ridiculous. Plus Orchid on top.
Yeah, and he's going for BKB next. So I think his job is going to be able to catch out this Lion on the back line. Up in the top, we see Sominus working the tower. Catches out the Wind Wyvern inside the trees there. The jump forward was insane. Chalice.
Do you like
exactly where he is.
Do you like the Orchid shard build on him? Like
it's very anime.
it really is. Yeah. I don't know what you mean by that, but
you're not a fan of One Punch Man, Lizard?
It's not one punch. It's called normal punch. So it's
right.
normal, nothing anime. It's just a normal punch. Nice normal punch.
Nice normal, not weird at all punch.
Exactly. Normie punch.
Petition to rename it for the Normie Punch in the upcoming patch. We'll see.
I'd be happy. Yeah, but Boca at this point, I guess he's resorted to just killing couriers and being that nuisance in the back. But
yeah, they catch him this time, and there's the Normie Punch that ends his anime-loving ways.
Steve Weavers. But, like, realistically, can you expect to survive doing that? I don't think so.
No, eventually
yeah.
Eventually they're forced to deal with you, and I mean, they do spend a pretty long time doing it, and you stall out a little bit of this Aegis duration. So, purpose served in that way, but Lena's now looking very desperately for a kill by herself. I think she wants to do something with this Aegis, but she's not going to have the opportunity. Weaver's done his job. He ended up buying them a bunch of time.
He's really big, though.
As that Blink Dagger coming out, they end up getting stunned up, and Sonic Wave ends up finishing off Chalice. This time he doesn't get the opportunity to press any of his buttons.
I feel like killing him is probably way more important than anyone else on his team, because he brings the control. Yeah, Lion does as well, but if you don't kill the Darkseer, he will just mess up your team fight completely with that Vacuum Wall, Orchid, the punch as well, the Normie punch. So yeah, I really think him and Lion, they need to go first, and then you deal with everyone else with Cold Embrace, with your Winter's Curse as well.
So there's just so many things that need to happen in these team fights now. We were saying before it was like this draft plays itself, but now we need to jump the Lion. The Winter's Curse probably needs to come out of the Troll Warlord after he pops his ultimate, so it's become a little bit more difficult to... They've managed to make it to this sweet mid-game timing that you were talking about earlier.
No, I was actually wrong. I felt that this draft is looked on, perhaps on paper looked easier, but as it's played out, it looks really solid for RNG for now, at least.
Yeah, you did mention that sweet spot of this mid-late game. Boboka looks like he's gonna get caught out, hexed up, but that is a fast frog. Vacuum pulls him back into the wall, and he does get finished off by the Finger of Death, but end up losing Felix not long after. Tombstone to get taken down. And Hero's trying to disengage Monet. He's just trying to make a run for it. Ori blinks away, gets everyone silenced up on the backside. XSS about to drop on the Mars. Saw him standing his ground against him, but pops the BKB, ends up dropping anyways. And they lose Ori as well. And the other side of the team fight.
Really nice buyback there from Felix. That Tombstone as well just did not allow... X-Nova didn't allow them to fight, really. If Tombstone is alive, that's another problem as well. That's an additional issue that prevents you from really being mobile as a Wraith King. Those pesky skellies, zombies are actually hunting you. And it felt like Aster had their number, like they were in the right position, breaking that smoke on the high ground. Still didn't. It still wasn't enough.
Yeah. And now they're really putting their head on. They can keep him boxed in the base, or at least try to now, and do all this without the Aegis too. So they managed to stall that one out in Aster, but now still feeling a little bit weaker. What do you think went wrong? Just the initiation, or what?
No, it's the Weaver did manage to switch away, but he still dies. Ducking.
Yeah, he's just gonna pop his ultimate right away. He managed to hold Monet in place, but there's the Cold Embrace, and Manages to stall out the team fight. We'll see if it ends up making a difference. Too many fervor stacks, and he just ends up melting. At the very least, hitting the bugs will end up resetting that, so he doesn't have his full attack speed anymore. Backside the team fight, they lose Ori again. Somnus ends up bringing him down in short order, and Monet about to drop a second time. Cold Embrace stalls this one out, but you gotta keep in mind, your line is there. There's these low cooldown disables that we talked about. Somnus gets himself a double kill.
I have to say that I'm not really feeling the Mars in this game at this point any longer, at least. Like, yeah, we were saying about the Lina and how she might struggle hitting through the arena and all that stuff, but I'm really not seeing it. Like, XXS is what my favorite offlane player, really, but at the moment, his hero is limited to what he can do. Let's put it that way.
Even more limited right now. He doesn't have Winter's Curse to work with to defend the base. The Fortify buy them a little bit of time, but if they back out, I'm not sure they're going to be able to protect this Barracks. Queen of Pain is back up in another 10 seconds. You have buyback available on the Wraith King, but I feel like if you buy back here, your game is just super griefed. And yeah, they don't even manage to get the Queen of Pain back up in time in order to save that one. And your other tier 3s are exposed, the tier 2s are taken down, but that's all you need to get. Instead, you back up, you set up around the Roche Pit, and then you do it again in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, they weren't gonna defend that. Boboka was in the enemy triangle trying to get closer towards his BKB as well.
Yeah, these were these item timings that you mentioned earlier. They were just coming out a little bit too slow. I mean, the Mars, you felt like XSS is like one of your favorite offlane players. He's going through Refresher Orb that I mentioned earlier, but I feel like this one's going to come out late. Mid lane, Vacuum Wall ends up coming out, but Ori ends up getting melted. They lose the first life on the Wraith King, and I don't see a way for them to save him as he comes back up here. Spear to the side of the arena there on Darkseer, holds him in place for a moment. God King, he stays on top, normal punch comes out, pushes him a little bit distance away, so he ends up getting the save off of Monet, but that's it, they just call GG.
Yeah. Okay. So you were right, copying the homework and then just pretty much
changing it around a little bit. Yeah. The records will show that that is exactly what I did. I do need you to accept my friend request on Discord so I can pull Snare in for our little fix. But with that, RNG, they end up winning game number 1, despite the fact that we both thought the draft on Aster was just way better.
Yeah, it definitely. I think I baited you guys a little bit. It didn't. It didn't truly look that way in the end. Perhaps I've underestimated the Darkseer, as Chalice has done a ton in this game, plus the Lina as well. That usually you expect what's going to happen on this mid lane. Weaver will rotate, and then Queen of Pain plus Weaver will manage to mess up Lina's game a little bit. None of that happened. Like, Lion was stacking up for Lina. Somnus, not only did he get like a quadruple stack, he also got like 2-3 kills on that Weaver on the mid lane. It's a fantastic game for him.
Fantastic game all around here for the side of RNG as they take game number 1 in fairly convincing fashion against Team Aster. At the beginning, it looked like, it might be a more even affair, but as time went on, my goodness, RNG really turned it on. And Lizard, you already mentioned that there was some underestimation of Chalice on this Darkseer. This Darkseer did everything for his team. The super early pickup of the Orchid, he got it at like 13 minutes. Immediately after that, we saw a couple of things happen very quickly. Suddenly, Baboka can't really play the same style of Dota. You mentioned already, he didn't go for the early Spirit Vessel. He decided to rush an Orchid as well. Not as tanky as a hero. Can't run into this. You're going to always get squished out. You try to do similar things. You try to run in as, say, a Mars or a Ori Queen of Pain. Pre-BKB, you can't do these things because this Orchid is available. Opens up more space for RNG. It just all seemed to come together here at the end of the day for the side of RNG and Team Aster. Gotta say that despite the fact that we all thought their draft was going to be played a lot better, Neff, it also didn't feel like the team was on the same page many times, right? We'd see them use ultimates at different parts of the map and then go smoke and look for a fight. And you're like, how is this all going to work out together? Or they go smoke for a fight, but Monet is farming elsewhere. What happened with the team and the dynamic in this one?
I think they just got a little bit too disconnected from the overall game plan. They felt like they were a lot stronger than RNG for a little while because they were running them over. Then all of a sudden, RNG managed to bring it back. Somnus, I think, ended up getting a little bit too farmed for that game. He was able to do a lot of damage, and it was partially due to the things that Lizard pointed out. Bobica felt like he was owning up in the top lane. Then he makes a couple mistakes over in mid, gets himself caught out, and Somnus has an even better game for it. Never ended up contesting those stacks from Somnus. So kind of lost in the game plan there, I think, was the biggest issue from Aster. Maybe RNG do just have Aster's number. They've won 2 of the 3 best of 3s that they played against recently, and now they're already got off to a good start for this 4th one.
Yeah, we've seen this many times before, though, that the pattern could be they got stomped game 1 and they come back really heavy in game 2. But one thing that I find really interesting about how this game played out is not just that, like you mentioned, Team Asta sort of lost the plot. RNG stayed on plan, and even though there were times when, there was still some of the shades of the RNG that's not as consistent as we'd like to see, that started to tighten up over time. And so many times when somebody would get caught in a bad position, the team would immediately rally around that person, prevent them from dying, or make it a very expensive fight for Aster to take. And initially it did seem like Aster could keep up, but they just started running out of damage, Lizard. How did that happen?
I feel that yesterday they've been working out in increased gravity, versus PSG.LGD. And now when they returned to fight mere mortals, they just look way, way stronger on the side of RNG. But yeah, what happened to Aster is all their moves, all those mid-game moves pretty much failed. The move towards the mid lane failed when they tried to take the tower with the Mars. Maybe they kill an Undying, but that's about it. And then multiple attempts on Chalice's life on that bottom lane as well didn't really work out. All things said, though, all things said, I would still say that Somnus got way more out of the laning stage than he was supposed to, and RNG just eventually becomes an unstoppable force. Like, you could see this happening from that Radiant jungle fight when Weaver broke the smoke. At that point, I was already okay. This game is pretty much done. You don't really see them coming back into it.
Yeah, it's a very difficult game to come back into, and sadly, they weren't able to do it. So now they have their backs against the wall, and they're in this situation where, despite coming top 2 in the group overall and looking very good in terms of the DPC standing, suddenly that's all under jeopardy, and RNG have a chance to leapfrog them if they grab the 2-0 here. The way that they're looking as well with the form, that might easily happen. And another thing I want to talk about in terms of what happened in this particular game before we start talking about game 2. But Boca, whenever he plays Weaver, is somewhat renowned for not being a fan of this Aghanim Scepter for some reason. Always wants to be able to go for the Orchids and different kind of items like this. In this game, definitely feels like Aghanim Scepter. It might have come too late, to be fair, right? The game did go fairly quickly from like minute 15 onwards in favor of RNG. But do you think the game could have been somewhat different if he could have converted the gold for the Orchid into an Ags, maybe give Ori a little bit more time to fight, a bit more presence when his BKB is down especially? Or is it this case, Neff, that no matter what Baboka built, this Weaver, it was just after the Orchid of Chalice, always going to be a liability?
I think the Orchid was the right decision because you wanted to be able to catch out the Lion on the backside. Like, Lion is such a big part of team fights. He's like one of the best late game supports for that reason. It's a super low cooldown disables. So you needed more damage. You need to be able to kill this hero somehow. I don't think Aghanim Scepter would have helped you do that at all. So Orchid was the correct decision, but they ended up just getting outplayed in these team fights a couple of times. You could never actually find the Lion here.
Well, right now, Chalice certainly deserves his MVP vote. He got himself not just the kills and assists, but the kill involvement, 94%, kind of ridiculous, everywhere on the map, making sure that he built and itemized correctly every single time. There were a couple of Pepega walls, which were kind of hilarious, but for the most part, the walls were great.
He pressed his buttons. That's what Lizard taught me in that previous game. Yeah, Chalice is very good at that.
He's almost like his god. He has actually, you were asking which abilities still have autocast, right? Chalice's keyboard is autocast. That's what it is. Everything.
Whoa. That's quite the accusation there, Snail. I wouldn't go that far. Some people have gotten in trouble for that one, and they actually have autocast on.
Chalice, though, did a great job, and RNG from that win now are looking, I think, one of the fears we've always had with this team, because they've shown inconsistency in regular league play. We've seen them go to incredible heights in game 1, flop in game 2. There was some concern based on the form they showed against LGD yesterday that, yes, you look amazing, you look good now. Can you keep it up into the next day? I don't think we have those fears anymore, right? From what we saw from RNG, I think they played really well today. However, there has been fears with Aster. Given that this team, we heard from Chalice as well, that they're not in the best physical space right now. Not all their players are playing together. It's been very clear that they're not as sharp all together and the team cohesion isn't as high. Is there anything they can do about this, Lizard, in the short break between game 1 and game 2 to fix that? If we assume we're going to draft the same way, we assume that RNG is going to drop the same way. Clearly, the change has to come from the team mentality.
But
Is there any
I
way to
think
fix that quickly?
I think they are all back together again, aren't they?
Are they all
As of like a couple days ago, I think.
Maybe that's the problem. Separate them.
Separate them again. All right, that's enough. You guys are having too much fun. Get out of there. We're putting you back into hotels on laptops, awful connections. This is, nice clean gaming environment is too much, clearly.
Yeah, what the hell is this? I get a decent connection and good FPS. Nah, I can't play. But yeah, I don't think maybe some switch ups to the draft in to activate this Mars a bit more. The problem was, I believe, Snapfire was banned out in that last game. A lot of these heroes that really make the hero have that 1-2 combination with the support. He didn't have that this game. That's the problem, I believe, even. Like, talking about that bottom lane Chalice attempts, right, on his life. Mars was the one leading the pack because no one else can. Like, he needs to be the initiating force. But where's the damage coming from? Like, you have this Weaver plus Winter Wyvern as supports. Because of that, you need to bring another core to try for a gank. And that doesn't usually feel that great because you're limited with your movements. And Ori, instead of perhaps getting that earlier, BKB is forced to make this move with you, which is also giving a lot of info to the enemy team, which is also making it way easier for RNG to play around it, especially if you don't kill Chalice. If you don't kill him, that's a disaster. Your two cores are literally just stuck in the enemy jungle doing absolutely nothing, farming two camps. Like, all these small things do come together, and they all come from the drafting stage as well.
Yeah, you did mention, like, I wanted to point out the lack of damage there. You didn't like the Orchid first item, like the Urn, not into the Spirit Vessel against all these heroes that have like decent healing.
Like, yeah, Vessel maybe would have been a bit better, but I don't think that's the game-changing
the
thing.
game-changing, yeah.
I also wanted to ask you before we go into this draft too. Winter Wyvern, the last pick at the end of the draft for Team Aster, didn't really feel like it worked out, and there was some consideration of, against Troll, this could really be good, but we never really got to see a very strong usage of the Winter Wyvern ult that actually won them a decisive team fight, right? And whenever you have Wyvern in the there was the one, but like, do you pick the hero for just the one? And then it's like, all right, we just got the one against Troll. I don't know. Do you think that we rather go back to the drawing board? Because I think that was they don't have many Winter Wyvern games on Aster overall. Is it one of these things where they're not super comfortable with the hero? They should drop. I mean, Snap was banned, Bane was banned, Lion was picked already. Weren't that many of their most played heroes available to them? So could it be a comfort issue as well for the support duo, not just for the cores?
I would say that any team, any support at the moment has Winter Wyvern in his arsenal. I think that the hero is kind of straightforward. It's not difficult to play. Is the hero in the best position at the moment in the meta? Probably not. But versus a troll, perhaps it's an idea that they had. They wanted to test out. Like you said, didn't work. Back to the drawing board. Get something else. Well, perhaps some damage with the Mars if you're getting it.
Damage has to be on the cards, and now we're going to see if it's going to be on the cards with the second draft. RNG versus Team Aster. Game 2. Let's see what heroes are going to emerge for us in the lower bracket final.
All right. Spearbreaker Bane on one side, Io and Storm on the other. I mean, not surprising. The Storm Spirit ban out. I guess they just don't want to give this one up to Somnus. They're worried about him more than anything else.
Yep.
Yeah, he was owning with it.
Oof, it's a very good hero from Somnus. I mean, it's his second most successful. It's his most successful hero behind the Lina as well. So you can definitely understand why that's going to be the case. And I like this pattern. We saw last game that Team Aster really did struggle without Siamese Cat playing his two most preferred heroes in the Bane Snapfire. And I really like this pattern of banning Bane, banning Spirit Breaker, and then you pick the Snapfire. Even if they get Lina, you know that probably Lina is less important to you as RNG rather than how important Bane Snapfire is to Team Aster at this point. So what's the response here, Lizard, if you are Team Aster? You can't play your IO as well because that's the first overall ban. So nothing available to really enable Siamese Cat. So I guess that you yet again ignore him until the end of the draft.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, you can pick one of his heroes earlier on, but you don't truly have to enable him. He's a 5, right? It's they're gonna make it work. Maybe some monkey that went through is an option for Aster, something that they really like to play quite a bit. That Tusk is also in the pool, but yeah, okay, sure. Some people would argue that Pango is probably the most broken offlaner at the moment, and they combo that with the Lina, which makes perhaps Queen of Pain a little bit less desirable for RNG.
I mean, this is a solid opener, in my opinion. The Lina can lane against most things. I mean, the previous game, one of the issues that we saw was her camps never ended up getting blocked, and she ended up getting a little bit too much farm. And the Pango is pretty good against most things as well. So it's a double core opener, but I feel like this one is relatively safe. It's not easy to counter.
You know what's really cool about this opener? Two heroes that you're thinking about right now, if you're RNG, are Queen of Pain and Mars, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is, Pango is good against Mars. Lina is pretty solid against Queen of Pain on mid lane. So it makes you reconsider those two, which would be pretty good for you with Snap at least, right? But this is a very solid lane. They could have Snap plus TA on the safe lane. You get the meld minus armor. You get Snapfire, a little shredder. It's like no matter what you're playing against, you can be pretty damn strong. If they put Snap there, like Snap can be on some offlane 4 as well, obviously.
I'm kind of surprised that they ban out the Grimstroke here from RNG. I was considering that they could go for this as an option against the Pangolier, having that Soulbind very nice against the Rolling Thunder. At the same time, maybe they just don't want to play into like the double Laguna, the access to Inkswell plus Rolling Thunder, which is kind of crazy. And Team Aster were picking out of the ban, so makes some degree of sense here. But it does seem like Team Aster now trying to make sure that they can protect the Lina as well and not allow deep heroes to just come in from absolutely anywhere. This is Ori, Lina, Pango. So I suppose you have Lost Pick. You save that for Monet. We'll probably see these Lost bans from RNG angle towards dealing with him. His big heroes are still in the pool outside of the Monkey King, which has been banned out. Sadly, game is hard, but he still has his Wraith King to play around with. Didn't go that successfully. Still has his Morphling in the pool as well. So feels like whenever they have this, we saw a similar draft yesterday out of RNG where they had the Lina Pango and things went really well for them. It kind of didn't matter what God King was playing. So kind of think that Monet could be set up in a similar position where the pace being set by Team Aster, as long as they can protect it, Team Aster should be able to at the very least open up a lot more space than they could in game one.
You must be thinking. You must be thinking about other illusion heroes, right? If you're Aster, Neff.
Other illusion heroes right now. Yeah, I mean the Templar Assassin's just not good against it. I was kind of thinking a Phantom Assassin just because when you're playing Lina, you don't like playing against anybody with jump. But I don't think RNG actually would have grabbed that one here because you already have a Templar Assassin. The PA and the TA together, it's like two heroes that kind of fulfill the same role of jumping on people, like either with a Blink Dagger or with a Phantom Strike, and needing a lot of farm to come online. So that ban is a little bit odd to me.
Yeah, I actually agree. I agree. They do bring a lot of minus armor, but I agree that it would probably be a bit too greedy. Will this be Jakiro plus Pango versus TA lane, or what do you guys think? You get a lot of things to deal with refraction, which is really nice. Later on, Jakiro is also good, but
yeah,
it could be a very high damage support in the late game, or sometimes it's run position 3, but I think that it's probably just going to be Pango this game. But yeah, burning through the Templar Assassin's refraction is going to be your job this game, and amazing stun with the Ice Path.
We saw on day one when PSG.LGD played against eHome, they played this Jakiro Pause 5 against TA, and TA just couldn't play Dota. And it was a safe lane TA as well. And LGD did this interesting thing where they swapped Innocence from the safe lane into the TA lane just to prevent her from getting anything. And like you mentioned, Lizard, it's quite likely that this is going to be the Snap TA lane. So if you put the Jakiro there, you not only prevent that harass potential you were mentioning earlier, but you just make sure that she's just hating life all the time. And although RNG here, they make sure to get the one option that's always great against Jakiro. We have the stolen ice path, y'all, and some pretty good spells from the rest of the heroes, especially this Lina as well.
Wait,
Yeah.
what's happening here? If
They have Snapfire Rubik Weaver, right?
yeah, I'm thinking like, will this then be a TA mid and Weaver safe? Like that's also an option for them, right? I'm not
Yeah.
really sure what way they're laning, but that sounds like the most straightforward one, I suppose.
Yeah, they've got all these heroes that need just a little bit of farm and are usually played on position 4 because of that. It feels a little bit greedy in this game as well, but the Weaver isn't awful here because you don't have any instant lockdown for him. Anything that's able to get him before he pops Sakuchi. A lot of time, Lina is just going to struggle to land the Light Strike Array. Jakiro is going to struggle to land his Ice Paths off from him if this is run in position 1. But so far, the draft on the side of RNG feels very greedy, and that is about as good as it gets with the draft that you have right now. You've got damage to throw in the Chronos here at Lina, and it's a huge setup for Jakiro. You throw an Ice Pass in after, you can throw in Mako Pyre. Team Aster's draft looks way better than RNG's right now.
I mean, and the Spaces Void is one of the worst things. If you're playing Carry Weaver, Lizard, you've played Carry Weaver in your day. How happy are you to see the enemy team when they have Void?
In my day? What? In my day? Yeah.
Before you were old and forgetful.
Yes. Sometimes I say, wait, that wasn't 5 years ago. That was 10 years ago. At this point, it feels bad, man. But yeah, it's not great, right? Even in the laning stage itself, time dilation is terrible. Later on, Chrono is just difficult to work against. They do manage to get this nice Stalker in, which will prevent, let's say, Faceless Void early on from having a game. If you get that Blink Dagger early on, you can jump the backlines. The Faceless Void, the Pango, that AoE silence is a big issue. But like this time around, RNG really have to play this game fast. In that first game, okay, I could see both of those teams being able to scale well into the late game. It only mattered who gets that snowball effect. But here, RNG, I mean, you have a ton of minus armor, and now Brutus, yeah.
Okay.
Yikes.
Okay. Yeah, so as you were talking about
Lizard, be my guest. Break this down for me.
Okay. Instead of breaking it down for us, right? How on earth do you deal with this Broodmama, this game? They have like practically no real big clear. Chalice, I was really envisioning him having a breakout game here because of how good this Night Stalker is against some of these heroes, like you're mentioning, if he gets that early blink. Brood, not one of those heroes that cares that much, or what the Night Stalker's doing. And now Pango is playing support, so they've got like still the team fight aspect of this hero without having to worry about the hard counter from the off lane. Ooh, the spider. Yeah, tell us, Lizard, because I don't want to answer this one. How does the spider perform in this game?
It looks like a very simple, straightforward game for Team Aster. But yet, I was wrong in that game 1. I might be here. All these things do make sense. Like you said, Broodmother last pick. Okay, let's just put that aside. Let's talk about everything else. You have Jakiro, Lina, Faceless Void. Limited by cooldowns, sure. But whenever they do have those cooldowns, they should take every single fight here. And if you're limited by cooldowns, maybe that's a little bit of a problem when you're playing into minus armor, because they can take rush real fast and they can perhaps snowball off of that. As long as they find a way, by the way, I love that Rubik set, as long as they find a way to deal with the Broodmother. How do they deal with it? Put a Rubik there, let him spam Fade Bolt, steal the spiders or something.
It doesn't work like it used to, unfortunately, because it now does percentage damage reduction, not flat damage reduction of the spiders.
Yeah.
They used to be my favorite trick against gargoyles back in the day. When you're playing Rubik, he runs at you with the gargoyles, and they only end up doing like 5 damage a hit when you use Fade Bolt on them. I missed that.
All right, Neff, what can they do in your opinion to deal with the spider? Or is it one of these where Team Aster, are they debating themselves, or is this the kind of spider that RNG don't have the capability of squishing?
I think this is like a no honor Broodmother pick, man. I'm not sure there's a solution to this one in this game. Like, you're going to be dealing with these huge cooldowns a lot of the time, and then you're also going to be like, your attention's going to be pulled to elsewhere where the Broodmother is, and you can't leave Weaver by himself because you're just going to rush an Orchid on the Broodmother and then find solo kills off into him. Like, they have to play around cooldowns, and then they have to go run and deal with the Broodmother after that, which makes the game super hard.
Well, the game is going to be hard, but let's see if RNG have what it takes to win this game, win the series, and win those all-important DPC points and a date with the final boss of PSG.LGD. Lizard, Neff, take it away for Game 2. Good luck, boys.
Right. I noticed that you wanted to say something before we jumped into this one, Lizard. My apologies for cutting you off.
No, I just wanted to say you're calling me old, and you're at the same time familiars are gargoyles for you. Come on, bruh.
There's a couple that I just couldn't get out of my vocabulary. The gargoyles being one of them. My roommate is a former Visage spammer before she stopped playing Dota.
I see. Yeah, gargs. Good old mass gargs. So do you think this Broodmother will take over completely?
Yeah, I'm like maybe you'll be able to clear it out with Snapfire, but the whole logic between this Weaver and Snapfire lane, you just want to take advantage of the minus armor. Like you could run Broodmother down here. Jakiro isn't great at getting the bugs off of XNSS, so maybe if the first couple of levels go your way, you'll be able to shut down XSS. But I think once you get to like level 4 or 5, it'll really start going the way of Aster down here in this bottom lane.
What do you think about Sami's cat on that Pango? Position 5 Pango coming through?
Not a fan.
Huh?
I think like the ultimate's gonna come out way too late. You're not gonna be able to have a huge impact inside these team fights. It's not like your disarm is like crazy good this game because that one's just dispellable, right?
Yeah. I also felt like they took this Jakiro to for it against the TA and make her lane miserable, and then TA isn't even a safe lane carry, but they still rolled the position 4 Jakiro. At this point, it doesn't matter. You're brooding. Like,
yeah.
If you're brooding, it doesn't really matter who your 4 is any longer. If you're not countered, that is.
Yeah, but it all comes down to whether or not XSS, survives this minus armor or getting run at by the bugs, and we'll find out how that goes. I think once Weaver hits his level 3, when he's got the 1/1/1.
Should be fine.
Yeah.
With Voka being there. With dual breath, liquid fire, slowing them down a bit.
Yeah. This is a pretty awful attack speed, though. So, again, I mentioned that he does struggle to get the bugs off of him. But your hands are going to be so full that I don't think you're going to have the opportunity to stack for Somnus. This game is another issue. And Templar Assassin really needs their positions forwards to do that.
Yeah, and this lane as well is pretty solid. It's not like a lane in which Lina has to dominate, but it kind of goes this way. You're a TA, you run up to Ori, he hits you with Dragon Slave and then just continues whacking you, right? And if he manages to control the lane equilibrium, he should be able to out-CS you early on, which is what he's doing at the moment, at least.
Yeah, he's making sure to push the wave into the tower as soon as he goes to get the water round, and then it's going to make Somnus miss at least one last hit here. So controlling the wave super well here on Orion. Bottom lane, we actually end up losing X-Nova, and XSS, he ends up going down afterwards. That level 3 he's got now, he ends up putting a second point into Saguchi there. I think he grabbed that one after. Ended up going down, and actually getting chased down here. Is forced to pop the magic stick. He's got a Fairy Fire as well, so I think he's being a little bit more greedy than he should, but thankfully when Snapfire comes down, bring a little bit of regen.
He's got that snap top lane.
Yeah,
they can't
pulls
kill him
back, but yeah. Runs right back in the tower. Monet's going to get a couple hits off him. Thankfully gets a bash on the Chalice, but struggling here now on the Pangolier. He does have Self, so he's able to heal himself back up, though. Bottom lane, Bobaka's kind of low, but Sakuchi not quite off a cooldown yet. I don't think he wants to dive underneath that tower. Salve's back up to full as well.
On one side, you have your support sacrificing himself, bringing back regen. On the other, you have Boboka taking the first blood and also making his core bring him regen, so...
Yeah, so it makes it not as bad. How do you feel about the skill build on the Weavy? I was certain he'd go 1-1-1. Oh, yeah, top lane. Ends up pulling back. Looks like he's about to go down. The Pango, position 5. Pango not going too hot. Almost ended up dropping on God King down the bottom lane, but next to was force-feeding himself.
You wanted to probably ask about the Swarm, right? Not getting it on. I think it's fine when you're a core. When you're a position 1 Weaver, it's all right. I actually love the build that he's doing. This is literally the same. The one that I enjoy the most. There are some players that perhaps say that they don't need Falcon Blade or the mana region that it gets. I just enjoy it quite a lot. The build-up is nice. Like some Raindrop, Raid Band plus Falcon Blade and Wand, and I'm a happy beaver early on.
Yeah, it's the same sort of argument that you see for like I guess Falcon Blade on the Razor, where okay, if I have more mana regen, I can farm up faster. Weaver gets around the map quicker by having the Falcon Blade, the extra mana regen he has from that.
Yeah, exactly. You're just way more active.
Yeah, Lift comes out. Yeah, Monet, he ends up getting slowed down as well. A couple auto attacks off to him. Ring of Health to keep him healthy, so to speak. Felix is about to go down. I think they're going to turn this on him. I think 2 more auto attacks and he's down, but he's forced to back off there. Again, once you commit the shield crash and the swashbuckle, especially given that it just turned to nighttime there as well, they didn't want to stand their ground against Chalice.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
That was the game changer, right? The moment the night hits, the Night Stalker is the boss of this lane, so you can't really be you can't really be the aggressors any longer.
So now Monet has to be a little bit careful. He's gone 2-0-2 on the Night Stalker, so at the very least he doesn't have Crippling Fear in order to shut down Monet, but he has to be careful with his time walk in this lane. Mid lane we see Pango setting up behind Lina, but I don't think much is going to come out of this. That's another part of the... Oh, X-Nova down to the bottom lane. Ice Path comes out. He's held in place. Doesn't have any points in Insatiable Hunger, so the damage is coming out pretty slowly. It looks like going to turn it down to Baboka. X-Nova, 2 more auto attacks will finish him off, but yeah, he salved back up, and now they're learning to target on XXS. He doesn't have any points in the Swarm, but I think he's just going to run him down here with Sakuchi. Couple auto attacks, and Felix coming in as well, but he's back to the tower.
It's just not enough damage. There's actually an issue here. Okay, maybe they can turn it to the Rubik. XSS, he's showing himself.
Yeah, they can see him, and there it is. Didn't even need to commit the liftoff on that one. Ended up bringing down XSS, and now this lane. We were worried about this. If it does end up going the way of the Weaver here, his Orchid just ends up coming out a little bit too slow, and you're not really brooded anymore. Somnus ends up getting gone on, but he's just going to walk away.
Because it's not the same hero, right? Like, you can still, if you manage to delay his level 6 and his first item progression, suddenly the Brood doesn't snowball as hard, so... It's possible. Honestly, like, this RNG's draft, if they do manage to snowball, they take objectives and they take Roshan just extremely quickly. So, it could happen that, let's say a chrono or 2 are whiffed, like those early chronos, the game can completely crumble for them. It's possible. Unlikely, because they do have this Brood that's supposed to be creating this insane pressure and just giving all the information that you need, but still, if RNG plays all their cards right, it can happen.
Yeah, right now you have more than one, you have like a 1.5 level advantage over the Broodmother right now on the Weaver. And he has gone early, you went for this Falcon Blade. We mentioned that you didn't really have enough damage on the Broodmother as he's trying to chase down the Snapfire. You think not going any points into Insatiable Hunger was a mistake, or do you think that was necessary against the Weaver in lane, who you're not going to be hitting that often?
Yeah, I guess it's because of the Weaver as well. You don't really want to go face first into a Snapfire too, as a Broodmother, so I can understand the skill build.
Over the mid lane, yeah, they end up losing Pangolier again. Hasn't had a huge impact so far this game.
He stole the rune?
Runes. Yeah, he got the double damage rune. He did it. But
it's a brave little Pangolier. At least gets the rune, but once again, I feel like Somnus is... the moment the moment you're supposed to start pressuring him is the moment in which Aster's team kind of just doesn't do that and even gives him a couple of kills, resurrects him into the lane.
Yeah. And now we can start clearing out these stacks that were made for him. I mean, it's only a double stack over at the Ancient and triple over on the hard camp. Actually, now he's going to head back to lane for now. So, I mean, you mentioned that the Chronosphere is such a big tool in finding these kills, but I feel like it's still a little bit too early for the Phases Void to be looking for rotations.
No,
because that's time that he's not getting creeps.
Yeah, I agree completely. Maybe you can if the right opportunity shows itself, appears, right? But that's not something that you want to be doing, at least not at the moment. You want to be hitting creeps, getting those levels, getting closer and closer to Battle Fury.
Dark Ascension comes out, looks for Monet here. He's already under the tier 2 tower, though, so he's not going to be able to keep up this chase. And everyone else on the side of Aster, they move back. Monet, he goes a little bit too far forward. He ends up getting hit by the Crippling Fear here. Dual Breath tries to slow down Chalice, and yeah, Monet, he's going to be able to walk away.
Yeah, they're just pressuring them real hard. Even though Monet survives, you have both of your supports right next to you. Because of that, you're not helping the Broodmother pressure bottom lane harder. All these things mean that Weaver and TA are getting more space than the cores on the other side, and they might hit that critical timing to snowball.
Yeah, and now they're able to chase XSS. The bug's giving him vision onto him, and they're just going to chase him down underneath the tier 1 tower. No need for God King to stop. 2 more auto attacks? Not just one. Ends up finishing him off.
So, like, one of the most important things to have against Brood is some sort of catch that holds her in place for a prolonged time. Like Kunkka X marks the spot, right? Or heroes that can blow her up, such as Tiny. But vision and being able to transcend the trees and follow her across barriers that she can move, right? Because of the web, is just as important. So all those spirits like Storm, Ember that can follow her, and in this game, I was thinking about it. I thought maybe it won't be that great. TA?
Chronosphere ends up coming out. Yeah, the Ice Path immediately after the Chrono, and he's underneath the Macropyre the whole time. Somnus is going to be able to walk out of this one. Fraction ends up going back up in the middle of that, so he ends up blocking a lot of damage. Mortimer Kisses come out onto Monet. He tries to follow him, but he's not going to be able to finish him off. Nah. Laguna Blade comes out, but no one ends up going down in this entire team fight. Chalice, he thinks about going back in. Baboka, he ends up dropping. One more auto attack if he can connect it onto it, but he can't. Ends up getting finished off there by Somnus. So that's your Chrono play, and you mentioned this could have been disastrous, and it has been.
Yep, it's like the worst scenario for them. They use that Chrono, they don't get anything for it, and they lose a couple of heroes. And yeah, we were just diving. Has that ulti to work with too.
Yeah, he's gonna be just fine.
I love how Baboka just refused to leave the triangle without a kill. He's like, no, I'm a Jakiro, I'm gonna use all my spells, someone is gonna die. Chalice, where are you?
I mean, the follow-up, he did follow up to the Chronosphere there. We saw a Laguna Blade come out, but again, nobody ends up going down there. And I don't know, the fact that you committed so much there and found nothing makes your game even more difficult. The 3k net worth advantage now for the side of RNG, and again, you're not really getting brooded. You mentioned anything that can follow people up, and Dark Ascension, this is going to be your vision game for getting on top of XSS. And they do come out with a Rolling Thunder here, but he just ends up dodging around and then weaves back in and ends up grabbing him. Laguna Blade comes out and does end up finishing off Felix here. Rolling Thunder does end. Siamese Cat, he's going to get chased down now. God King ends up committing onto Ori instead, wants to grab him, realizes he's the priority target, switches over to the Pangolier after Ori backs off though, so ends up being a 2-for-1 trade. You lose the Rubik, and not bad at all for RNG. They turn their sights over to the mid-tier 1 tower, but they find Baboka as well. Chalice actually might just drop. He does. Macropyre ends up taking him down. On the other side, you force a time-lapse there on God King.
Yep. They're pushing it a little bit too far, at least Chalice is. But I still like the way they're playing. I still like the amount of pressure that they're bringing to this game, completely preventing Broodmother from getting that one item, which... Look, at this point for me, Broodmother's game is already messed up. Like, 13 minutes into the game, she hasn't really pressured the tier 1. Weaver pretty much wasn't forced out of the lane. He hasn't left it, right? So all of those things that you want to be doing as a Broodmother were not accomplished. So your Brood game, per se, is already pretty much bad. Now you have to somehow make a comeback with this Orchid, which might come in handy. You are playing versus a Weaver. It's not great.
Yeah, at the very least, it looks like this Orchid's going to come out before the Weaver has like a BKB or something like that, because he's going for a Maelstrom this game. He wants to be able to farm up. But you are significantly behind where you're meant to be on the Broodmother. It's like you mentioned, it's not done what you needed to do this game. We'll get the tier 1 tower now. But again, this is not till the 14-minute mark in the game. The enemies have taken your tier 1 over in the mid. They've taken your tier 1 top. They definitely have the advantage. Your plan has somewhat failed. They smoke up. They're trying to invade the enemy team's jungle now. The tier 1 is down in the bottom lane, but I'm not sure they're going to connect with anything. The only person here is Chalice, and he's pretty tanky.
I have to say, I really like the fact that after the Falcon Blade, God King went straight for the Ring of Health, and only the Ring of Health. He didn't just...
Commit for Lincolns?
Yeah, he didn't commit for a Lincoln's instantly after.
Yeah. Do you think that he just needed this Maelstrom done right away, or do you think the Lincoln Sphere just wasn't worth getting this game, given that like the main thing you're afraid of is Ice Path and Chronosphere? Oh.
Mid lane?
Lose X Nova.
Chalice.
Yeah, and over in the mid lane, Chalice, he's dropping pretty low. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to finish him off. He can outrun all these spiders, and they turn their eyes over to XSS. And again, the vision that you have against this Broodmother. He's just going to end up dropping here. Blink from Somnus ends up finishing him off. 2 hits, and he's down.
Yeah, just really good moves from them, saving the Night Stalker and also getting a kill on the Broodmother. But back to your question, I think you even can't go for Lincolns. I feel it's game-breaking. When you're playing this position 1 Weaver and you don't have a Maelstrom, you go straight into Lincolns. I really don't know how you would farm even, so... yeah, just getting that Maelstrom straight into the BKB afterwards. Is BKB the greatest here? You're still playing into a Chronosphere, right? So it won't really matter that much. But it will help out with everything else, so I can definitely see it working.
Yeah, there's things like disarms from the Pango once he's got his lucky shot. They can be a real nuisance. Jakiro's entire kit.
Yeah. You don't want to...
still a little bit of...
Yeah, you don't want to run into an ice path and die that way, right? You'd feel pretty silly, so BKB will help out with that.
Yeah. Speaking of Lina, she ended up going for a Shadow Blade this game. We ended up losing the Pangolier. Picked off. Position 5. Inconsequential, though. He's bound to be going down for plays like that.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Lina travels into Shadow Blade instead of travels BKB that we see very often. Which I guess allows Ori to make some pickoffs, but how do you make pickoffs when you're pretty much on the defensive side, right? You're the ones being pressured constantly, and you saw that Roche, I didn't.
Yeah, I did. I've got my camera open and then our observer. I'm trying to switch between the two.
Yeah.
It ended up grabbing that one.
Yeah, it just fell within a second. So.
Yeah. I got so much minus armor, right? Bottom lane, they end up catching the Broodmother. He's just going to go down instantly. And like you said, Brood doesn't really have a game. I'm not sure they're even going to find this kill off on a Snapfire. Once she leaves the webs, they're not going to have the movement speed anymore on those Spiderlings.
Yep. Just, he's not really having a good series.
No.
That is...
You talk this guy up so often. I mean, he's a very, very good offlaner.
No, he really is. There's a reason I talk him up. Like, he's been a beast. For the pretty much entirety of 2021. And in the DPC season as well, you've been watching him. We've both been watching him. He's
you were highlighting a lot of things that he was doing over the season. Super impressive stuff from him.
Just that this particular series so far has not been that great.
Yeah. And it could have gone either way down the bottom lane, I feel, but his game it was shut down pretty hard. And then, of course, post-laning phase, it's not like you have the perfect Brood game, because again, there's the bugs that latch onto you, follow you, try to run away in the trees. You're playing against a Night Stalker, so good against this hero.
Yep.
So if you don't get that good start,
once he gets that BKB plus Orchid, he'll be he'll be a bit more useful, I guess. You'll be able to perhaps isolate and kill off a Rubik or a support. But problem is,
oh, Laguna Blade comes out, ends up melting X Nova. They're going to try to keep this chase going. Nah, never mind. He turns around on Siamese Cat. Actually, they do catch up Rubik. I mean, this is what you were just talking about. Isolating him backside the team fight, but unfortunately, Chalice on top of him. There's no getting away from this one. Well, they get the disarm off, so it's forced to turn around, but finish off there by Somnus. Ice Path comes out, doesn't end up connecting with anything, but stunned up there on the Lina from Somnus. He's too far forward. A couple more auto attacks, and he'll end up going down. It does still have the Aegis available, though. Yeah, he does drop. Chronosphere finally coming out off one of the Weaver. There's nothing you can do about this one, and he just ends up dropping.
Really
Fight's
nice
not over.
Chalice.
Oh,
And he gets killed. Yeah.
Ends up catching that one on the backside of the team fight.
Hey, still though, I think it's a slight victory for Aster. Rubik's buyback was used as well unsuccessfully. So overall, this is the first chrono that they've used in a pretty decent manner. So, like you said, isolating that Rubik with the Orchid early on, The only problem is, I still don't feel like the Broodmother is that hero that you're afraid of going into. Like,
Yeah.
the best Brood game is when you're afraid of going into that.
Oh, the stolen Chronosphere ends up catching him out on XSS, and he goes down to Somnus.
I didn't even see him stealing that,
Me
actually.
either.
Yeah.
Feel like he's just that good.
That's the buyback. That's the... It actually paid out in the end, yeah. Paid off.
Yeah. And they're going to keep this aggression going. They've got vision off here onto Lina, the dust out onto her, and she's not going to be able to get away. Shadowblade not going to help you there. Maybe a BKB, but now, Chalice, if he gets on top of him once more, but he can't. He ended up going down on Siamese Cat. Double kill going the way of Somnus. And like you said, that BKB ended, or sorry, the buyback ended up coming in clutch there. And now they're going to turn the rise towards the tier 2 tower mid. Fortify will save it though.
This is that one big issue that we talked about with having one big spell that your whole team fight is pretty much built around, and that's the Chronosphere. Sure, if you have a strong offlaner as Broodmother, she pretty much has no cooldowns, right? And because of that, this Chrono should work. This Chrono setup should work. As Broodmother is constantly mounting some aggression on the enemy side of the map.
You got the macro fire as well. Sorry, continue.
But the moment the Brood thing fails, your whole draft is a house of cards. Like, everything else just doesn't work that well anymore.
Yeah, you have to hope that you get these perfect team fights around the Chronosphere, and if that doesn't happen, then like you mentioned, everything falls apart. You don't have that X factor of the Broodmother. He's like, this was supposed to be a hero that could potentially stop Weaver from farming out lanes by himself, but instead, all he can really do is find these solo picks offs onto Weaver when he's out of position now in these team fights.
Yeah, and that same Weaver that you just mentioned that wasn't zoned out, because of that fact, he has a BKB hero. They do get a kill on him.
And then Felix runs off into the trees there. So Baboka not having such an easy time this game. And they are going to grab the tier 2 over in the top lane. That'll open up Outpost their way, and Map Control, XP Network, they're all going to start to heavily swing the way of RNG more than they already are.
Possible, what do you think for them to...
we're about to lose Pango again. We do, and we're about to lose another hero up at the top lane. Felix, he tries to time walk away. Can he get out?
Yep.
He does!
Such a good Ruby game too. You have that ice pad to steal, the time walk is really neat as well. Rolling Thunder, if it happens, also pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, we're questioning some of these heroes that they drafted. Like, we saw the Weaver, Rubik, and Snapeye, and we're sure that like one of these heroes were going to be played in position 3 at that point. But they ended up grabbing a Night Stalker as well. Like, it was too good of a Rubik game to pass up. There's so many good spells to steal, and he has been just on point, getting the Macro Pyres, getting that Chronosphere, making his buyback worth it. He looks, he's popping off on this hero. This is supposed to be a Planet signature hero, man. Felix is looking great on it.
Yeah, I think Felix is also a pretty damn good Rubik player. Have seen him in the past, obviously. Monet, he does have that Chrono to work with, but so what? You don't really have damage.
Yep, and you do have the BKB on the Weaver, so if you don't manage to finish him off, and he's able to get that time-lapsed BKB and then just, Sakuchi away.
I like the Manta pickup, right? Like, you're playing into a TA, it's pretty solid, but they need to find some kills.
Yeah, the Manta doesn't do anything against a Night Stalker, unfortunately, so as long as Chalice get on top of you with his BKB, like, you're just getting held in place.
Yep.
This game pretty hard for the side of Aster. That one fight went their way, but off the back of it, you ended up stealing that Chronosphere on Rubik, and Broodmother's game got even harder. The Spider is 1-8. I would say that she has been crushed. Level.
Yeah, she doesn't have a game anymore. He was, like, XXS, he was trying to go for Orchid into BKB so that he can go into the backlines and perhaps kill off supports.
Oh, the time walk out of that one immediately. They turn around, steal Laguna, end up grabbing Ori off of it too.
They don't have BKBs on the side of Aster as well. They all opted not to go for BKBs. Your Faceless Void isn't buying it, the Lina as well.
Chalice just making a beeline over here on the mid lane. They get on top of the Jakiro here. The Rolling Thunder comes out. They try to disarm him, but he pops the BKB and just melees him down. All of his team has to sit there and watch. Faces forward, he can't commit the chrono off on that. There's no way he's going to be able to defend high ground. This is a beatdown now.
Yep. This definitely feels like a disaster, really. I can understand the Shivas. They have a ton of minus armor. You need it, but at this point, it just feels like you're just not ready to fight ever on the side of Aster, and you need some sick chrono plus Lina just constantly dishing out damage to even have a chance of killing a hero or two.
I mean, you want to be sneaky with this Shadow Blade, then you do the opposite with the Shiva's Guard. It just feels like Ori's grasping at straws here for how he wants to play this one.
Yep. It's, you know, you're just trying to stop the bleeding that happened from that offlane. This whole game is just one big grasp for those straws that you just mentioned.
As the Chronosphere we see, and I don't think it's going to be a save for the Weaver. There isn't. Laguna Blade ends up finishing him off. They're all sitting underneath the Macro Pyre if they want to take this team fight, but Chalice, he's going anyway. BKB is on cooldown for another 4 seconds, but he doesn't care. He's going to try to chase. He dodges out the Light Strike Array, and Somnus ends up finding the kill off onto Baboka. Dark Ascension... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, 1-8.
Yeah, Chalice is just going to go in, and there's no getting away from this one. Again, you don't have BKB available on this Faces Void. You have the Manta style. He does end up getting the Time Walk. Night Stalker is forced to back away because he's just pumping out too much damage on Ori, but damage is coming out from Somnus even more. Shiva's Guard does end up keeping him alive, so that one ends up paying off. Tries to jump back in on Monet. His time dilation ends up being off the mark, though. Tries to continue to chase after Chalice, but he ends up getting away as well. Other side of the fight, X-Nova ended up trying to go back in, and he's punished for this one. Finished off there by Monet.
I need to say that I do like the approach from XXS in the end there. Like, he was thinking BKB Orchid, and then he decided, okay, look, I'm not really able to right-click anything anyway, so let me just go for this Shard plus Aetherlance. Suddenly his Silken Bola actually is doing work in these fights. And
he pivoted.
Yeah, and that whole fight went, I would even say, better for Aster than I expected. They caught the best possible targets in the chrono, right? That's the Weaver. Second, they didn't disengage properly. They stuck around a little bit, and I thought that they might be punished for it, but no. They did manage to keep their forces together and slowly fall back. In the end, only Pango bought back. So it's not a big deal.
Off onto X-Nova, but they get on top of XSS. The Spider squashed again. That's all they're going to get off of this one. But I'd say, again, kind of inconsequential death. The Broodmother's definitely, not in the starring role anymore this game.
Yep, that's definitely true.
So you can't afford to have the Broodmother go down. Up at the top line, you end up chasing Baboka across the map. Chalice ends up finding off the kill into the Jakiro while they take Vershawn.
Yep. At the same time, they might be chasing Void and the Pangolier and the Lina as well. Rubik has TP'd bottom. He's setting it up.
Yep. You get the stun off the Light Strike Array. Okay, there's the detection. Does he have another disable? Oh, there it is. The lift ends up connecting. And it looks like Ori's going to go down. Just barely. Last fraction of a second, they get that kill.
They're just picking them off left, right, and center.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing their best to split up the map so they can't take advantage of this Aegis and push high ground right now. They need more time. But they're punishing them for it so well.
Are you sure that they're doing it by splitting up the map, or do you think RNG is just playing with their food at this point? Yeah.
I thought that was the Spider's job, play with the food.
Yeah.
Normally.
Normally it is, but perhaps not in this game. They did scout out the Void on top lane. Remember, he doesn't have a BKB, so if Chalice gets on top...
No. He ends up chasing him in the wrong direction. If he scouts him out by somehow getting on top of him with a blink, that would be insane, but it doesn't end up happening. Felix is trying to give him the assist there.
Yeah, Chalice, by the way, also has that Basher now. So even when you get the BKB, it doesn't mean that you'll get out. They were split pushing.
So, do you think his job is still to get on top of the Faces Void in these team fights, or do you think he tries to go for Ori with this Basher?
I think he can go on anyone at this point. It's the best to kill Void before he uses Chrono, right?
Yeah.
But Lina is the real damage dealer.
Oh, there's a Dark Ascension. He's so close to his BKB. He's 75 gold away, and he's going to go down.
That's just sad.
Uh,
It's kind of, yeah, like he's been surviving and dodging these ganks for a really long time. From the top lane, TP's bottom, farms a creep wave, but what can you do when you're constantly hunted? It's you show your face on the map, they just start running after you instantly. It's not an easy position to be in as a carry.
Man, it just pushes him slightly further away from this BKB, and they still have another 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Wave ends up meeting his tier 2 tower as well. I don't think he's going to have a chance to finish this BKB before the next team fight. He's probably going to have to sell like his wand or something in order to get it.
Or you just, if they pressure high ground, if they make that undisciplined, let's call it, approach into just trying to push, maybe you can capitalize on it. Jakiro plus Chronosphere plus Nina on the high ground should be pretty solid. The only thing is, there's still 2 more minutes on Aegis. There's a double damage on TA. And the Daedalus.
They're trying to catch out to Ori with this one. Light Strike ends up being off the mark and gets a lift off onto Ori. And here comes Samus with the double damage rune. You have a lot of armor, but not enough for that kind of damage to crit. Almost 1,300.
One of those best things that TA brings to your game is all the traps on the map. So you really need a gem. I think they did buy it. It's on Pango. But after you buy that gem, you actually need to go outside of your base to be able to use it and reward all the traps.
Like he's 0 and 9. He's a little bit shy at this point.
Yep, understandable. probably walking through the hallways with books across his face, right? Like, just only his eyes are showing.
He actually throws the gem off onto his courier for this next team kite because he's so afraid of going down here. In 24 seconds right now without the Lina, Dark Ascension ends up coming out. And he's going to go for his throne! He ends up connecting with 2 as well on the backside. It's slowed down here on the Broodmother. I'm not sure you're going to be able to get away from this one. A couple auto attacks, 2 more. He ends up going down on XSS as well. 2 of these heroes down. Pangolier is controlling up Chalice on the other side of the team fight, but God King working away on this tier 3. With this minus armor from the Desolator, they're going to make quick work of this one. Did he end up dodging that? Or he's got the Dispel. He has the Dispel for the Silken Boa, so he's not going to miss any of these attacks off on the racks. XSS isn't going to be able to stall this one out. And Chalice threatening to jump on anyone who tries to defend this racks. They end up losing that one, and everybody now backs off.
Yeah, they are losing Aegis, or it's being reclaimed in 15 seconds, so they decide to go back. But seriously, at this point...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is so important that they win this match. If you win this one, you're guaranteed some extra DPC points if you manage to close out this series and go into the grand finals.
If they continue playing like this, they most certainly will. As it's one of those games which are, at this point, really difficult to lose. 24k ahead. Swift Blink on the TA. Aghanims on that Snapfire, just yeeting that Night Stalker behind enemy lines. Like, I'm not sure, like, Aster, yeah, you can use a Chrono and kill off a Weaver, perhaps, but even 4 versus 5, RNG looks stronger. Like, after that, like, even 4 versus 5, I think they take a fight.
Yeah, Stonks, baby, triple bounty runes you picked up there on Somnus. But yeah, like, if you kill the Weaver, it doesn't feel like it's a super huge deal. It's this Templar Assassin's got almost 28,000 net worth right now. And if you can kill the TA, you might be able to win a fight, but getting onto her, she feels so tanky. She's got level 25 for all these extra refraction charges as well.
Okay, do you think that if they use the Chrono and kill only 1 core, they take the fight afterwards? No matter what core, TA, Weaver, or Night Stalker?
If it's TA, then I think they have a chance. But that's if nothing. That's if RNG does nothing else while that Chronosphere comes out, I think.
Yeah.
Because as long as you don't lose any heroes, that is, I think, a little bit too optimistic of a situation.
They are smoking up. They will give it a go.
Chalice has Dark Ascension, though. Do they have vision on him? They do. They can see him. If they can get it before he pops his BKB, but they're going to go for this one. Ends up getting the bash off on him. Monet, Chronosphere ends up coming out. Drops the macro pyro on, but there it is. Templar Assassin's going for Ori, and he ends up melting him. A couple more auto attacks, finishes him off on the side of the team fight. They end up getting challenged, but they're losing the entire team. Somnus does way too much damage. 2 hits ends up breaking down Papoka. Monet forced to time walk away. They're trying to stay on the ground against Somnus, but he gets an ultra kill. There is no way they have anything left. He's going to go for the rampage here. Continues to chase down Monet, and that is it. GG is called.
Yep.
Monet, I think he's going to end up getting away. How long until he's got to live? 3 seconds. Monet's trying to run for it. He doesn't want to give up the rampage of Somnus, and there it is. The throne goes down. 29 take that with advantage, and RNG end up taking the series 2-0, giving them an overall record of 3-1 to Aster.
Some things are just not meant to be. He dodges that rampage, does not allow him to get it. But man, that last fight was 2 versus 5. Like, it was pretty much just Snapfire and TA doing the damage, and Night Stalker was he was the taunt. Yeah, he just ate the chrono, and that's it. Felix and the Weaver, they weren't even around. They were just getting to that fight.
Oh, what a fight to end off with, and what a game to end off with. Team Aster knocked out of the tournament in 3rd place. No DPC points for them. RNG, like you mentioned, Neff, they've taken the 3-1, and what a victory. And for me, it's not just how hard they looked when they were winning the game. We were talking about this, and Lizard, I'm really glad that at the very end of the analysis, before the game started, you made a point of trying to disaggregate the Brood from the rest of the team, because we really saw that once they focused on that Brood, absolutely everything fell apart and they couldn't do anything. They spent so much of the game, like you mentioned, just trying to recover. At some point, I saw them like 12 minutes, and they were losing on kills, they were losing on gold, losing on experience. But when I looked at the scores of everybody else except Brood, it looked okay. It's just the Brood's game was so bad. And then the Pangos game started becoming terrible. Then everything just gets worse and worse. Not all of this not helped by the fact that I think Planet is now out of contention as the best Rubik of the tournament, because Felix Shabanef, my God, what a performance.
Yeah, that guy absolutely popped off. I mean, questionable buyback to him at first, but after he managed to steal that chrono and make XSS's game even worse, man just popped off way too hard. And everyone on RNG, but exactly what we talked about ended up happening. Somnus has had amazing performances in the DPC season and in these finals, and ended up carrying this team on his back. This man, I hope PSG.LGD going forward have some strategies to shut this guy down, because you cannot let him find farm.
What's kind of crazy to me about what he did in this game was the heroes he did it on, right? He played TA in the second game. He hasn't played TA this season, right? Which is kind of ridiculous given the performance, right? It's been normally the Kunkers, the Storms, the Queen of Pains that look really strong. But now that he has that additional feather in his cap here, Lizard, when you're PSG.LGD, you're watching this game, right? You're thinking about how to deal with him. Does this TA from this performance now suddenly slide a bit up there in terms of heroes you need to be worried about? Because you don't think you want to let this happen. I mean, they try to contest them, they try to stop him in lane, doesn't work out. The first move into triangle, not only does it not work out, they end up actually accelerating the TA's progression in this game.
Which is something that they did in the first game too. Like, they accelerated his Lina in that match 1. With a couple of rotations by Baboka. He rotated mid and died twice. It wasn't him this time around, but they didn't really contest Somnus that well. I think PSG.LGD is a team that will not make a similar mistake and will make Somnus's life as hard as possible. And because of that, perhaps you can still ban out the TA, but if you are banning it out, most likely than not you're banning it out for that position 1. I have to say that I liked God King's performance overall. Considering that he's usually left alone, he still made a lot of things happen in the first game of the series and in the second one too. This second one, actually, he won it. Yeah, TA had the most damage and whatnot, but that safe lane is what broke Aster. Just killing the Brood, right? Like, making her life hell, itemizing as well really well. That Falcon Blade plus Ring of Health, just being able to stay on the lane and constantly pressure the Brood. It just makes Aster's game incredibly difficult. You're solely reliant on that Chronosphere, and if you don't have the Chronosphere, you don't have a game, because your Brood Mother is just not a hero at that point.
Yeah, and you were forced to pivot there on XSS. I did like, they tried to go for the Aether Lens build and be useful by throwing out Silken Boas and getting these silences off. Like, You did it best you could during given the circumstances, but it's exactly like you mentioned, Lizard. This game did not go how you wanted it to because of what God King ended up doing to XSS in that safe lane.
There was a moment, I think it was around the 10-minute mark. They made a dive onto X Nova in that lane, and they almost got a kill onto him. But unfortunately, not only does he survive, but at the same time, the God King gets a double out of it. It's not a good look. Another place where I think Aster really struggled, we saw, for example, the importance of that bottom lane support and Felix Shabar's performance on the other side of the map. For Aster, not only did Baboka's performance was okay, right? But it wasn't really that great the past 5 Pango. We were concerned about it at the start of the game. And not only did it not work out, right? It's a worrying trend here, gentlemen. Since the start of the season, Team Astos played 38 games, right? Being very successful in most of those games. However, they've only won 7 times when Siamese Cat is not playing either Snapfire, IO, or the Bane Elemental. That can't make you feel very good about a team, right? When it's that dependent on your support player being on his comfort heroes. Otherwise, it just doesn't work out.
Come on, like even if you're talking about these 2 games, I can see where you're coming from, but stats, I'm very sorry, Nahaz, do sometimes lie. It's sometimes it's
Heresy.
about sometimes it's about the game itself. It's not only about like what hero position 5 played. Like position 5's heroes, they do matter quite a bit in the game, but when it comes to the impact within the game, you're a 5. You're the lowest one there, right? When it comes to the impact, most of the time at least. So you can't blame the losses on him. Let's put these two games. They were literally broken on the offlane, I believe. Like I think that was the biggest issue. The first one with the Mars and the second one with the Brood Mother. And I've been praising XSS, so this feels very weird for me to be looking at him in this state.
XXX, I definitely don't think we saw his best series, but I think that really goes across the board here for Team Aster. But for RNG, now, although they are happy and they're jubilant about their success in this series, they now have to start thinking about the big game against PSG.LGD. 5 games potentially to still come. They were able to cruise to victory over Team Aster. They've got this 3-1, but PSG.LGD, they've only beaten them once properly in this season so far. So there's still a lot of revenge that they need to try and find in that particular game. I am wondering, right, based on the drafts that we saw here, because we did see them play fairly different style of games and fairly different approach to the game itself, right? Do you feel like it kind of felt to me like the part of them was also preparing for that next series, being like, listen, guys, if we just go cookie cutter every single game, there's just no way, right? And that kind of, to me, Neff, indicates that RNG still have confidence in the series, but probably they don't feel as big of underdogs as they probably everyone is considering them at this point, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like their biggest strength going up against a team of like PSG.LGD is like the wildcard factor, letting God King maybe do his thing. But PSG, they adapt to so many different scenarios so well, and they seem to experiment a lot more with their drafts than any other team did during the DPC season, Lizard. I know we were talking about that a lot when we were there. They just had a way more diverse hero pool. So I'm not sure their greatest strength is actually going to be a strength against a team like PSG. It might be just a situation where, Aster are the PSG.LGD slayers and RNG just not a good fit for playing against them. But, we also thought that Aster would be the favorites coming in this one. We thought they'd be the favorites with some of these drafts, and RNG ended up surprising us.
Yep.
RNG, I think for me, the biggest surprise about what we saw in this game was not a surprise, but the biggest uplift was that they were consistent across both games. That we didn't see the same up and down capacity that we sometimes see from the squad. So that probably gives us a good indication of how we're going to perform in the grand finals. But whilst they're preparing for that, we still have a long way to go until that game. 2 questions, gentlemen, before we close this out right now. Firstly, what do you see, or who do you see in the team, right, as the player that PSG.LGD need to focus on to deal with RNG? And who do RNG need to enable as much? I know when we spoke normally about Somnus, but like Lizard, like you mentioned, because he did so well in this game, it seems like when God King has a very good start like this, the game literally played itself. So potentially, is that a place where they need to focus more on enabling him? And who do they focus on the other side against LGD?
I feel like you hit the nail on the head there. Maybe it's time to let Somnus do his own work and help out the Silence a bit more, like enable Chalice or God King. It's difficult to say because in the last series, PSG.LGD, they didn't really pressure Godking that much. He was left alone to his devices to farm as much as he wanted to. He was just never able to, he was never able to contest Ame later on in that one-to-one carry matchup. So I'm really not sure. How do you deal with PSG.LGD at this point? RNG yesterday, they had everything. Everything was right for them. The draft, it was all there, and it still didn't work. I feel like you're in a good form right now if you're RNG. I think that they're playing well as a team. The strategies are coherent. The movements across the map as well. I feel like you just bring your A game versus PSG.LGD. You do your best. You don't stray away from your strategies that much, and see how it goes.
Absolutely. And Neff, with this all-school game being one where they were awarded DPC points, right? They've got that one extra 30 points in the bag now. They are currently, as we speak, in the top 10 on the rankings of the DPC. Potentially winning the next series, if they do, will catapult them quite high up on the numbers. Obviously, because of how competitive China is, it's one of the regions where every single point can make a difference. And we saw last season how much points can make a difference towards the end of the season. Do you think which team do you think has more pressure on them at this point regarding this road to TI when it comes to this last game? Is it going to be PSG.LGD still trying to sort of, keep that consistency of being the best in the world? Or do RNG feel that this might be one of the last times that they're this close to getting points this easily in this kind of situation?
I wouldn't say that this one is going to be easily. It's going to happen fast because it's a single series. It's going to decide quite a few points, but I think the bigger pressure is probably on PSG.LGD. Their fans went absolutely insane post TI when they ended up losing the grand finals team spirit. So for them to mess up here, I think it really would affect them poorly. So a lot of pressure for them to perform well. The expectation is that they win, and I think it hurts them when they don't live up to their fans' expectations.
Yeah, PSG.LGD, definitely the team in the world with the greatest amount of expectation behind them. Should they win, they are number one in the DPC standings and almost certain to guarantee themselves into TI. So a lot on their minds. RNG just have to focus on the final boss, and we just have to focus on that game coming up. It is going to be a while, though. We're giving these teams as much time to prepare and get ready as humanly possible, maybe even enough time to sneak in a quick replay watch. So we're going to be taking a fairly extended break until we return with that all-important grand finals. And gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here for the lower bracket final. Before I let you go, I know you might not have seen anything, Neff. You're going to hate it because I'm forcing you to guess blind. But what's going to be the scoreline? Not which team wins just, but give me the scoreline that you're expecting from these grand finals.
3-1.
3-1. All right, Lizard, what do you think?
Can I copy his homework? Because that sounds pretty much right.
Just this once.
Yeah, just this once. I'll do it.
So brave.
No, I can definitely see RNG taking a game. The way they're playing, I can see them taking a game off of PSG.LGD. Do I see them taking the series? Very unlikely. It's possible, and I would love to see even the series going full stretch. But 3-1 kind of sounds. You're not writing RNG off. Like you're being nice to them, but also you're saying, yeah, PSG.LGD, they're just unstoppable.
We will see whether or not PSG.LGD are as unstoppable as the billing proclaims. I seem to remember fairly similar conversations happening before the TI finals where Team Spirit ultimately took down PSG.LGD. So will they be able to keep that, change destiny rather, or does the story for RNG keep going and they find themselves in that pole position at the end of the tournament? We will find out after the break at the very end of this. For now, myself, Snare, Lizard, and Neff, we're done with the lower bracket final. When we return, the grand finals, top one here in the China regional finals will be determined. So stick around, don't go anywhere. And when we return, the resumption of the finals. We'll see you then. Welcome back, Dota World, to the grand finals here in the China regional finals for the first tour of the 2021-2022 season of the DPC. We're at the end of this long road at last. We're going to have one more series, one best of 5, to determine which team is the best in China. And of course, to determine which team gets those juicy DPC points. If it's PSG.LGD or if it's going to be RNG, we're going to find out together. And of course, to lead us on this journey will be myself, Snare, joined by some luminaries, some familiar faces from China. We've got B-Cop, we've got Lacoste. Gentlemen, how are you doing today? And how are you feeling about the games coming up?
I'm doing good, doing great.
good.
You know, finally being part of the China once again, because I think previous seasons that I worked were the most fun in terms of the, how the games were been playing now, and the crew was also fine. You know, my man B Cop, good to have him back on track. You know, good to work with him again.
The same could definitely be said about you, Lacoste. I love working with you. I love bringing in the knowledge when I can, like gloating and talking about off-lane bottles and other ridiculous things that we just don't see anymore. But it's
Maybe
fun.
next patch. We have a
Hopefully.
patch coming out in a couple of days, and maybe that's
Yep.
going to be changed.
Off-lane bottle making a comeback for sure. I'm
Well,
hoping.
in terms of comebacks, though, right, we're hoping as well that RNG can make something resembling a comeback here. They went up against PSG.LGD yesterday in the winner bracket final. Let's quickly take a quick peek at the bracket and see what their journey has looked like to this point. PSG.LGD, of course, took the easy road to make this happen, but B-Cup, let's talk about this RNG squad. They had some challenges, right? But they still somehow managed to pull it through. They beat Aster today. They lost to Aster at the beginning, but what are you expecting based on how this bracket has broken up so far?
I'm always expecting LGD. I don't know if I could say anything other than that. Just wouldn't be true to character, would it? But I got roasted. I think for day one I told you that Aster was gonna walk over RNG. I haven't eaten my words harder than I have at this point in time right now, because they destroyed Aster not once but twice, and it just feels probably so good for them. They've looked a lot cleaner. I think things have definitely shaped up for RNG. So ultimately, I think it's going to be LGD. I don't know if anybody else. I don't know if there's a soul out there who thinks, yeah, RNG's got this, but maybe they do. I don't know. There's big RNG fans, just like there are LGD fans. But
For a
I would
reason.
love it.
I
Yeah.
think the expectations coming into this series should be, RNG. I would say, even though they lost 2-0 in the upper bracket final, I would still say that they can, take a game off, maybe even two. Not going to happen most likely. They are the clear underdogs here, considering how good PSG.LGD are. But, it's a solid team. Like the way they've been playing in the DPC season, I think, they can pull off something. It's very hard to take the Titan down as PSG.LGD, but we'll see. I want to see the draft first. Like even the games that they lost in the upper bracket final, like they had very good drafts, but at the end of the day, like you need to break PSG.LGD, and the question is how. My answer is I don't know.
Well, it's a question that RNG is certainly thinking deeply about right now. We're seeing some of their greatest moments throughout the season, and they're a team which, at the very beginning, they had a very shock early loss to LBZS. It seemed like this team was going to be washed from jump, but they've been building strength to strength to strength week after week after week, and it sometimes feels like this team honestly has like an incredibly high ceiling, potentially as high as what PSG.LGDs has shown in recent times. However, the tail of the tape will tell us exactly what happens once we get into the draft, like you mentioned. But one thing I do want to speak about here is we have a sort of LGD versus LGD, because the team of RNG is comprised of 3 members of, although this iteration of PSG.LGD is probably the highest in terms of the ceiling we've seen them achieve, there was that long stretch of time, B-Cup, where the LGD of Somnus, of Ame, of Chalice, X Nova, FY, where that was out and out the best team in the world. And we've got 3 of those players coming back here. Does it make a difference? They're going to be playing against the carry who led them in a lot of those games with Ame. Will it have an impact? Is there that familiarity where they can potentially exploit something in LGD? Or does it go vice versa as well, even more so, where there's more players that has more tape around them and makes it easier for the PSG.LGD lineup?
I think the replays are there. I think you know your players. You know who you played with a long time ago. You know how to feel them out. You're going to know the X Nova wards. I think LGD have that advantage where X Nova seems like this crazy warder where he gives you this ridiculous vision. and Ame is just gonna be like, yeah, Xnova likes this word right here. Just throw a sentry over there. We got it. We'll take away the vision. We'll be fine. Like, it's gonna be the little intricacies that I think both sides might know about each other, but I think at the end of the day, you've got LGD who have, in my opinion, the tougher roster to beat, so and they'll take advantage a little bit more.
The tougher.
Yeah, one thing I always like, PSG.LGD is, we should not be biased, but they're one of my like favorite teams for a very long time, like this iteration of the team, and it's very hard to find a flaw in the way they play. Like, even if we go back to the international, the games that they lost, they were a bit stubborn. There was always like this thing that's going to happen, like if one team loses, especially in the grand finals, how do they do it? There was a lot of things, a lot of talking points, being stubborn, not banning out the Magnus. You don't ban Magnus because you think you can beat it. At the end of the day, you don't. But this team overall, just I don't know. They're like a solid unit together. That I don't remember like any of them. Even if someone has like a bad game, bad day, which often doesn't happen, the other members of the team are gonna back them up. And talking about the consistency, like, I don't remember seeing Fate Beyond have a bad game in like 2 years.
Yep.
So crazy.
Faith Beyond has been a rock for this team. It actually is insane how consistent he has been for as long a time as he has been. I mean, it's not just him, right? It's Faith Beyond, it's Ame, this Shinkyu, just incredible roster. And it does kind of seem unbeatable on its face. However, teams have done it. Aster, the team we've already seen eliminated today, they've beaten LGD in a championship environment. We've seen it happen with Team Spirit, like you're mentioning. So they certainly aren't infallible, no matter how strong they are right now. And RNG certainly do have the capability. The only question is, can they find the consistency, right? On day one, we spoke to Chalice after they won their game against Team Aster, and he was mentioning that to him, the most important thing is the draft. Draft every other time. However, like you mentioned, is that even if you win the draft against PSG.LGD, it might not mean that much. They could still adapt. They have so many ways of playing the game. So with that in mind, right, if that's being the case, how do you draft against LGD? What's the most effective way? Do you try to throw them as many curveballs as possible? Do you try to focus on your own comfort? Do you try and maybe find a strategic advantage? What do you do?
Yeah, I think you need to focus on your own game. PSG.LGD probably the most versatile team in the world in terms of like the heroes, variety of the heroes that they play. So you can't really just ban them out. They're playing Brewmaster all of a sudden, which is definitely not a common pick lately. We've seen some picks, but you need to focus on your own game, because like it's impossible to ban out their hero pool, and if you get into like too deep into mind games, I think you're gonna get out drafted. And this is what I always say, it's like I have certain expectations coming into this matchup. Any other matchup where you say, it's going to be 70-30, but then you see the draft and you're like, well, the numbers have changed. Like, I think a good example would be like, I don't know if you guys are watching other regions, NA yesterday, where you end up like Quincy Crew, they end up with draft with literally like no stuns, and they get Broodmother last pick, so they lose in 15 minutes pretty much. It's one of those games where like they could potentially pull it off. I'm not saying that RNG should like pick Meepo, but there are certain heroes, like especially if you have that like last gotcha pick, something like a Phantom Lancer, something like a CK that done before. Try to get them out of their comfort zone, but it's also PSG.LGD at the end of the day, so it's a bit tougher.
Yeah, it's very tough to beat this team because it's so hard to draft against them. A team that's willing to show you their cards early in the draft. They're not scared of showing you a Tinker in the first 2 picks. They're not scared of showing you the tools necessary to win their games. And then it's like, oh, well, Faith Beyond has an amazing game when he plays Lycan, when he plays Tide, and he does these things. But it's like he doesn't need those heroes. He's very stable on everything. But then you've got to worry about Nothing to Say, whose hero pool is really massive. And same with Ame, although he's not playing that many heroes. I know they're kind of limiting Ame at the moment. He can play a lot. You've got things like Kunkka that can be played by Nothing to Say, that can be played by Ame. Hell, we've seen it played by Faith Beyond. They put a lot of these different picks into different areas. So RNG, you have to be willing, maybe like Lucas said, step outside the box. And with somebody with God King, you can do that. He loves experimenting. He loves playing weird things going into the safe lane. And if RNG are down to it, maybe they might do that. And I'd love to see them give him something a little bit different.
I mean, we saw in the previous game, right, that he emerged with that Weaver, which he has played before in the season, but certainly not something that we see reliably played in the safe lane these days. So if they can keep that kind of experimentation going and back themselves and back their ideas, definitely we can have some impact out of them. And interestingly, I was going to bring up this point, gentlemen, that with all the games they've played, in addition to what PSG.LGD has played, PSG.LGD in most of their tournaments and most of the games, they've been sweeping 2-0. So RNG have played slightly more games this season. And as a result, they have one more hero overall picked. So one thing that we've often seen when RNG does really, really well, or they need a W, they revert back to the Storm Spirit and or the Lina for Somnus, and that certainly have been his most successful heroes. But we saw him whip out the Templar Assassin. We've seen him put in good performances on the Queen of Pain. So it does feel like, I was asking this question to Lizard as well in the lower bracket final low cost. Do you focus on Somnus in the draft if you are PSG.LGD? Do you see this guy and say, well, he's generally tended to be the engine of victory for RNG? So if we can curtail his progress, the rest of the game can fall into place? Or do you try and do the thing of what everyone who's beaten them has done so far? Focus on making God King's life as difficult as possible and then just moving on from there.
Yeah, I think the key right now in the most successful teams are drafting is like no one pretty much opens up with your support duo because it's very abusable. So you either open up like one support and an off lane or one support and the mid lane most of the time, especially because like mid lane, you don't see too often when one guy dominates the other one because it's very hard. It's very uncommon thing to happen lately because of the water runes. Like, yeah, you're losing the lane, everyone gets a bottle, you pick up the water rune, then you pick up a 3rd-minute bounty rune, you pick up the 4-minute water rune. So there's like this is definitely going to change in the next patch because people are getting tired of it. So most of the time mid lane goes even. You brought up the Templar Assassin pick. This is the hero that has the most win rate in the EU West regional finals, where the hero only lost like one game, and people started first phasing, I guess, because it's also a pick that can be played at mid lane, it can be played on the safe lane, and it's also a hero that, like, even if you try to counter it in the laning stage, she doesn't care. She's just gonna go to jungle and out farm you. So, like, the mid lane in terms of like how it's being played out at the moment is really not, that I'm not going to say not that important. So that's why we see these mid laners being picked up early on in the draft.
Yep. And it's been a very small coterie of mid laners that we've been seeing picked reliably. Other heroes which we've seen involved reliably in every single game, not just in the regular season, but in the playoffs as well, have been the supports, right? 4 supports in particular, Bcop. Bane, Spirit Breaker, Io, Tusk. Practically every game these heroes are banned, not being allowed to be involved at all. And once we get to the end of tournaments, though, the grand final meta starts to develop its own character, and picks and bans, especially in the early stages, start to change up a little bit. We already saw in the previous game that, I forget, I think Spirit Breaker was let through. One of them got through in lieu of a Storm Spirit ban.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's in here in these grand finals? We're obviously going to have a meta develop, but which hero do you think is going to be a beneficiary of that benefited meta? So say, for example, will we get to a game 3, suddenly no one's banning Spirit Breaker, and you can get Spirit Breaker again? Will we get to game 4 and then there's opportunity for Bane? Or do you think at this point in the meta, and in this patch in particular, these heroes are just simply too good to let through, no matter how the series is going?
I think with Bane, you have to keep it out of LGD's hands. They had Innocence with like a 16, 17 win streak with it. It was kind of nuts. He just never lost when they had that hero, and it went on for months. And then you've got Sinkyu, who can play Weaver. He's got a massive hero pool. He's going to shake it up a little bit, and you never know what he's going to do with those heroes, because sometimes he'll play the typical support Weaver, or sometimes he'll get Maelstrom first item and say, I'm a core now, why not? It really, with BO5s and like finals, you do see a lot of metas form. I think with LGD, it's a little bit different though. They have such massive hero pools on their side that they can really just throw anything into the mix and really make it work. They could even go back to, if they wanted, the 4 Monkey King or so many things there that just, it's it's something we talked about. It's hard to draft against LGD, and I don't
It
think
is.
that kind of goes away in a BO5, and that's one of the benefits that LGD have with their hero pool. It's just
Yeah,
it's hard to
I
go
like
for
to
it.
compare, like, because I've been doing South America, I've been doing North America and EU West, and I've been watching China, Southeast Asia, not so much because a man's got to sleep, man's got to eat, and sometimes you need some rest. So it's almost impossible to watch everything. But one thing I noticed is like there's shift in meta right now, and it's gonna come to an end in a couple of days. But let's say EU West, which is considered a strong region, one of the better ones out there, is like Snapfire. This hero was not picked at all. Like no one was touching this hero. And let's go back like 2 months before, where this was the most picked hero overall, I believe, and the hero with the most success. Because I remember Snapfire plus like Tide, Snapfire plus Mars opener, where everyone was playing it, and it was so good because you have the minus armor, a lot of synergy in the lane, and this is the most picked hero so far in the Chinese regional finals. And the second one is Pangolier, which is also a hero that one of my favorite ones to play, but definitely not the hero that I've seen being played other than China. So it's also a very interesting pick for Chinese region because they run it as position uh, 2, 3, 4, 5, pretty much. I don't see a carry Pango, but other than that, like it feels good in their hands, and it just shows like how different regions value certain picks. Like you were talking about Tusk as well, how this hero is either picked or banned like untouched in other regions. Like this is something that doesn't happen, and this is why, for me personally, China has always been one of the most, if not the most interesting region overall. Since like back in the days, I don't know, I go way back when I believe eHome at WESG was. Getting they invented the tri lane, and I remember them having like 3 or 4 heroes with the Vanguard back in the days when Vanguard was really good. They were buying it on range heroes, and they always had their own style of playing Dota, and I respect that.
Yep. As much as we might both be showing our age here, I certainly do remember those times and the come up of the Chinese region as a whole. And it's certainly been the most competitive for a long time for many of those same reasons, right? The style developed there, gets improved, perfected over a long period of time. And I really want to talk more about that hero that you mentioned, this Pangolier. Not only have other regions not really been touching it, but when we spoke to Chalice, he was very upfront about the fact that he thinks that this hero is the most broken hero in the game right now. And he feels that if they had not had that Pango, they might not have won the game against Team Aster to begin with. So, Bcop, how is it possible that you have a player as good as Chalice saying that there's a hero that he feels is the most broken hero, but no one else is touching it? What is it that makes the Chinese region able and capable of finding those pockets of excellence where everybody else might not see it exactly the same way?
It comes from the pubs, the all random pubs. That's how you find different things. When all you do is play all random all the time, and you're literally like, wait, this could work. And like that's what I feel like China just kind of has these like different things than other regions. They have like the DPLs and the H Cups and the small tournaments that are happening all the time. And then they also all random when they're playing Dota. Like I have literally been spamming 2 heroes. I can only imagine what doing all random does to you when you're just thinking about like things that could work and things that are broken, and then just being like, now I got to try this in a pro game. Like Tsinkyu said it in that interview. He's like, yeah, I haven't really been playing techies, unfortunately, so I'm not going to play it in the pro games. Well, I guess he just hasn't been randoming it because that's the only play mode that these guys play, and like I'm hoping he does because I wish we could see it. It's something he hasn't pulled out of his back pocket in a while.
It's wild to actually think that Chalice thinks Pangolier is the most broken hero, and I believe I've seen one in Southeast Asia. I mean, there are probably more out there, but the one that I noticed, I was like, the hell, man? Why are they picking this hero? I'm very glad they did it, but I don't necessarily think it's that great. That's why we need international lands. That's why we need, see cross-regional play to see who's right and who's wrong. Is Pango actually good? Is he top tier or is he not? Because every region has their own meta, and we still haven't seen cross-regional play since DI, so we'll have something. We'll have an event in Dubai in a couple of days, and then we're gonna see. It's gonna be on the new patch, so
Yep.
that's gonna be fresh. It's gonna be new, but I would love to maybe see if that tournament would be played out on this
On the
patch that
current
we're
patch.
right now. Just to see like what's good and what's not. Because when we were on the patch for this long, we've been on this patch for like 6 to 8 months. I stopped counting.
It's too long.
People tend to invent new stuff. Like they get bored of it, and then you see like, well, how did we not think of this? Like it's been there for such a long time. The example that I always give is like Omni Knight plus Sven that was played like a year ago, and everyone was shitting on Omni Knight because they thought it's a horrible pick. And then they're like, well, what if we pair it up with Sven? Then it's going to be really good. And it was. Suddenly, the hero that was not touched at all becomes first pick, first ban material.
Yep. And you definitely need that development. It happens at the end of patches. It's a bit sad that we're patches now officially ending, but it's going to be interesting to see what new changes emerge at the very beginning of the patch. And you were talking about international Dota and how important it is to see the best teams competing against each other. There's two things I want to talk about in this situation. Firstly, for the side of RNG, they ended third in their group. Had this been a regular season and they go to a major, there's no guarantee that they wind up in those top 8, top 6 spots that give you those DPC points. Now they already have them. Because of that, they're already through into the top 10. The possibility is there for them to win this game, get an additional 120 points, and be positioned quite nicely in the road to TI. But at the same time here, Bicop, if PSG.LGD wins, right, as long as they end like third or second in the next tour, they're already guaranteed qualification for TI. Is this weighing on their mind? It has to be, right? The fact that, guys, this one series could actually make this happen so much sooner for us, give us so much more breathing room in the lead up to the next international.
I think for both teams, it's a little bit different. I think LGD are riding high on confidence. I think they're not really afraid of this patch. I don't think they're really going to be afraid of this whole thing just kind of blowing up on them. This is too good of a team for them to really just like bail out on Tour 2 and Tour 3. For RNG, I don't know if that's really the case. They've kind of had their struggles. They're still kind of figuring it out, even though they're about to take top 2. Like they're still kind of figuring out how to pair Somnus with God King. And if the patch doesn't work with them and all of a sudden everybody's lost their chemistry, like it can be very dangerous. We've seen it all of a sudden just go out and downhill with teams like IG, a team like IG who you thought coming into the season was going to be amazing. And now they're Division 2, and now their last hopes ride on not only going through Division 2, but then doing really well in the third tour and a major. Like, I don't know. If you're LGD, I think your mindset's just like, we can win this, we can lose this, we'll be fine. We're going to do it. But if you're RNG, it may not be the same.
I think the reason why RNG also did good in the season, because they finished third in the DPC, is, as you mentioned, IG, they bombed out. Like, they bombed out completely. Like, I don't know how, like, this is one of the things that no one thought it was possible, considering, like, how well this team did throughout the season. Like, TI, just great team. They swap one player, suddenly everything collapses. And also, Vici Gaming, they also rebuilt the team compared to the previous seasons. eHome, they did okay. They finished fourth. And also, like, some of the players started from the Division 2, Extreme Gaming. So the next season is going to be tougher, I would say. Maybe they might need to step it up. It's also going to be on a new patch. Some teams are very slow to adjusting to new patch. Let's say these regional finals were played on a new patch. I think like the chances on for Royal Never Give Up would be much higher winning against PSG.LGD, because like sometimes you're like, well, we got you with this pick. Like you don't know what it does, especially if it's going to be a new big patch, and I think everyone expects it to be, considering how long we were on this patch. So Techies is getting a rework, so that says quite a lot. You see we might see some like new neutral items. We might see some old neutral items coming back, some like new mechanics. You remember when status resistance was introduced? Like there's a lot of stuff that can be exploited early on until people figure out how to counter it.
Absolutely. And PSG.LGD have shown that they're a team that can adapt, but a team that can be taken advantage of in these sort of situations. For RNG, we've been all spoken about like the experimentation nature of the God King and how that can play into things when this new patch drops. Another thing I want to talk about with this team, though, is we've seen, we've got 3 players from that former LGD team. Felix Shaba, just to pause, this guy, I've been very impressed this weekend. I think we really have a bright future for him going forward. But I think one thing that I've been impressed by is the way they've been winning versus how they were winning in the league. They're actually slowly but surely starting to build some team chemistry, right? And sometimes a chaotic environment like a new patch where everything is up in the air, where you're forced to communicate with your team, forced to interact more with them, that can help you build some of that cohesion. And Bcop, do you think if they can gain that and find a bit more consistency, are they less afraid going into tier 2, 2 or 3, even if this particular grand final doesn't go their way?
I think if the chemistry is there, they've got to be really confident. I think Felix and Xnova are definitely turning into that support duo that you really want. It's similar to like DY and PYW, where that was a destroying support duo, and they destroyed in Division 2. Like that's going to be scary coming up. But like if you've got Felix and Xnova really starting to do things together and open up the game for God King, take a little bit more pressure off him. Because that's where I feel like a lot of it crumbles when the pressure's high on God King. I think this team can be a little bit more of a challenge to beat because you've got 2 pretty solid teams coming up to Division 1. You've got Magma, you've got Extreme Gaming. Magma, yes, last time that we saw them in Division 1, it wasn't that great. They had Shylock running around on a Lycan doing whatever he wanted. I don't really understand what was going
memories.
Just
these are like the fun. I think some of the stuff that you mentioned, these are like the funniest moments of the previous DPC season. You're like, man, what the hell is happening? Or that one time when they climb uphill and then like they're winning the game, like cause they did very well. They did very well first 10 minutes of the game. They know how to play. They knew how to play the laning stage, but then they just completely crumbled.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
But to talk about Felix Shoba, I think he caught my eye first time when he was playing like Snapfire, when he was playing Visage and going for like these tanky items on a position 4, where he went like Guardian Greaves, full pipe back when pipe was like good item, and just see different way of thinking always catches my eye. It might be like, the hell is this guy doing? They just lost the game because he can't buy proper items. Not for Felix. I think he's just improving as the time goes by.
Yeah, improving a lot as time goes by. And one of the qualities that I always look for in terms of a player that you expect to do really well in future is if they can play a hero that they have yet to really play a lot on official games, even if they have lots of pub experience, and then go on to dominate on that hero. The previous game where we saw him just now play Rubik, his first professional Rubik game this season, and it looked like he was playing this day in, day out because it looked so solid, so clean. His positioning on the map especially is what always impresses me about this guy. I'm really anticipating and hoping that he can bring that here because the support duo of PSG.LGD, as much as Felix Shaban, Xnova are approaching being the best in the world, it's kind of undisputed right now when it comes to Shin-Q and Innocence. These guys are something else. Another thing I want to think about when it comes to this game, the big game mentality of a lot of these players, right? When always talked about it, it might not be there with the God King, but we have 8 TI finalists in this lobby, right? 2 of the people who've won TI overall. So these people and every player here knows how to get themselves into a winning position, get themselves to the point in the game where victory is possible. The question I have for you here, Lacoste, is if you, without the big, how does, there's going to be a lot of people watching the games right now, right? Asking themselves, how do I get myself to the point where I'm also sitting in the lobby competing for first place in a DPC, right? How does one gain big match mentality? Because we've seen some excellent teams in the past that lack it, and we've seen much worse teams that have it. So what do you do to develop this key characteristic?
It's hard. You need it's a tough one. I see a lot of different teams in different regions where they like, I think Team Tickles from Europe, now Team Gaming Gladiators. Like this is the team that won the whole thing, won the whole regional finals, for example. And like they never met. They never met on the LAN. Like they were never played on LAN, and they still are doing good. And I think for them, for example, was a much better choice to play things out online than to go out and do a boot camp, like for example OG, bunch of youngsters that were not doing so good. Like they had some moments of brilliance, but this is a long-term project for OG. And I think like seeing them online, because they need to get some kind of like LAN experience. Bootcamp is a good way to do it, but it also can shake things up inside the team. So like different teams, different mentality, how you're gonna run it. So how they're doing it, like the looking at the RNG, these teams, the players from the team, it's a bit of a like mix of old school players and some new fresh blood. And I think this is the way to work. Like I think we've been talking about the most successful teams. What's the winning formula? For most of them, and for the longest time it has always been, you get this old school captain and you get some new fresh blood, and it's always like this is something that always worked. But we see like something new, team spirit, that like you're like, who the hell are these guys? You maybe heard about some of them, but they have a different mentality, because they don't need that one guy that says, stop it, we're gonna do things my way, because they bring a lot of fresh ideas. It's just not one guy, go big, go home mentality. It's like they work together as a team and they're trying to make it work, which I also respect. So like Dota developed over the time differently, and we might see something new. We might see something new in the next like 3 months, a year, something that works.
Well, we will see if that formula can be discovered, which new kind of way of winning. Like you've mentioned, so many different ways of approaching the game have come up in the last few years, and many more are still to come.
Yeah.
But now, the thing we've been waiting for, why we are here, the grand finals are now underway. PSG.LGD versus Royal Never Give Up. One winner takes home 250 DPC points and an additional and cool $50,000. Who's it going to be? Let's find out. The first draft is underway. Let's get it, boys.
Yeah, we did not want to start the game. We wanted to finish. Casters sometimes they do not want to click that start button, and we wanted to talk. So we talked for 30 minutes. Just kidding, guys. I'm being sarcastic. There's always some kind of problem. Someone's being late. They have to go to the toilet. But here we are right now, and this is what matters. The draft. RNG, banning out the Spirit Breaker, and Templar Asset. Like, for example, like when we were talking about the undiscovered things in the patch, Spirit Breaker, a hero that was not touched at all during TI, and suddenly it's a first pick, first ban material.
Yep.
Ooh.
Every team was like, TAL, get the Spirit Breaker out of here. It's too strong. I mean, but with good reason, right? We saw some incredible performances, and it's just too versatile. The fact that you can play this on so many different roles kind of makes it too difficult to reliably draft against. So good to see it being removed. But interestingly enough, Bicop, Bane, Snapfire, both of them are still in the pool. So are Quap, so are Ember Spirit. A lot of the heroes that we normally see getting banned are suddenly in the game and available.
Yeah, they went to the Lena ban. They want to take that out of Somnus's hands immediately, and they're not willing to go up against it, and they're more so willing to go up against something a little bit different, say the Weaver or the Bane, which completely get ignored in this first phase. Like, Sinkyu's going to be playing the Tusk. We've seen him play Tusk with such odd builds, like second item Ags. I don't understand if he thinks he's the carry. I don't know if 4 equals 1 these days, but he loves just building greed. And sometimes it really does hurt them, but they go to the Queen of Pain, which for LGD is probably a nothing to say hero, but for teams like LBZS, we saw playing it in the 1 position. So
yeah, it's doable. Most likely for PSG.LGD, as you said, it's going to be the mid lane. There were some attempts in other regions to play Queen of Pain as the off lane, not as successfully. The reason why this hero is so strong is she does not have a bad lane. Alina is banned out because it's Somnus is one of the better heroes. He did well in the DPC league with it, and it's also a good matchup against Quap. So Quap doesn't have to be afraid of anything. They responded with Void Spirit. The Queen of Pain doesn't lose the lane. Like this is how good this hero is. Like this is a hero. I think one of the better mid-scaling heroes as well. You have one of the better rotation heroes. It's just the hero does not have a flaw, and one of the reasons why I see this hero being first phase, because like, well, I just picked Queen of Pain first. Like, what are you gonna do? And there's nothing you can do about it.
RNG, they did at the very least try to get some degree of control for the co-op a bit later, but for the most part, going to have a pretty decent game. Fortunately for them, they had their Grimstroke already snagged up, so they have some kind of leash already available.
Yes.
But with Tusk being here, yeah, that save potential from the Tusk. And it's not just any Tusk, gentlemen. This is Shin-Q Tusk. Across the season and including at this tournament, 100% win rate on the hero. Very, very scary indeed, and does mean that those early rotations, which I kind of think Void Spirit needs against Queen of Pain, are a lot more difficult to pull off here. So what do you think here? Do we go for a more damage burst on the side of RNG to make sure that the scant amount of time they have control on co-op, they can actually kill her in those moments?
I would say like seeing different regions. Keep going back to different regions. The way they draft, I personally don't think Void Spirit is a good hero against Quap because you don't threaten her in the lane most of the time. I see other regions would respond to these two heroes because RNG they had the first pick and they opened up with the Grimstroke. I think Puck would have been a much better choice because like leash mechanic against Tusk, against Queen of Pain. I've seen Queen of Pain feed so many times against Puck. They do have Grimstroke that you mentioned, which is going to be good. I like the Grimstroke because Queen of Pain, she can't blink. Tusk can't use the snowball. Overall, Grimstroke has been like very good and mostly used as a counter pick to some of these heroes. And PSG.LGD, like they instantly knew what they're going to go with even after seeing the Grimstroke. So they're like, screw it. Like we don't care about it.
I wonder if they're playing against RNG's game or just playing their own game with them being so ready about it. They actually banned the Lycan too, which is a bit surprising, but I guess if you're getting soulbound, you don't want to be food for a Lycan, that's for sure.
Yeah. Lycan's also been traditionally for a long time one of Chalice's better heroes. So
there's that
seeing them
snap.
take it out, and there's the Snapfire, has been banned many, many games, but when it has space to get in, it always gets through. Another hero which we've seen played very, very often here by the side of PSG.LGD. But we have also with this here, gentlemen, potential for heroes like Mars suddenly emerging in the off lane. We don't have like, well, TA is banned, but suddenly you have these aggressive lanes you can set up for little shredder combos. Maybe Wraith King. Oh, he's also banned. Wait, what other negative armor heroes are here? Oh, no, they're kind of all gone. Okay, never mind. It's just a normal snap.
I mean, Mars doesn't have a minus armor, but synergizes well with Lull Shredder. Like the amount of damage you get from that and God's Rebuke is super good. So, like, this is something that they could pair it up with potentially. There's Pango. You guys love Pango. We talked about Pangolier for like 10 minutes before the game started, but they take Mars. Okay.
I'm interested about the Snapfire because it's not an Innocence hero, which means they're probably throwing the Tusk on the 5. Yeah. Unless they're doing the Aster route and they're going mid Snapfire and throwing the Queen of Pain somewhere else.
It's possible. I think it's probably safer if you just have this your support duo. Like, I can imagine them. I mean, we've seen at this tournament already that people have played heroes they haven't reliably played throughout the tournament. Based on how he's played, I think that this is probably better off on Innocence than Shin-Q, but you are right
one thing you can do is just play like
there's that Kunkka
position 4 with the safe laner if you feel like that's better. Because one thing I noticed is, and we've seen this in EU West as well, is like meta shifting where we have like tri lanes, we have aggressive tri lanes, and we have like response to that where enemy safe laner or enemy carry is sent as a response to play against the enemy off laner in 1 versus 1 scenario instead of sending like 2 off laners to battle it out. So there's a lot of way to think about it. China has been very strict 2-1-2 and not mess around with the lanes too much, like with the roles. But overall, PSG.LGD, very, I would say, easy to execute lineup where you don't have to like think about it too much. Like these heroes are, how to say it, like very, like I see these 4 heroes, I'm like, man, this is a good draft because you can always play Dota. You have a roach taking potential with the Tusk, you have good lanes, you have heroes that can do stuff, you have pure damage, good scaling, just overall good heroes to play, I would say, where like no matter what happens, if you're 10, 15k gold behind, you can still make a comeback in the game with the heroes that you got.
Yeah.
I-
RNG, they went for the safe Bane. I was going to ask you quickly, Peacock, where do you think this Kunkka is going? Because LGD have played it on all 3 roles in the
Yeah.
past and successfully on all 3 roles.
I
But they,
I want LGD to throw a Tinker into the mix. I know it doesn't look like a good Tinker game at all, but nothing to say. They didn't ban it. Like make them pay for it. Just get the Tinker out there, throw a safe lane Kunkka, off lane Queen of Pain, and then just make them regret that they didn't ban the Tinker. Just do whatever you want with this draft. But Kunkka, when it was picked, at least Faith Beyond gave like this smirk, this stretch. I don't know. I don't hear the comms. Maybe he's playing the Kunkka. But again, it was the Kunkka we talked about in the podcast we did before this draft. It was, the hero we thought could go anywhere. It really just LGD in their drafting. It's versatile. The Queen of Pain too, and even just talking about these Tuscan Snapfire, we really can't say it enough. I can keep saying it. They're very versatile. I would love to see them pick a Tinker right now. I've not been right on the pregame draft at all. I've said
No,
drought
yeah,
a couple
bring
times.
out that Tinker one more time before it gets nerfed to the ground. Like, let's
Exactly.
go.
No, it's gonna get buffed. Obviously, they're gonna.
oh my God.
I wouldn't mind if Tinker doesn't get touched if other heroes just get picked up and buffed. I wouldn't mind it. I think Tinker is still very unique. It's not like awful. When it does get picked, it still has to be in the right hands.
And there are no
Yep.
safer hands for that hero than Nothing to Says, as
Yeah.
he's winding down the draft here. 20 seconds.
Do it.
Okay, let's see. Does not seem, unfortunately, here, Peacock,
Okay,
that
I think that's offlane dead profit because when you pick this hero as a last,
Yeah.
There we go. Fate Beyond is gonna pick it up. Is when your matchup in the lane is not that great. Like, and this hero can always get farm no matter what. Like, if they showed their safe laner before, like that profit is also very good to counter react with, because you, especially if it's a melee hero with no escape mechanism, then you know that profit's going to have a good lane. When you pick it into something ranged, then you're like, well, we don't want a melee hero like something like a Beastmaster or anything that's the troll is going to destroy, because troll is one of the strongest safe laners in terms of like first 10 minutes. What he provides, very hard to kill, gives you that kill potential, and then that profit is like, well, you know what, we're just going to pick that profit. So they have good tower taking potential with Snapfire, Little Shredder, Dead Profit ulti. Also Roche, like they need to be very careful. RNG, they lose like one fight near the Roche pit with the Little Shredder again and the Exo. There's a bunch of damage that they can throw inside the Roche pit.
at the same time here, Peacock, though they have all this, does feel like they are going to be a little bit light on the initiation until a little bit of time. So RNG, over those first 15 minutes, right, Lacoste mentioned will have a good lane for this troll. A decent one at worst against the DP. Might not be the best lane for the Void Spirit, but these two supports can try and hold it down on the side lanes. Do RNG, after that mid-game starts to emerge, right, when LGD want to fight, will they have gotten a good enough laning phase that they'll be able to roll with the LGD lineup? They'll be able to use the strength of the troll and use especially the power of this Void Spirit early before he starts to fall off completely.
I think it's really tough. You're going up against Nothing to Say mid, and if it becomes a part where not only Somnus struggles, I do think this troll is going to struggle. We saw in the beginning of the season that this Tusk Death Prophet combo was disgusting, running down heroes for 3-4 kills in lane. It was honestly super impressive, and I wouldn't be surprised if they run down God King multiple times.
Yeah.
Well, the God King definitely has the world against him. RNG has the expectations of the world against them. However, we've seen so many surprises in Dota before, and we could easily be seeing one here. Game number 1, PSG.LGD versus RNG. This one is going to be starting the competition for 250 DPC points. Who's going to get there? Who starts their journey to TI? We're going to be finding out with BCOP and Lacoste. Gentlemen, take it away, and good luck for the opening of the Grand Finals.
All right, Lacoste, here we go. Feels great to be
Here
back in
we
the
go.
saddle. I can't
Oh,
see you
yeah.
across the way anymore, though.
It's not like we talked for 45 minutes now, but yeah, when we're in the game, you see this timer running down closer to 0. I'm like, man, I'm hyped up. Looking at these two drafts, RNG, like, I think they're very single target oriented. Grimstroke, Bane, like Void Spirit, Troll, he needs to lock down on target. Also, this is a hero that is a bit slow, especially if he's gonna go for the Battle Fury. We've seen in the previous series Faceless Void with the Battle Fury. I'm not sure why. It's too slow. All right, I could talk about Fury the whole day, how bad it is and everything. It's very situational, so I'm not sure like why go for it, because like maybe they're trying to play a bit more for like 25 up to 40 minutes timing with this build on Troll, or he can switch things up. But we'll see. If they lose the lanes, like because mid lane, nothing to say, should definitely win it against the Void Spirit. He does have the Simulate. But then he can dodge the Shadow Strike. Wow, very good. But other than that, like he can't win the lane against Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain is just too strong of a laner. So I could see this being a very fast game, and RNG's lineup could potentially crumble in 15 minutes if they don't get out of the laning stage strong.
I really do wonder how, like, if it all comes down on Somnus, if he's going to be able to pick it back up. Because if memory serves me right, this aggressive lane in the off lane for LGD could be a big problem. But, ooh, Aether Remnant and Mike Catch, nothing to say. We talked all that nonsense about nothing to say, needing to win the lane, and all of a sudden, well, Somnus is here claiming himself a solo first blood. No help for that one.
Well, casters, I mean, I don't think this should happen. Like, I've said it. I look stupid. We all do from time to time. I tend to do it more often than the others, but
oh wow,
he pushed the wave and he like tanked a lot. Like he had Resonant Pulse level 1. He pushed the wave and got 8 to Remnant. You still should not die in this matchup period. But yeah, good start for RNG.
Making the caster's curse very very likely. Let me tell you, that's why I'm here though. There's nobody who can look stupider than me, and that's what I usually help my analysts with. Is
that's why you were so hyped to have it paired up with me. Okay,
I'm always the one who looks the stupidest because I say things like offlane bot all the time, but we don't get to see that anymore, so I don't get to say it. So a lot of my repertoire has been taken out of the mix at the moment. It's just unfair. Ame also taking a bit of a beating.
Ame 8 CS, but yeah, why does not have a healing salve? Okay, he's bringing one with the courier, but yeah, Kunkka will definitely need it as soon as possible. Still 200 gold away from his Helm of Ironwell. God, nerf that item, please. 6 armor, 5 HP regional. If you just buy that item and don't upgrade it throughout the whole game, you got the value out of it.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of those like 800-900 gold items be picked up very early, and it's something that you did with Battle Fury a lot, where you just go Ring of Health. But the Helm of the Iron Will feels so strong too. Like it's 975. Ooh, a little 100 more gold. It's like cool. Well, now I've got the armor and the regen. This is great.
Yeah, especially for the offlaners. Like safe laners don't tend to do it unless they're strength safe laners, like Raid King Kunkka in this example. But yeah, X-Nova leaving Troll a bit alone, scouting things out. If there are any stacks being made in the triangle, like they don't have the best heroes to take the stacks with, especially the ancient creeps. But yeah, it's very hard to take it away. Kunkka can do it, but RNG cannot. Ooh. Felix, bottom lane.
Yeah, well, I got hit by that Inkswell, and ooh, the spear doesn't connect. I thought it would. In that little tree pocket right there. A little bit shocking. But as China does, they get first blood, or it either takes 7 minutes to get first blood, or the first blood happens and things kind of calm down a little bit as Y comes from off the top rope to steal that water rune.
Yeah, this was not Snapfire. This was Dawnbreaker coming out from out of nowhere, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh, Felix again. A little Inkswell action. Feels good. It would be feeling a little bit better if he had just that mana to get the Stroke of Fate. Now he's got it. Maybe he can line this one up.
Yeah, feeling good. X-Shelba, that's his new nickname. Level 1 Stroke of Fate doesn't deal that much damage unless you have it go through multiple units. And now we see Ame left on the bottom alone against Mars, both offlaners. An item that we talked about, perfectly Le Balance, nothing wrong about it. Helm of Iron Vil. They take no damage whatsoever, full HP, so they need a safe laner. They need someone else to rotate to actually get a kill, maybe even a third hero, because how strong they get. Bottle refill on the mid lane. Why will TP help out to nothing to say? 3 points in Shadow Strike. I think he's overdoing it at the moment, considering that he did not win the lane. Like, he has more denies.
Top lane might drop 3 heroes here. You said they needed 3, and they're going to use all 3 to get the kill on a Faith Beyond. Think you can't really help him. He actually hurt him by throwing some interesting shards. I never want to say...
Xingqiu griefing.
I was actually going to talk about him griefing the other day when he went. He TP'd mid. Nothing to say. Thought he came from the fountain. Passed him his bottle. He hadn't, so it didn't refill. And then nothing to say was storm, and then zipped over to get the invis rune without refilling his bottle. Ooh, double stun on
good
the
cookie.
Why getting the double stun? Inkswell not gonna reach anybody, and they finally get a revenge kill over mid. And they might even just go for more.
So risky. Xingqiu using a snowball on Void Spirit, who had the Simulate ready, but both mid laners were level 5. Like, look at the Void Spirit's XP. He needs, like, this is not a... This is like one hit on a creep, not even a kill. You just needed, like, to make him bleed, and he would be level 6.
Am I allowed to ping that in lobby? Is that still frowned upon?
Say that again?
Am I allowed to ping the fact that he needs like 1 experience in lobby?
Oh, you should try it.
I definitely won't.
Yeah, do it. Keep doing it unless, and then wait for production's reaction.
I used to do it, like ping out some things, and then I remember I don't remember who it was, but I do remember getting told stop pinging things in the lobby.
And that, or remember when casters could pause the game, so you're like, all right, F9,
gotta go to the bathroom.
Do not touch it. I have like this protection on my F9 so that I cannot use it.
You just type in WC.
Oh, very important, especially for the players, that one of the casters is missing. Now they get less DPC points because casters was on the toilet.
I wish we could
back
ping
to the
that.
game. Yeah, to go back to nothing to say, his item build, like usually you go for this build where you want to completely dominate the lane, but now you lost the value out of it. Like, Scream of Pain is such a good spell to farm with, and you're playing against a melee hero. Maybe if he got the first blood and try to keep dominating, then I would think it's justified. But yeah, 3 points is a bit too much.
What, the Shadow Strike?
Yes.
It was something that we were seeing a lot with the safe lane co-ops they were going through in the Shadow Strike, is X-Nova dropping to Y. Got 3 heroes in the top lane, but it really wasn't something that we were seeing all too much mid. It was definitely more of a focus thing for this safe lane, Queen of Pain.
Beyond the chase with the Exo.
Yeah, trying to go after God King, the Gwen experience, and I don't know if he's going to reach Requiem just yet. They've got the tag team, and they're going to fight and just stay right in his face as the Power Rangers TPs all come towards top, and Faith Beyond ends up being the one who dies. I don't know if they were expecting that, looking for the scatter blast that doesn't land and hit the south. So this might go from bad to worse for LGD, getting a little bit too overconfident because they lost Xingqiu and they're gonna lose Y. So all 3 heroes in the top lane after diving this troll die. That
seems like they were
really
not
bad.
on the same page how they're gonna execute it, because Dead Prophet popped the Exo immediately and 2 supports were not close by. You do not want to use the snowball. He was just saving that for kiting troll. But Fate Beyond, he tanked the whole tower. Like, he was underneath the tower. This is not a hero that has a lot of armor, 5 armor, and then Troll makes a big turnaround. Also, the rotation from the Grimstroke pops Inksoul mid lane.
Ooh, they've got the Aster Remnant, the silence with the Phantom's Embrace, and well, they won't be able to keep Nothing to Say alive.
Great start. This is exactly what RNG needed, even though it says less than 1k gold lead for PSG. LGD, RNG off to a good start. This is what they needed with the heroes that they got, and they're also enabling Somnus, which is very important. Like,
Yeah.
this hero does well against Quap because the natural item build for you is gonna be Yule Scepter, so that way you can like dispel silence from the Dead Prophet. Great way of
Chalice. He tried to armlet toggle and he did get it off. I thought he was gonna die right off that, but ultimately they had Y come in and they had the extra lockdown with the cookie. Man.
Yeah, what I was saying is Yule Scepter, great against Quap, great setup for the Remnant, and then you can't escape it. Like, they have tools to deal with it. They have one of the better Inkswell carriers in the game, Void Spirit, so he can easily close the gap. X-Nova needs some XP right now, farming on the bottom, needs that level 6. He's bringing the courier. He has a book, the Librarian. X-Nova will get himself to level 6 with that tome.
I'd like to check this out, please. Inkswell, Aether Remnant lands, and they're going to get another kill. And nothing to say. They land the spear out onto Y. So that's 2 more kills.
A bit of a mistake there from Snapfire. He had the book as well, was level 5, and popped it before he died. So they get more XP for killing a level 6 hero instead of level 5.
See, I don't know if you see this, but Sinkyu, he's not going to trick me this time. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. No. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And
it's always shame on you, B-Cup.
True, exactly. Yeah, that's the facts, really.
Oh, this is great. I love that. I think this has been the most fun and one of the better Aghanim Scepter upgrades in the game. It's just problem was, like, how do I farm it? Like, how do I get to that point where I can get the Aghanim Scepter? And it's probably the best ability they have against Kiting Troll. He goes in with his battle trance, like, he gets snowball kicked out, the whole ulti is wasted, but great timing. Look at Troll's farm.
Yeah, really got a quick
6k,
battle.
Kuka has more, but he has a built-in cleave, but this Troll will catch up.
Aether Remnant again, dissimulating the kill. Y getting taken out for the 3rd time already. Somnus, we were talking about how he needs to be enabled, and here he is being enabled because he has 5 kills. I'm actually surprised where he sits in the net worth. I thought he'd have a little bit more than that. He is 600 over nothing to say, but I kind of thought he'd be at like 5,200, 53, but my math's not always right. I'm from NA.
He was fighting. He was fighting a lot, and I guess that's why so you miss a lot of CS. Kunkka, Boots of Travel after Armlet. I love that. This allows you to stay on top of net worth all the time and also participate in the fights. Like, next fight, PSG.LGD takes, Kunkka will be there.
Right. And they're trying to keep Ame in it, and I think with the Boots of Travel too, he's going to take a little bit more of a majority on the farm than, say, Nothing to Say would get in this, because he's going first item BKB on Queen of Pain. We've seen some Orchids in the past, we've seen a couple different things, but it will be the BKB first for the Queen of Pain, and feeling the pressure in this game for sure.
Yes, for sure. Considering he did not have a good start, I think BKB is completely justified. Just have an ability to jump in, and then you only need to care about Bane. So I think, like, it's a great Orchid game. Might be a bit late, but also might be his like 3rd item. Kaya Sanj too good to skip on. It makes you super tanky, and especially with level 10 talent, it's plus 11 strength, you have power treads already, and with the BKB first item, you're gonna be super tanky. So we'll see what he decides to go for, but they will also need some kind of extra lockdown because the heroes are a bit slippery. Mars, oh, Arena missed.
Bit uncharacteristic there of Chalice, but he doesn't have that blink yet. He went into the boots
sometimes you hope that the observers don't catch this action, because, you know, chat can go wild. Somnus, Invis, they spotted him. They caught a glimpse of him.
Oh.
They tried.
Wow, throwing down 2 sentries, hoping they would catch this Void Spirit. They've thrown down a couple sentries where I was taking a look at the warding, and just you look at the obs that have been placed down, and it looks really important to what RNG have found in success in getting some of these pickoffs, and that's something we also talked about with Xnova and his warding, and it's evolved from when we've when I think about it with his time in LGD. It's got some great wards down. I'm gonna take notes of these so I can use it in my pubs.
Yeah, you need to take a lot of notes, B-Cup.
I've got a whole book.
Yeah, you need like 800-page book. Just kidding.
I'm up to how to play well in the Deathly Hollows. It's really been just a journey for me.
This Void Spirit will be very hard to kill, considering that he just finished the Yule Scepter and also the Dissimulate, so that means he has ways of dispelling the silence from the Dead Prophet. He does not care about the Snowball, and also Kunkka's combo. Now, Kunkka does not want to go and use the combo on Void Spirit anyway, because he knows it's very tough kill to get.
Got 1,000 gold away from the boots travel there on Somnus. And Kunkka, I know he's got the built-in cleave, but he is really keeping up with God King.
Yes, this is the build. I think Boots of Travel is an important part of that build.
Fiend's Grip
you can
on the Fate Beyond.
yourself, both.
And Boat's not going to save them. They've got the Arena and the Spear. They do catch Xnova with some well-placed shards, but they've got the Nightmare out on Ame, and eventually Ame will, in fact, get that kill. So he grabs some gold, some more experience for LGD, but they do kill off Faith Beyond, and we haven't entirely felt Faith Beyond's impact, which is very odd in a game like this, or any game that
There's
involves
this
Faith
feed
Beyond.
moment on the top. He killed the tower.
Venom's
but,
Embrace bottom.
Yeah.
They're gonna go and try and get this kill here on a Nothing to Say. They've got the X out on a Felix. The Sonic Wave comes
great
through,
Torrent.
and the Torrent. Oh, Ame. Okay.
Oh, this was like this was. Whew.
That was
And this
a
is
beauty
why.
combo.
And this is why Boots of Travel is such a great pickup on Kunkka, because you want to be involved early on. Right now, he's level 15, 16 minutes into the game. I've seen Kunkka being level 23. It was Shad Kunkka, Division 2 EU, level 23, 23 minutes in.
That's absurd.
It's nuts.
God, that was such a crazy. The Sonic Wave pushing him into the Torrent and then getting that kill was a chef's kiss. And they were really trying to make sure that they can continue to shut down Nothing to Say, because until he gets this BKB, which he now has the gold for, he's very vulnerable, but he's finally got it. And that's going to make him much stronger. They've spotted Faith Beyond again. Aether Remnant lands. The damage should be there. The double silence might get him alive for a little bit longer, but the inevitable is already put on pen and paper. So
The rest
he
of
is
the
dead.
team already bailed. This is going to be a strong timing for PSG.LGD. The 3 BKB timing, everyone is pretty much rushing it. Fate Beyond needs 600 gold. Kunkka already has one finished. Quap has one as well. So, like, if Fate Beyond did not die twice, they would have like 16, 17 minute 3 BKB timing, which is insane to fight again. Like, what is Mars Void Spirit gonna do when you go in with 3 9-second BKBs? It's very tough.
You think they put it back to 10-second BKBs in the next patch?
I think this is fine. I think we needed a little bit of a change.
It's definitely one of those things that I think is like the best thing that come out of this patch was the 9 to 6 BKB. Wouldn't mind if they did like something a little bit different. BKB level 2.
I remember when you could sell your BKB and buy a new shiny 10-second BKB.
Ooh.
Good times. Or when Thinker could refresh a BKB, that was even better. But there are so many dumb things in Dota, like one dumb AKA OP,
Ooh.
where you can like, man, why is this thing? And it needed. Okay, Fate Beyond, he's on a feeding spree.
He is
0,
not
5, and
having
1.
fun. 0, 5, and 1. They were setting a bottom for him for so long. Inkswell immediately jump in spear. Tinku just saw them all here. Figures he could sneak a creep, but RNG have other ideas. because I think they've looked at his items and they realize he is getting that axe still. It's not a bait this time.
He's farming. I mean, he is doing good. He's keeping up with the Grimstroke. He also maxed out the Ice Shard so he can farm the lane much faster, which is always good. Like, if you have Jin-Q in your team, a player like Jin-Q that plays the same style, most of the time you would report this player because a lot of the times it looks like griefing. You know, so you have this position for Weaver going for Maelstrom. But yeah, it works for PSG.LGD. Like this place, and this is why he's one of my favorite players, because he thinks differently. He is a different type of a player. And this is what we talked about before the game started. Good Roche taking potential. Like one mistake, they use Arena, which is a big team fight ulti for RNG. Inside the pit, they take Roshan, especially with the double damage on Queen of Pain. She decided to pick it up. Okay. They don't think Ame can die. 3000 HP with Armlet on.
Just your typical 3k HP. Going for the AC next too. Man. No, that was a big Roche for them, and I without Arena, I just don't see how they were even able to get into that. They are looking to at least get the Basher on God King though, and his farm now
He has it.
going ahead of the Kunkas. Finally gets there.
Took a bit of time, but yeah, BKB, Battle Fury. Like this was second item BKB, just in case
Snowball top.
PSG decides to push.
Oh, they've got the Walrus Punch, the Cookie, and the kill on Asomnus. That'll slow him down a little bit. And it's the kill there for Sin-Q, which puts him now 500 gold away from getting the axe. He'll have that Walrus Kick, also known as the Walrus Fada these days, and just be able to use that take away
For a second, I
King.
was like, what? This is one of the strangest kicks in Dota history, I would say. But yeah, well, we have other things to focus on. This big Walrus Kick
Yeah.
plus
Everything's
the punch. He becomes a boxer.
and a little Mirko Crow Cob in him.
Yeah, MMA fighter. Right leg hospital, left leg cemetery. That was his motto.
Yeah. I think just to the point of Fada, I think he's going to come up Millhouse with his next move. TI champion in the making. God King, Inkswell on him. He's already eaten the Shadow Strike, and now the X pulls him back, so they don't
He
land
needs
the
to pop a
Inkswell.
BKB.
Finally pops the BKB, goes after Ame, starting to bash him up a little bit, but they've got the Walrus Punch, so they'll put him in the air for a second. The Fire Staff Cookie to push him away.
Oh, good Arena.
The Arena's down, and that'll get around Sin-Q as well. It's nothing to say, but nothing to say can blink away. They've got the Sonic Wave that hits on a God King as well as Chalice, but they've killed off Ame. They'll end up losing. Why? They take the Aegis out of the hands of Nothing to Say. With the Aether Remnant ready to go on him, Faith Beyond is gone. This might just be a full team wipe right next to the tier 3 tower. This would be devastating, as they could just turn this into a tier 3 if they do finally finish off Nothing to Say, but he just has that blink. Somnus still looking, though. He had the boots of travel to go back to the creep wave, and they will find him, so it's a full team wipe. Very
They
wise of
managed to kill
Somnus.
6 of them, actually, with that Aegis on Nothing to Say. Beautiful fight. Like, they decide to go in with the God King just sieging, and PSG.LGD, they poke. Like, they go see what they can do. Unfortunately, they did not have this Aghanim Scepter. I feel if Aghanim Scepter was done in that fight, if he had the kick, it would have been a different story, because his full BKB duration would be wasted, and he's full ulti. But yeah, they're gonna have that for the next fight, but beautifully executed, because like he locks down on the target and also dealt some damage because PSG with the Battle Fury, because PSG.LGD, they were grouping up together around Troll, try to fight him. They still don't have enough burst damage because he
Oh
popped
my
the
God.
BKB. Here we see kick in action.
Maybe not the exact person to go for, but that was pretty interesting that he just punch kick followed with the snowball. That is a lot of like sustained lockdown as Nothing to Say goes down again. It's the ulti used there by God King, but I don't really think they mind that with the fact that they've taken out Nothing to Say for 45.
And a big lead for RNG. 5k gold lead. considering how farm this troll is, now he's gonna build into some status resistance. S and Y almost done. He is gonna become a problem. Like, I think his next item should be Satanic, and then he becomes almost unkillable. Like, the big part of the previous fight was also Grimstroke having Inkswell Shard upgraded. So, like, the amount of heal that was coming out from the troll was insane, where he had his battle trance and also that, plus the spell mechanic. It's, I mean, it's very tough to deal with, and that was first BKB usage from the God King, so pretty good one.
Yeah, kind of crazy with that shard. He's going what we've seen a lot from these Grimstrokes, just Aether Lens, Shard, Ags, and the Ags is going to be always very nice to have. I feel like that Ags is definitely one of the strongest ones out there. It's just a question of whether or not you can get the gold for it.
Yeah, we say that a lot, but yeah, this is definitely one of the better ones.
Ooh, I spotted, and they know he's there, but the arena just misses from Chalice. Again, it's these really good wards that have been placed down by X Nova that give him this slight vision on Y, but obviously the blink there gives away the fact that they do have the vision. And they still want to go. Inkswell going in pretty far to look for something. TQ next is going to go to the blink, and he'll have that little bit of initiation where he can blink, Walrus Punch, kick, and then snowball.
It's gonna be much easier to execute, and like, this is something that you need to be aware of. Inkswell once again on Chalice, but he does not want to go in immediately. They want this arena, like they want this arena before taking a fight. Somnus showing on the top lane, and now Aghanim Scepter done on him as well, so that's gonna be an extra 2 silences that they need to be careful about.
You know, the silences are going to be a little bit difficult to deal with. They are trying to get a shard out on the Queen of Pain, so nothing to say can stop potentially the Fiend's Grip or silence up these supports, make their fight a little bit easier. And RNG pressing the issue. They want to go for nothing to say, who already popped the BKB top. And they also, they killed his courier. Ooh.
Oh, didn't have vision.
Yeah.
Remnant
That being
was
said,
on
Soulbind
cooldown.
was used,
I mean, even
and
if
they
he
get the
had it,
spear
it
on
would still-
Sinkyu.
Jinkyu dying again. Next Roche may respawn in a minute, and we see RNG slowly taking control of the map. Like, they're getting the D wards that you mentioned, even the sneaky ones that PSG.LGD placed. So yeah, I think RNG is in full control of this game, unless Tusk gets a really good kick. We'll see how it goes, because like what Tusk wants to do is disable Troll. It's gonna become much tougher, especially now with that Aghanim Scepter. There's so many silences, and he does not have way to initiate a fight. There's no Blink Dagger. Still needs like 1600 gold to finish it off, so that's gonna be a bit tough. But then playing into Grimstroke silence, leash mechanic, he can't use the snowball, can't move properly in a fight, and Void Spirit might just completely ruin you. Speaking of Void Spirit completely ruining people, why?
His
Dying
day.
as well.
Ruined.
Also Yule Scepter
Ooh,
done
top
on
lane.
Y, so that's gonna be a
Faith
another
Beyond's
way
caught.
of,
They've got Fiend's Grip.
another Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, X Nova spotted him, and they've just got the continuous control to make sure that they get the kill. That being said, the arena's already been used. They get the Cone of Felix. They end up losing Sinkyu. This is 3 heroes dead all over the map, not even in the same spots. They got the kill bottom, then top, then in the triangle. RNG are just everywhere at the moment.
Yeah, they once again got multiple kills, and you know when this happens, when you're getting kills on different side of the map, that you are having a really good time. X-Noah inside the pit, gonna be the long spawn, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. They will take care of the business. Last tier 2 tower standing. I don't feel like PSG.LGD should take this fight. Their best chances are defending the high ground. Troll going for Scotty next. I said Satanic, but yeah, this also works. I think having Satanic against Dead Prophet, like Queen of Pain range heroes, and you also completely ruin Kunkka with it. Just lock onto a target. Scotty plus a Basher is insane. Like, you don't move, you're slowed down. smoke from PSG.LGD. They're trying to make something happen. Like, if they lose this fight, I think this just might be the game, even though Roche would respawn in 90
Well, Blink
seconds.
should set up potentially the arena, but he doesn't have it for another 10 seconds. It'll force the BKB on God King. They go to the backlines and take out X Nova. They've already used the Ghost Ship, so BKB is going to run out here for God King. Fire Snap Cookie onto the low ground. Why survive? Shards are out. They don't catch Somnus. They use the Exorcism, which now might be an issue come Roche if it does spawn within a time where they can take it, but they're going to turn this around. They're going to go for the arena. They kick him out of the arena. Now they've got the Walrus Punch, the Sonic Wave, pushing him back. No BKB, but is it even going to matter? They get the kill on Nothing to Say. The Mortimer's Kisses come down with the buyback being used by Nothing to Say. Spear pushes back Faith Beyond. They're trying to land it onto God King, but they just don't have the control to get the kill there. They'll look for the kick, look for the snowball to all line it up, but he immediately goes into the Dissimulate with the Astro Step away, a 3-man stroke of fate, and now they're about to have the Bane back up. Blink with the shard silences up Felix, looking for the ice shards. That lands. They've got themselves the Spirit Siphon. They'll get the kill on a Felix, and still Nothing to Say blinks further, looking for even more. They know this Roche is coming up soon. They know they need to secure the pit, but I don't know if what they did was enough.
God King did a very good job. He realized this is where the threat comes from. He stays away from Tusk as much as he can in the fights and just plays a different part of the map. Like, there were cute little plays from PSG.LGD in this one where Jinkyu uses kick towards Queen of Pain and then she blinks in the spot just to try to silence Void Spirit. But they have very limited amount of control for Void Spirit, especially now that he has full Kaya Sanj on top of that. So having a status resistance, Yule Scepter Dissimulate, he's I'm going to say almost impossible to bring down unless he's left alone. Roche respawned and they also got the buyback from Queen of Pain, so that's a pretty big one.
Yeah.
Nothing to Say, really struggling in this game. 11,000 net worth, same amount of farm as the offlaner, like as his offlaner.
A struggling
is on the
offlaner.
losing side, yeah.
Ooh, refresher right before a fight potentially near the Roche pit. And they're going to smoke. They know they want to go for this. They know Exorcism's down for a little bit longer. And they've got the gem. They'll clear the vision. They'll start to move over through the triangle. And I think LGD, yeah, they should be aware of this. They're going to move back and try to avoid the smoke. And then now they're going to smoke themselves. So Exorcism up in 3. They've got Kisses up as well. They're into Roche. They've got the scan, but will they be ready for this? They don't even have the right positioning just yet. They're going to blink forward. They give out the BKBB pop by Nothing to Say. The Fiend's Grip comes out on Faith Beyond. They just have the right click damage to get the kill on Nothing to Say. He's dead for 100 seconds. They get the kill on X Nova. The buyback comes out from Zinq. There's the Nightmare landing out onto Y. Ame trying to do his best, but they've got themselves a spear as well as the Gods Repeat that locks down this Snapfire. They have the Soulbind. Yule's up into the air, but now the silence does Ame have the damage. It's not looking likely they get the kill on the Chalice, but they will lose Ame. He's dead, gone, done, dusted. GG is called, and game 1 goes to RNG.
All right, great start for RNG. Exactly the start that they needed. Like, their draft was very oriented on the early game, I would say, where they, like, I said this troll that the item timing that they're looking for is going to be like 25 up to 40 minutes, considering how the game is going to go. And they did well, man. I like their laning stage, especially the mid lane.
Yeah.
Like, Somnus managed to get a kill on Nothing to Say level 1, while Queen of Pain was level 1. He hit level 2. And this is where the problem started. Because Queen of Pain, one of the better heroes to rotate with. And they, like, we didn't see those rotations. If you check the score, like, Nothing to Say, your mid laner goes 0, 7, and 5, which is, you know, this is your first pick material. One of the heroes that does not have a bad laning stage.
Yeah.
Maybe I was wrong, at least from the 65 up to 100 games of Queen of Pain that I've seen in the last couple of months. But yeah, we'll see how they're going to approach this in the second draft. You know, PSG.LGD, a team that doesn't, you know, they can shake it off easily, but a great start for RNG.
Yeah, definitely a great start for RNG. And I think one of the biggest standout things is that Faith Beyond didn't have a game. You have a guy who is so much the anchor of a team, and he just doesn't get to do anything. He doesn't get to play his hero. He doesn't get to do the things that they needed him to do, especially with Nothing to Say. His game kind of fallen apart over mid. So I think RNG did everything right they needed to win that game one.
Not only do they do everything right, gentlemen, but as we saw earlier in the matchup against Team Aster, once again, Somnus has a way better game than should actually be possible. First blood starting off from there, the entire game just snowballs, and RNG take a very convincing victory here in game one. And to build off the point you were making, Lacoste, about how good normally the Queen of Pain is at rotating, securing the other parts of the map, especially in a game like this where she's needed to do that job. Not only was she not able to do that, but we got the uncharacteristic experience of actually having a quote unquote fantastic Void Spirit game. Got his items on time, was able to be the one to make the rotations. He's the one that found himself creating the aggression for RNG. And because nothing to say, he spent so much time just trying to catch up. He was never able to provide that same degree of impact, was he?
No, definitely not. This is one of the worst games that I've seen from Nothing to Say, where he was always, as you mentioned, trying to catch up, but never managed to do so. Like having Kanka as a safe laner, like Ame had a really good game. He's been all over the place. He's been involved in 9 out of 13 kills. It's just like Fate Beyond also had a rough one. It's like both your off laner and the mid laner did not have a good time. Jin Q, like he decided to go for a more greedy build, which I think it's okay, but they didn't really like. How many times have we seen Snapfire ulti going off and like dealing serious amount of damage? Not too many times. We gotta give credit to God King, like he played mean
Out of his
troll,
mind.
0 deaths, and like his Battle Fury timing was insanely good. He had
11 minutes.
Brown Boots, Wand, 11 minutes Battle Fury, and then continued to farm up. He was staying toe to toe with Kanka, and at one point his net worth just skyrocketed.
The fight we just saw just now in the highlight reel is the fight I think things really started to turn at that 22-minute mark. He activates the BKB, which had arrived not that long before that fight breaks out, and PSG.LGD find themselves completely out of damage. And BCOP, because they had to spend so much time still trying to catch up with the defensive item builds, it feels like a lot of the fights they were taking was either one of two things. Either the fight felt premature in the sense that they couldn't dish out enough damage, or it felt a bit desperate, right? Like there wasn't necessarily a full plan of how to win the fight, just an idea of, in principle, this should work, but in practice, what went wrong with the execution here from the side of PSG.LGD?
I'm not entirely sure. I really like that Ags from the wall, from the Tusk. I think
From the Walrus?
from the Walrus. I think the idea is there, but also they made Queen of Pain not go Orchid or anything like that. It's straight BKB. Then they wanted the 3 BKB timings, which they didn't get with Faith Beyond dying a couple times in a row and slowing down his BKB. And just the timings and everything that they wanted kind of got shifted and changed. And then you had to do something different and do a different item build on this, or you're trying to not experiment, but Hail Mary with an Ag's first item on the Tusk. And I think there wasn't a lot of options for him.
I think you nailed it with the 3 BKB timing. I think that was the key. Considered Queen of Pain would definitely not go for the BKB if she was having a really good game, but you need to sync up with the items and catching Fate Beyond multiple times. So he 2 times did not have BKB there, so they missed a couple of minutes, and then him dying again and using the exorcism. So you don't have EXO, and you also don't have EXO level 2 when you needed her to be level 12, because the ghost double from level 1 to level 2, it's a big difference. It's a serious amount of damage that was taken out, and then the fight on the bottom where this is, I think, the most important fight in the game, where Tusk was so close to getting the Aghanim Scepter, and if he managed to kick out the troll during the BKB and the ulti timing, I think it would be a different one, and they lost that game, lost that fight, and pretty much lost the game from there.
Yep. I mean, to buttress your point about how important the item timing could have been, right before that fight, we saw that Grimstroke on the side of RNG picked up that Aghanim shot, and that's how they got the initial dispel of all the spells, giving the troll the opportunity to pop BKB ultimate. The entire fight changes. And had that fight happened 30 seconds sooner than that, suddenly there is no access to the Aghanim shot, and you can win that fight. But as we know, Dota 2 in general, a game of margins. But a hero and a player who was well above any margin here today is our MVP of the day. Gwen Experience, aka the God King, very dominant performance, 11-0-8, an absurd amount of GPM, participated in a lot of kills. And one thing that we often don't see from trolls these days here, BCOP, is knowing when and where to use the ultimate, right? Sometimes players wait too late, sometimes players use it too soon. But it felt like every single time that the God Praying pressed R, that resulted in a teamfight victory here for the side of RNG.
Yeah, I think he had a lot of slack with when he was able to do it, because once you had that shard on the Grimstroke, you can kind of confidently stand in there. You had an early basher. You get 40% of the heal on damage from the Inkswell, so that helps him stick it a little bit easier. He ends up, activating his golden experience and goes into Requiem form, fights him face to face, and then when he feels like he's in a little bit of trouble after he's got the BKB and he's got himself the Inkswell with the heal and the strongest spell and everything like that, then he can press the ult and just continue going. And the bashes, they were finding their targets, and he was finding his targets. 11-0-8. It was pretty good from God King. Pretty good is an understatement. It was really good. Well, I'll give him better than the dunk contest today. I'll give him a 10. He played 10 out of 10.
Yo, please, no spoilers. I haven't seen the dunk contest just yet. Please, shh, no spoilerino. I'm going to watch that after this. But certainly a great game from the side of RNG. Right now, we are back to the drawing board for the side of PSG.LGD, because they have to decide how to approach this next game. They got some of their great heroes early on in the draft. Didn't really work out for them. What do you think here, Lacoste? This was also a little bit of an off-kilter game. We've seen them play all these heroes, but we haven't seen all these heroes at once in the same game from LGD. Normally, we have a bit more cohesion in the timings of the tempo. We don't have to have a hero changing itemization order just to try and match up the same tempo as the rest of the squad. So are we going to have a draft change here? Are we going to see a more classic rendition from LGD in Game 2?
Oh, for sure. Like they're gonna have like Klink's Shadow Shaman, Night Stalker out of a sudden. It's just that LGD is a team that I don't think it like really ever gets into their head when they like lose a game like this. So they're like, whatever. But seeing the RNG and how they played it out, very impressed. Like their understanding of their timings, what needs to be done, and not just understanding of their timings, but mostly understanding of the enemy timings and how to mess up with it. I think this is the biggest part, and that's what they won the game off of it.
I was very impressed. I think it was like minute 17 or 18. I saw them, nothing to say, picked up the Myth Hammer, and he'd had it for a few minutes. It seemed like he was getting close to BKB. And then he shows on map, and they instantly smoke on RNG. They're like, find him now, find him now.
No, you're not getting that BKB.
Exactly. Now, though, we are going to be seeing in Game 2 whether or not LGD can bring this one back, whether they can make something happen with the nature of this game, or will RNG start to build that momentum and then take the series. Of course, it's only one game. A lot can still happen in the rest of this BO5 final. One thing, B-Corp, that I'm wondering, right? I doubt we see a hero like Kunka again for Ame. I feel like they want to put him back on these one hero that can sort of solo carry the game no matter what kind of circumstances, right? So are you expecting the same thing, or do you think that they'll double down and say, you know what, no, we're playing tempo on Ame no matter what?
And it definitely wouldn't be out of their wheelhouse to just double down until it doesn't work anymore and you lose a BO5 in the grand finals of TI or something like that. And Ben has to be heartbroken again watching his favorite team lose TI. But
don't remind me.
Maybe they do something a little bit different, because remember the last time they lost when eHome took that game too, and then they came back and slapped them? Yeah, I think we might see a little bit of that from LGD, maybe a little bit more confidence. I'd love to see them I know I've been saying it, but like second pick the Tinker. Just make RNG just go, all right, now, great.
Why are you like this? You've always been like that. Why do you like Chaos so much?
He wants like Tinker techies in one game.
You don't understand. Chaos is like an aspect of my life. I play a Magic the Gathering EDH deck where Chaos is literally the build of the deck. I make people bid for their own creatures with their own life. I make every card get countered. Like, I'm playing Grip of Chaos. I'm playing Illicit Auction. My life is chaos, and thus I exude chaos. It's very fun. I should start picking Chaos Knight.
Let's hope there's a bit more. No, don't pick Chaos Knight. And PSG.LGD, don't listen to Pika. Pick a more ordered draft. Make this happen. Let's see what they've got, because the draft is now underway. Game 2 of the grand finals. It's RNG and PSG.LGD. And early on here, Lacoste, we have got the one hero that we expected to be contested, expected to emerge. Got ourselves the Monkey King as the first overall pick from RNG.
Yeah, this is a hero that I also didn't see in other regions when I was doing research for China and watching some of the games. They love to play it, whether that's a safe lane or a position 4 monkey, they will still bring it out. I personally don't think like this is a first pick material, but yeah, RNG they came up with a plan. There was like still Grimstroke available, and this also shows, I think, great strength of the team where they win a game off PSG.LGD, and then they're like, well, you know what? We just won the game, and we have a lot of different stuff prepared. I like that. I respect that. I also love the fact that RNG won the first game, so that means we're in for a treat. This is going to be a very interesting series.
Absolutely.
Ooh. Faith
Okay.
Beyond, please. Offlane Jakiro, do
Oh, yeah.
it. No, never mind.
No,
No.
I mean, they
well,
played-
you know,
E-
5 position
Innocence
tie.
plays tied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With
So it's still
Copium still
doable.
there.
I think it's a flex pick. I like the opening. I like the response because, as you mentioned, Jakiro on the off lane. Guys, if you're listening, if you want some free MMR in the next couple of days, play Jakiro. Play Jakiro on the off lane. Buy Aghanim Scepter, second item, and you'll see how good it is. And I think this also shows that they might be expecting Monkey as the safe laner, so they're trying to bait them and put Tidehunter on position 5 and have because Monkey can't play Dota against offlane Jakiro. He just like can't hit. He's gonna have a really bad time. So I think if RNG wants to stay one step ahead, they shift this Monkey to 4, and then we might see PSG.LGD swapping Tidehunter to the offlane. So a lot of mind games happening right now.
Another thing this could be mind games about is we saw on day one how PSG.LGD dismantled entirely the Templar Assassin with this Jakiro. And interestingly enough, they banned it last game. They left it in this time around, choosing instead to ban the Queen of Pain. So that could be an additional direction where they're choosing to cover. Make sure that they don't have to worry about a Somnus TA in this game.
Yeah.
RNG though, they'll just stick with the Chalice Mars. This is a crazy combo peacock that we've seen so many times in China. Mars, Monkey King. If memory serves, last year the usual hero to emerge after this would be Snapfire, but I doubt PSG.LGD let that happen. Or at the very least, if they let it happen, they probably have a plan to deal with it.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll let the Snapfire through. Chalice is very good with this Mars. He was one of the guys last year who was doing that, like, in the laning phase, doing that spear into the instant God's Rebuke, but if the spear lands, you still stay right there because you got hit with the God's Rebuke.
Oh yeah, I remember. I think we were casting that game, but it doesn't have like I haven't noticed anyone else like doing that.
He was
anymore.
really the only one who like loved doing that, and I wonder if they're gonna do that and play aggressive like that in this game with Chalice. It's very interesting. If you set that up with like even Tusk or Snapfire, that could be deadly.
Yeah, even Monkey. Like we don't know where this Monkey King is gonna go, but even if it's a position 4 Monkey, having these two circles around, they still deal a ton of damage. And looking at the bans from PSG.LGD, banning out the Dead Prophet, this could also say, we want this Tidehunter to be an offlaner, because Dead Prophet in general was always considered as a great Tide counter, hunter, whatever. Because you can't Kraken off the Spirit Siphon, and you can easily chase him down, especially once you have like BKB, Blink. Then you make him very useless. And if you're playing against the core Tidehunter, you need to have something that Tidehunter is afraid of, whether that's a Static Storm, Faceless Void, Ulti, Black Hole, Doom, anything that can lock him down, any break mechanic, so that you feel comfortable coming into a fight instead of saying, you know what, how do we deal with Ravage? You don't. So we have to see. I think what PSG.LGD once again is looking for is to have this Tidehunter on the offlane potentially if Monkey King is not position 1. If it is, it's going to be core Jakiro.
Do you pick Disruptor here? Just to interrupt their B-Cup, because if you have this Tide, like you're mentioning, playing into the Monkey safe lane and Disruptor in that lane, doesn't that just like make Tide's game impossible generally?
Disruptor for PSG or for
Oh, for RNG, so that they have Monkey King, Disruptor,
I
and Mars.
don't
Yeah.
mind because Monkey on the trees provide you with vision and also having another way to like set things up for Mars Arena for Spear. I think Disruptor gained a lot of value in the last couple of months. People realize how good it is, but you need to pair him up with some kind of vision hero, and Monkey King is that hero.
Storm banned out.
I was gonna say about RNG is I'm not too certain if this is like fully true, but I think Super just rejoined the team. I want to say for RNG, I'll fact check that, but there's definitely been an improvement in this final regional finals, and I'm pretty sure he came back at the beginning of it. If my inside info can't tell you who said it, but if my inside info serves me right, I'll double check. I'll ask somebody behind the scenes if that's the truth. But RNG have definitely been drafting way differently than they were in the groups, or technically when they were playing in the regional non-finals. Phantom Assassin's a different one. Not really something we were seeing much out of God King either.
Yeah, Phantom Assassin is 4-0 so far in the regional finals. The only hero that has this high success rate, win rate with 4 picks. Great hero against Razor because you can break the link with the blink strike, and there's the disruptor that you mentioned. Like, it makes a lot of sense. You'll also like pop a glimpse on a Razor who's trying to chase you down, maybe force a BKB out of him. And yeah, this looks very good so far. Like, RNG needed to make the change, considering what they had, like Jakiro and Tide. And I think for PSG.LGD, now seeing that you're playing into Phantom Assassin as a Tide Hunter gets a free lane. Like, you get a stick, you can't die at early levels. I said in the previous one, you can't die as Queen of Pain, but nothing to say was like, hold my beer, I'll show you how it's done. And yeah, so I'm not going to be using that term. I still feel Tide Hunter, should not be heavily contested early on, and he should have a really, really relatively safe lane.
It'll probably help that he has a Treant Protector as backup now for the Living Armor in case things get super, super dicey. And PSG.LGD, looking at the way the game is going, they're trying to buy themselves some of that additional room. And this is also more team fight. Overgrowth is really good with the Jakiro. The Tide Hunter can set up for the Overgrowth and vice versa. So got some decent synergy for the team fights here. But B-Corp, I'm a little bit worried about the damage output right now from the side of PSG.LGD.
I don't know if I'm really too worried about it. If this Treant ends up being on Y, that means Sinkyu is going to be playing the Jakiro, which obviously means greedy build incoming. But also, like, we've seen some good Razor games. I'm wondering how aggressive they're going to be able to play with it, because Treant does change the way you play the game, right? If you're RNG, they don't exactly have the best building taking material right now, which means these towers might feel very tough to get through with Treant Protector.
I gotta stop you right there. I gotta say something smart. Because, sorry. Bloodseeker for PSG.LGD. This is the hero that completely ruins Phantom Assassin. I've seen it so many times, and you can put this like Razor on a mid lane. I'm not sure if like they want to do it. Looking at the heroes that RNG is banning, like Troll, Templar Assassin, they might think this is mid Razor and they're still looking for a safe laner. Because I've seen so many games where Bloodseeker is like, you know what? I'm not going to use my ulti ever until I see Phantom Assassin. Or unless Phantom Assassin dies, we're going to use it on someone else. But yeah, I think this is very, very doable still for PSG.LGD. It works well against the Monkey King. I think he should be fine in the lane, especially with Treant Protector, a lot of regen. He has high base armor, but we'll have to see. Like, their tower damage is a bit limited. We still have to see whether this Jakiro is going to be off lane or a support.
Ooh, OD coming out on the other side for RNG. They've now got an absurd amount of team fight coming out from their side. You were mentioning earlier about how, might need BKB on Razor. It's now an uber priority playing into this OD. And against all of this here, B-Cup, they're going to end up rounding out the draft. We were talking about this with what heroes will Ame be able to play that allows him to get back into the game. They've gone
Interesting.
away from a more tempo style. The uber hard mega carry of his Terrorblade will return to us. The very interesting thing about this is, as much as we have seen Ame, just be Ame on Terrorblade, this is only his second time this season that he's playing this hero. So do you think it's going to be what they need here, LGD, to bring them back to parity, bring them back to the 1-1 point, or is the team fight of RNG just a little bit too much to deal with?
I think it's the right pick for Ame. I don't know. I see TBs and I feel like it just fits the Ame kind of style. The thing that jumped off the page to me was Q on the tree and protector and not Y. So that probably means what? Early meteor hammer for Q, something ridiculous. Like, I'm just excited to see what he does with this 4-position tree and what he's going to throw into the mix that is going to make the life of RNG maybe a little bit more difficult. But I do really like. You could do the glimpse into the spear, like the pickoff potential is there. Like you said, the team fight's there for RNG. I'm a little worried at their push potential, but when you might put yourself into a massive lead because your team fight's so good, it doesn't matter how slow you push towers if they're dead on the other side.
And what about you, Lacoste? What do you make of this? Is the Ame Terrorblade, is this the matchup actually into the PA that we've already seen in the draft so far?
I mean, PA doesn't deal much damage to Terrorblade until she gets to like 3 items. What's doable if they want to go that route? I remember being popular in Europe for some time when you're playing against Morphling Terrorblade, that as Phantom Assassin, you get Maelstrom, so you have this like still a farming tool, and you have ways of dealing damage against high armor in this game. But seeing what he bought and how he played the previous game, he might just go for the Battle Fury. I mean, this is an option. If he doesn't do it, then you're like, man, well, what the hell is this guy talking about? He has no clue. But I've seen it work so many times that I think it's doable, especially in the situation where like Phantom Assassin gets farm no matter what, like with the dagger, even though when she is pressured, there's going to be Tidehunter, so he should have an okay time, as we said. But I think Somnus on this OD, I think this is a great pick. Having like a save, great against Razor to put him down, put him under when he's chasing, and also have a hero that Tidehunter is afraid of as well on top of Disruptor.
Multiple heroes that Tide is afraid of, multiple routes to victory, and a game that is super important for PSG.LGD. With Ame ready now with his Terrorblade, can he carry them to victory? We'll find out together. Game 2, B-Corp Lacoste, take it away for the grand finals between PSG.LGD and RNG.
And right into it we go. I thought for a second you might have gotten what you were talking about earlier with the tri-laning. They had X-Nova, Felix, as well as God King ready to go bottom, but it looks like they're going to send X-Nova top to join.
Yeah, they're swapping the lanes just to supports, because Felix is going to have a much easier time playing into 2 strength heroes. So one of the reasons why he decided to go with the Jingo level 1 and also starting with the Quelling Blade. He's not griefing. They're not going to share any CS in this lane. He wants to cut down the trees so the treant can't come from a different angle. It's also... he needs to be careful, because look at the damage, 93 on Treant and also 60 on Tidehunter plus a Gush. Like the 2 slows could be a bit problematic. So he needs to play position 5 from a 4 roll, bring an extra salve. This is when you're like, your game is not going to be as good as you would like normally want it to be. This is something that pub players don't like to do. You're like, well, we're not doing it right now because I want to get some farm. I'm not buying healing salves or wards, because wards are free. Why would I get a ward?
The amount of times I have to spend more gold as a support on my carry. Salve me now. Ping, 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 ping. Yeah, B-Cop has healing salve. Yes, I know. I see it. I got you. Very frustrating in pubs, like you were alluding to. Just to be a support. It's a rough life. You're at the whims of your carries. Why? Just trying to push away X-Nova top. The dual breath hurts. It is not fun to go up against these Jakiros, especially when it's dual breath, liquid fire, and then level 3 you're going 2nd level in a dual breath, and you're just dealing with that damage over time constantly.
And TBs get reflection early on, so like the chip damage, you need to be careful about like not buying Orb of Venom when you're playing against TB, something that some pro players tend to forget from time to time. I think the kill lane is this bottom lane, definitely the lane to look out for, because this is where the first blood is gonna happen.
Is
If it
that
doesn't, I'm just gonna say I was trolling, I was baiting, but looks like it's gonna happen there on bottom lane.
I'm kind of nervous for X Nova. I think luckily for him, there's only a Mango and a Clarity left on this Jakiro. Sooner or later, he's gonna run out of breath.
Oh man, mid lane is getting dumpstered.
Yeah, this time
Nothing to
Saunus is
say.
not doing it.
11-4 against 6-3. Somnus not having a good time.
And there's that first blood coming up bottom. You know, if you were able to gamble on where first blood would happen, Lacoste's advice would have been right.
That would have been great. And yeah, I mean, these are two beefy boys. They needed to play this lane a bit slower because RNG pushed it out and they got more XP, so they were afraid of like them getting level 2 and then started playing aggressively. But fighting into Treant, who's level 3 right now,
Oh gosh,
man,
it's gonna be even worse. It's so hard. Ooh, X Nova might burn out. Ooh, top. Weiss trying so hard. There it is. The dual breath lands, but Chalice kills off Ame while leaving Y to kill off X Nova, or at least try to. He doesn't even succeed in doing that.
Oh, extra regen from the tower and armor, keeping him alive there. To go back to bottom lane, like Monkey, level 1 Jingu gives you false sense of how strong you are, where you like go in and you're like, wow, I'm gonna trade. Well, no, you're not. You're playing into Train Protector with 2 points in Leech Seed, who is going to out-regen whatever damage you deal.
And it is not an exciting time, that's for sure. I'm a little surprised at the Ame death 1v1 against this Mars, because they had pushed X Nova and X Nova and Y were doing their own thing. Not really a death I was expecting all too much.
Yeah, not sure what happened. You baited me when you said X Noah. I instantly start following him. I see Ame with 10 stick charges, so maybe he did not pop it there.
I baited myself. He still has 10 charges on that stick, but it could be new charges. Who knows? TQ going level 2 in the Leech Seed for his level 3 pick. And it's actually getting a little bit tougher here for LGD. Boundless Strike, Leech Seed trying to keep Faith Beyond alive, and a little bit of Centaur help. And that's actually going to benefit RNG as they get the kill on a Faith Beyond. They got the extra experience. They pushed themselves to 4 before LGD could get there, and it ends up that they get the kill over bottom.
This is why this team is called RNG, because they get random help from Gaben. Gaben using a Centaur Conqueror to drop a stun on Treant Protector.
Do you think that Gaben has the ability to overlook lobbies and just add that RNG flavor in there?
I hope not. But, I mean, they have the technology and it's their own game. But yeah,
there was that.
Never happened, never will happen. Kill on the top lane, Chalice and X Noah managed to grab a kill on Y. Ame might need to bail out of this lane right now. Like he's doing good in terms of CS 2023. Also getting some solo XP for now. So yeah, he's gonna be in jungle very soon.
Yeah, we'll see.
Mars
Just
about
when he
to hit
bails
level
out.
6. Yeah, gotta become harder for him.
You don't want to be there for the arena, that's for sure. You die again, your game gets slowed even longer. Saunus has actually recovered quite nicely. He's even now with nothing to say. He was down 6-7 CS.
I want to see rotation once OD picks up the meme hammer. It's a bit delayed. Like usually you get it earlier, but yeah, he did not have a good time first couple of waves. So any kind of rotation, Disruptor or Monkey King should do the trick. Bottom lane.
Yeah, Faith Beyond a little forward again, but they do have Y coming over. They've got the Jingu. The dual breath hits both of them. The Boundless Strike is out, so Felix will heal a little bit, but he still ends up dead, and they are going to kill off God King. So with the rotation, they do get 2 kills down here, and they can put some pressure onto this tower with the catapult coming through. 3-2-0.
Tidehunter still 5, but yeah, I'm not sure if they want to defend this. They will cut down the trees, scout things out. Jinkyu's like, who's TPing? It's Monkey. I mean, there's a great synergy. Monkey with the Quelling Blade, he can grief. He can cut down his own tree.
Stun himself.
Yeah, cosplay Alchemist. A bad one.
My Alchemist. I'm on my team, not me playing it, obviously. God King, though, off that death goes top, and they're going to take the tower in the top lane. They know they sent Ame back to the jungle, so there's no way for him to really defend this, and they knew that there were 3 heroes bottom. So they do trade towers, not the worst move from RNG at all.
Also, the score is incorrect. It says 2-0 for RNG. It's not. Maybe we know some, like maybe the players know that they're gonna win this one, sort of like production. Please put 2-0. We're gonna win this one. RNG, they have a good draft. Like they've been slowed down a little bit in terms of farming, especially for the God King. As you mentioned, Somnus is catching up on a mid lane. Meteor Hammer is done. The first usage was there. Like Razor, not the easiest kill to get. Smoke from both of them, but X-Noah will break the smoke and die.
He's got the kinetic field down, and it won't matter. It's actually a different field, the plasma field that comes through. They're trying to land the Meteor Hammer and drop down the sanities, but nothing to say. Still survives for a second longer. Not gonna turn into anything more on the Somnus. Chalice gets hit for a second, though the spear pushes Faith Beyond away.
Fate Beyond came to mid lane after taking down the bottom tower. Ravage is online, but he is very low on mana.
It was not enough mana there to throw a Ravage out. Ooh, they found him, and I think they cut his tree. He is cosplaying that Alchemist right now, like you said, and Faith Beyond will get the kill. And this is
Jinkyu,
tough
he
for him.
bought Quelling Blade as like his 8-minute item. After he couldn't find Monkey King, he's like, you know what, I'm investing this gold. It's not that much.
I'm tired
I'll
of
get
this.
the value back.
And then he got the value back right there. 1 kill kind of seems like it turns into the value. Ooh, level 7 Zinq on the tree. It means he's got the overgrowth.
Wrong
try to
way.
get a kill
I'm
on a
not
God
an
King. He's going the wrong
expert,
way.
but yeah, this is not his base.
No, all their base does not belong to God King, and well, Somnus, while that's happening
Where's
to
that
top,
from?
they'll get
All
the
your
kill over mid.
base belong to us. Is that StarCraft or Warcraft?
It is neither of those. It is actually a game called Zero Wing.
Well, I look at us, telling people that we use cheats in some of these games. Goddamn cheaters. DD on Mars.
Ice Path coming through, and well, they're gonna go to the static link and try to get the kill on X over. The balance strike comes out onto Y. They've used the Wukongs. They'll throw the Ravage. It lands on Somnus. The spear hits though on a nothing to say. So now Somnus, he won't be able to walk away for the plasma field, but nothing to say. Oh, 1 shot. Primal Spring down on a nothing to say, and will get the kill. Meanwhile, on the other side, Faith Beyond and Zinq are gonna look to maybe get a trade here on Felix. Loses his broom handle on the courier, and there's the glimpse back in the end of the chase on that one. But to go back to your point, it was a cheat, I believe, in StarCraft. The original line, all your base belongs to us, is from Zero Wing, as Felix does eventually die to Ame rotating over.
Yeah, Ame gets an easy one, a solo kill pretty much. Dragonland's done on Ame. He also bought Ring of Bassi. Sometimes we see just a casual Sage Mask to have that mana. Sometimes we see a full Falcon Blade, but you need some kind of mana to spam out your illusions. They also don't have greatest ways to deal with the illusions. Even early on, there's not much spell damage that they can throw on the illusion. So the lanes are always going to be pretty much pushed out. Different game for God King this time around. He doesn't have anything pretty much at this point. Last game he had an 11-minute Battle Fury plus Wand and Boots of Speed. Now he has just Perseverance. I mean, he does have Power Tread, so that's an extra 1,000 gold, but still, Battle Fury timing is going to be heavily delayed.
Yeah, that Orb of Corrosion as well, but that's a little bit of a backup plan for him. Boom's back, Spear lands. That's the easy setup, and Y will die.
I want to go and show what Phantom Assassin was doing. She is using the courier to jump between the camps, so that's like value you get. You don't have to like provide vision, especially like during the night. It's a good thing to do. Anything that has some kind of jump value, no problem. Chat, thanks for the tip, is appreciated.
Chat up there in the realms of 12k MMR, as we all know. That's why you know, I raised that MMR up, because I'm always in chat.
Yeah, chat was like average 13k, and then you joined, and then suddenly the chat is full 12k. Got it?
Oh man, I would be lower than that. But you know, talking about this game, because RNG score is not right. It does say 2-0 up on the board, but it is just 1-0 RNG. That first game looked so easy, so clean for them, and right now, just not the same story. Like you said, it's not the quick Battle Fury here for God King, and it's a much better game from Nothing to Say, that's for sure. And even though I say that, like, it feels like a much better game for him, he's still bottom of the core net worth, which is kind of crazy to me.
He had a really good start, but they managed to kill him twice. Glimpse back, X-Noah. Oh, good save. X-Noah will live.
Yeah, he's going to survive this one while Felix dies again to Ame. He's got a Quelling Blade. He's spotting out this monkey.
Yeah, I mean, we'll pop meta and get another one on Felix. Chalice has that Blink Dagger. They want a big kill. They do not want Y.
They might have to just get this consolation and be okay with it.
Yeah. You see Chalice and X-Nova completely ignoring Y, and they're like, well, we want better. Like, we don't want you. We don't want to participate in this bloodbath. And they don't find anything. So far, Ame only died once. He's level 12, staying on top of the net worth. Phantom Assassin struggling. It's going to be post 15-minute Battle Fury. And this time around, she's not going to be as comfortable coming into the fight. Like, next item definitely needs to be a BKB. They do have like ways of dealing with her, even with the BKB. Overgrowth goes through magic immunity, but yeah, she still needs to be able to deal damage and defend herself against Ravage, against Jakiro spells, like even Sunder.
They're still looking to pressure. They want to constantly go after Ame, and they're trying to use Felix to get them that information. And there's the Blink as well as the Arena. They've got the Spear, and Y again might be the sacrifice here. But the Blink Ravage coming through, and it is out onto 4. Though they got the Wukongs down, Nothing to Say comes over. They get a quick kill on Somnus. The Spear lands on a Nothing to Say. They end up trading Y. Felix trying to keep himself alive. They've got a kinetic field down that does lock up Faith Beyond, but they'll throw the Gush. They've got the Plasma Field. They'll take out a second. So 2 quick ones there for LGD as they land a 4-man Ravage coming out from Faith Beyond.
That Blink Dagger really paying off. They even saw Monkey King using ulti, but since it's a position 4 monkey, they don't care too much about it. So they just stay inside and decide to take a fight. Like, what RNG wanted was to get Ame. Did not manage to do it. Ame, very slippery, very speedy with his Yasha.
Yeah, Yasha Dragonlance, and that's about 1,600 gold away from that BKB. Gonna be big timing for them, because you have Nothing to Say who's just about to finish that BKB, and then Ame, who is getting there. Though that being said, this could be an interesting moment if RNG do stick it and go for Roche, knowing that there's no Ravage, no Overgrowth. There's not that lockdown that LGD need to really get this and stop RNG from doing it. But the illusions have been the things that are making them a little bit too scared of even trying to take this. What is Faith Beyond doing?
Big timing for PSG.LGD is going to be BKB on TB. They have BKB on Razor. Blink, Dagger, and Fiend Protector is going to come up in 300 gold. Ooh. Unless he dies.
TB?
Spear.
No.
Plus Arena as well.
Arena Spear, they'll get the kill. Doesn't really take a lot of gold out of the pocket of Xingqiu, but it does slow down the Blink Dagger a little bit. Faith Beyond is like oddly sitting in these little corners by the stairs.
Yeah. Felix got a lot of gold from kills, and now he has Orchid. So that's going to be another way of like silencing people. It's going to give them a better pick-off potential. Terrorblade still doesn't have a BKB, needs like 400 gold, but Ame understands something fishy is going on. TP's back to tier 2 tower and will continue to farm the triangle.
Yeah, it's either he smelt it down bottom from what RNG are doing, or it was Faith Beyond that smelled fishy. But okay, so you know, LGD have themselves a little bit of a slight lead at the moment, but that being said, Somnus got Blink, Meteor Hammer, Midas. They've set up to go for this smoke, go for Roche once again, and will they be deterred by illusions this time?
This time around, Ame might send one illusion. Tower on the mid lane, however, is full HP. Nothing to say, has Invis that is gonna run out. Let's see if they know. X-Noah, good positioning from him.
Beyond
sitting
gets
on the high ground. Oh, he used the blink.
Yeah, he blinked. He tried to get on the edge, and he did get on the edge of the pit. He just wasn't able to throw a Ravage out or anything because of the glimpse.
Good glimpse. I said good positioning from Disruptor, and he set up a vision. He saw him approaching, and this time around, RNG will get the first Roche. OD will pick it up. He also decided to go back for Hand of Midas to be able to scale, get a bit more XP. Like his talents are okay. I don't think his talents are like insanely good, but yeah, I don't mind OD Midas. One of the few ones that feels okay to have.
Speaking of talents, would you be shocked if they just removed him from the game completely?
B-Cop, where do you get these ideas? Why would we remove talents? It's one of the best things that happened. It's like some of the talents definitely need more balance, and we need some fresh ideas. For example, if we look at the Razor's talent tree, 9 agility, 14 strength. Like this is just like very dull. We need something cool.
Yeah, I think they should be unique to the hero. More unique to the hero.
Yes, for sure.
Not like straight baseline stats.
Like you get 200 HP on level 15, you get 400 mana. It's something that needs to change. Like I think, for example, like in this game, I think Monkey has like very good talents. You can choose like which path you want to go for. I think that's what we need to have a bit like a bit of a mix where you can choose whether I want to play this hero as a core. Blink in.
Blink Overgrowth on a 2. Chalice immediately getting linked. They drop down the Static Storm. They've got the Ravage to back it up. They're going to try to go for Somnus Sanities, and they still don't kill Xingqiu. X-Nova's gone. Nothing to say comes back, and nothing to say. It's only got 73 from the Static Link.
Oh, what a bait.
And look at that. Xingqiu makes Somnus turn around, and Somnus does end up falling.
What a great bait from Xingqiu. First he blinks in, uses the Overgrowth, held him in place, and then OD tries to use Sanities, does not get a kill, and he comes back. So like one Astral would kill him, but he's not in range. He turns around instead of like TPing out immediately. Like Q is just on a different level.
Gosh. He just knows the exact ranges to mess with everybody. Nothing to say going refresher, which we've seen a lot from these Razors. Also, Faith Beyond, I think he's finished off the Ags. That should be getting delivered soon.
That Ags is just
so good.
Insanely good. Like AoE minus armor. Let's say you hit an Overgrowth and Reflection with just Gush. It's ton of damage. He was thinking about getting a BKB second item to protect himself against Disruptor. He has one in the quick buy right now, which I think is the correct choice. If you're wondering, like, why does Tide need a BKB? Like, you can't kill him. He has this Kraken shell. It's about the Static Storm. Him coming to the fight and also not caring about the Arcane Orb. So he can stand his ground and just survive, but mostly the Static Storm. Jin Q on the bottom lane, providing some deep vision with the freshly placed Observer Ward. This hero is so elusive. Like, I like his animation also in this game. Not deciding to go for like Meteor Hammer or anything, just to be more annoying, especially with the Blink Dagger. And he didn't have points in Living Armor at all. He was really playing for the lane, Nature's Wrath, and Leech Seed.
Right. And now he's going for this shard to follow it up. That Nature's Guise, you become invis, you get that root, and that'll help a little bit with the lockdown. I agree with you. I love this Tidehunter Ags. It's not fair though, because I've liked it for a long time. I used to get called trash for building it, but it just feels so good. Like it's such a good Ags.
Say it's one of the better Ags in the game. We said it already like 3 times so far.
I heard it in my head.
And we're only on game 2, but it definitely is. Like he also synergizes well with the talents, plus 10 gush slow, 10%, and also the gush damage on top of that. So good choice, I would say. Game slowed down a little bit. We didn't see any big fights coming out.
Yeah, nothing too crazy right now. Sinkyu top, spotting the PA, who's also going for Ags. That Ags is middle of the pack for me. I don't know. Maybe not the best Ags in the game. I just can't say it.
Phantom Assassin Ags?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's that good here. I mean, having the spell mechanic is great against like Tidehunter Gush, against like Jakiro, even Overgrowth. So I guess that's why. Like the other thing that players love to do when they play against Treant Protector is get Manta style. They're like, well, we're not investing into BKB. We do not want to use a charge every single time I get Overgrowth on top of me.
Here we go. Smoke out from LGD. 5-man smoke. You got 2 heroes top, though. The one closest to them is the PA. Ooh, what's this courier coming out with?
He knows. He knows something is up.
Courier coming out with nothing. Probably just going to the secret shop to maybe finish off the Ags when he gets the gold. Ooh, Gush. Spear, Arena, Static Storm, stepping over to the side to throw the Ravage to continue the lockdown out on the Chalice. He'll pop the BKB. The Overgrowth comes in, and now he'll end up dead. It's only Chalice that dies with the TP out from X-Nova, and it does cost them Ravage, Overgrowth. They do go to the Eye of the Storm, but that's not that long of a cooldown.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, Chalice overextended a little bit. There was no real follow-up on the Treant Protector with the Arena. And also, he was a bit late with the BKB. I mean, he can't get out of that. That's also a different thing. Because he will save the Overgrowth, and if you pop a BKB, he will use it after. This is a big kill if they can get it.
Balance strike. Oh, the damage, the crit! Taking out Sinkyu so quickly. And now the Faith Beyond's gonna blink in. He's got the Gush to go for the damage out on the Felix to finish off the Monkey King. Or
they're not done.
but back in come RNG. Meteor Hammer, I don't believe landed, or it got purged off via the Kraken shell. Either way, they're still going to get the kill on a Faith Beyond.
Oh man, X-Noah holding that glimpse and uses it on Terrorblade immediately. They also did not want to take this fight. They got surprised how well they did. Like big crits from God King and also a bit of a cleave as well on top of that, dealing damage to, I believe it was Razor behind, and now they take the tower. Aghanim's is done, so there will be the spell mechanic that we talked about, and like her abilities also refresh when she gets the kill.
This is all of a sudden PA late game.
We still haven't seen Ame. These 2 kills were pretty much from the laning stage. Ame hit level 20, Conjure Image Duration, so the lanes are gonna be even easier for him to push out. Going into MKB, this is the item that he doesn't want to buy. He would definitely buy a different item if he was playing against different carry, but yeah, in this situation, it's kind of a must.
Oh, dagger. Okay. Gonna hit there, out on a nothing to say. X-Nova taken out by said player.
X-Noah gets the Observer Ward and pays with his life. Well worth it. It's... Oh, they don't know. Like, Roche could potentially be up.
Minute 25 for it to be back up. Balance strike to start it off. Stifling dagger again thrown out on a nothing to say. That gush does land on a chalice, so his blink will go on cooldown for a couple of seconds. It's back up, obviously, and you're going to start to pressure the tier 2 mid. They do take it pretty quickly if Ame stands his ground, but it's a little bit dangerous for him to do so, especially up by himself.
Chalice picked up the shard, so Spear of Mars. 2 targets.
Oh.
Possibly, if you can hit it. There's a full Hex on OD. He went all in. Like, this is very risky build considering what you're playing into. There's still no BKB. It's one of those, like, either he looks really bad or he looks like the best player type of a build.
Midas does feel like it could pay off in dividends, though. They've got the arena as well as the spear that comes out onto the Jakiro. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight with the BKBs being popped around the horn, they're trying to get these kills here. The sanity is going to be dropped down to Faith Beyond to get the kill to the Time Hunter. But Felix as well as Y drop in the support area of this fight. And, well, a 2-for-1 for RNG with 10 seconds till Roche.
Yeah, we've seen this Aghanim Scepter from Phantom Assassin doing miracles against Treant Protector. She gets held in place by Overgrowth, instantly dispels it, and yeah, needs a little bit of damage. Like, Tidehunter is okay, they locked onto a target. Like, Felix is extremely strong. He is playing this also Jinkyu type of a style, I would say, where he deals damage. He's level 18, got a lot of farm on the side lanes, has a BKB plus Orchid, so he can jump on a target and try to lock it down. That means no BKBs, no refresher on Razor, no meta. I want to see RNG do something. I want to see them go inside the pit and try to make it happen, try to force out the fight.
See what they can do if they can force that fight. And now, especially with Roche up, we'll see who can get the advantage of the Aegis, of the Shard. If you had to choose one person, who would it be to get the Shard from this next Roche?
Phantom Assassin. Ooh. Definitely the best one.
Fan of Knives.
Yeah, Fan of Knives, the old Warcraft 3 ability. Just super strong. This is pure damage for whatever reason. At 16% of max HP, you can do the math on Terrorblade, who has 3,000 HP. That's 500 damage. AoE on him, but yeah, the rest is not gonna take that much damage.
Oh,
they're not attacking
spear?
Spears.
It's the kebab on the 2 heroes that they needed it on most. Felix goes with the Wukong's command, and now they're gonna blink and go to the Ravage. That's gonna land on the 2 with the BKB being popped by Felix. Now X-Nova, he's dead immediately. You pop the BKB on nothing to say. You've got Faith Beyond pushing in on a Somnus. They get the kill on a Y, and now they've got the static link on a Chalice. Sanity's drop. Faith Beyond dead again. The buyback comes out from Y. They have the stun coming through and nothing to say, as well as Ame. The spear lands, hits Ame, who needs a Sunder, but he's Sunder. Just gets it onto Felix. And now they're going to go after God King. God King gets the kill on a Singyu. Stifling Dagger to slow up Ame. They bought back on this tree and they still want to go for Roche. This is very tough. They have buyback available on both the heroes dead, one on each side from both these teams, but don't use it just yet. And they go back into the pit.
Chalice is bringing 4 healing salves on Courier. We'll pop one. He wants to take this fight. He understood if I go back, it's not going to be as good.
That was the refresher used there by Nothing to Say to get the static link as well as the Eye of the Storm. They've got the static link down, and they'll get the kill on a Chalice. Chalice is going to be dead for 77 seconds. Leaves the Roche potentially open. Felix is going to try and Primal Spring this. They need to be ready. They throw the Ice Path down onto it. That's going to stun up
Can he get
Felix. But now the Aegis is down and picked up by
Doesn't
Ame.
get anything.
They kill Somnus. They'll take out another duo of heroes here on RNG. LGD come out with the Aegis and now with the Shark. Comes back onto the Terrorblade, but X-Nova, he might still just be dead. Gush lands, that slows him up. They'll catch up and kill him.
Oh
This is
man,
right by the
I
tier
know
2 and
it
the tier
says
3.
1k gold lead for PSG.LGD, but this is one type of a fight that swings it one way.
This is rough. Did Felix pick up the shard? Or did Phantom Assassin buy out on the Fan of Knives?
Let me see. Yeah, TB picked up the shard. He got everything because he definitely
Yeah, because
didn't buy
he wouldn't buy it
himself.
for the Demon Zeal.
Yes.
So looking to hold out, but you've already lost a mid set of racks. This happens so fast, especially with the upgrade. They've got the Arena of the Fan.
the cleave.
Oh my god, Faith Beyond and Nothing to Say are melted. Ame might be next. He's broken. He's on the run. He sunders again, this time on a God King, and will use the Demon Zeal and just right-click him down. The Demon Zeal, the Shard, proving to feel so good on this hero, and he'll continue to go. He doesn't have Sunder for 29 seconds. They land the Spear. They'll get the kill. That's the Aegis, but when he comes back alive, he will have that Demon Zeal, but I don't think he's going to have the damage. They've got the Static Storm right in front of him, and they'll get the kill with the help of the Fan of Knives. Somnus getting credit for it and taking out Ame twice.
Yeah, I mean, at what cost? This was a good fight. If Phantom Assassin did not have to buy back, like this Lotus Orb needs to come a bit earlier on PA so that, like, Terrorblade, like you talked about, the Demon Seal, I don't know why this icon looks like Batman or a cat. Not sure what that is. It's supposed to be like some screaming Terrorblade, but definitely doesn't look like it. At least it's not my first thought. Yeah, Lotus Orb definitely needs to come out. And Phantom Assassin will hit level 25 in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, gonna get that level 25. Could go to the triple stifling dagger.
Like, they have ways of protecting her. I think they're like, because you can Sunder through the BKB, but once BKB is down, there should have been an
I swear they just
Astral
wanna
Phantom
blink in and
Assassin.
ravage.
Like, he needs to be careful.
They were thinking about it. They go to the BKBs, but they've got the overgrowth. They've rooted up the Phantom Assassin. The Phantom Assassin who just bought back in the last exchange. They've got the Macro Fire down, but goes over to the side into the Gush, and they'll get the kill. They'll take out God King. They look over at Chalice. They'll drop down the Arena, but the Ravage comes out, and down goes Chalice. Felix is next, and that is 3 heroes dead without the Terrorblade even being involved. On the side of LGD.
They will run down mid. They will run down mid. Terrorblade has meta. Yeah, we can see the drawings on the minimap. Big mistake from Phantom Assassin. She used the blur before coming into this fight, and she did not have it to dispel the overgrowth. Not sure. Like, I don't know what the plan was. Taking a tier 2 tower against Treant Protector is always going to be tricky. Like, they didn't have that much damage to take down the towers, like, even at this point. So yeah, 70 seconds without Phantom Assassin. Ravage is not online, but Terrorblade will take care of the business.
They buy back on Chalice. Yeah, the blur just at the wrong time, and well, when it's not song 2, nobody really listens, so the blur didn't really help, and they end up getting the kill in 57 seconds to get this done. They'll go for the first tier 4, then the second. They have the Hex. They're trying to wrap it around. They've got themselves the Silence of the Static Storm. They don't
Ame?
have the Sanities. Ame's going to die. They'll look to turn it, though. These heroes were strong enough to clean up everybody else the last time. And why? With a triple kill to close out game number 2. One apiece in this grand final.
They got Ame. That's what matters. They try to lock down onto him, but yeah, this game could have been much more interesting if Phantom Assassin did not make a mistake there. Oh my God, King! What the hell was that? Like he, whew. I'm not gonna say that they had it in the bag. They needed to play more around Phantom Assassin with either an earlier Lotus Orb so that she has buyback. So it's just like a chain of bad things that happened for RNG in this one, where like either a Lotus Orb would make the difference or Astral right after her BKB is off. And yeah, also they definitely did not need to push for tier 2 tower at that point.
Well, whether or not they needed to push, they were given the opportunity to push by finally finding what seemed to be a decent fight. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. And the side of PSG.LGD will draw this out 1-1 and have us at least get 4 games for the day, which is like all we all want, right? We want as many games of this high tier of Dota as possible. And in game 2, it looked initially like RNG, like there might be a way, there might be a path forward, there might be a plan. But B-Cup, the change up, the mentality switch from PSG.LGD, not only that, but the crispness of their execution on this one. RNG at points felt like they never really stood a chance unless LGD made a mistake.
Yeah, there were like 1 or 2 scenarios where it felt like, or 1 or 2 things that it really felt like RNG kind of had their step back into the game, but they made a couple of mistakes that allowed LGD to continue their slaughter. It was very methodical from LGD, but there was still some issues. Like I didn't think this was like that clean sweep that they have done in the past to say teams like eHome. But there were definitely a lot of things they did right. And RNG too. Like I think here there were definitely moments of just bliss from them where they definitely had their moments, and maybe with a 1 or 2 things different in the item pickups or the draft or 1 hero change, they would have won this game. And I think RNG, for them, it's another one of those, like, I don't think we're going to be too upset about this loss. Like, it stings, but at the same time, RNG, I think they still look good.
They did. I think this game could have been, even a W for RNG if they did not mess it up. But yeah, 1-1. RNG looks much better than 1 day ago. It feels like all of a sudden, like they did the homework and they're matching up real nicely against PSG.LGD. This was nowhere a clean victory from PSG.
Yeah, absolutely. Though they did grab themselves a W, there will be concerns within the team camp of PSG.LGD that they had to struggle as hard as they did for this, and the fact that it wasn't as clean as it could have been. This fight here really, I thought after this that if they just played a little bit more cleanly for the next couple of minutes, I think we'd probably still be in the game. However, after taking this fight, that push down middle, I think things didn't really work out. So I kind of have this feeling from this game, the way it's been going right now, Lucas, that RNG, all they needed to have a better time of this was a bit more belief in themselves. Sometimes it felt like they were forcing the issue, like we only have this one chance to win and never again, right? Instead of being a bit more patient, trying to find the best way forward, right?
They had big items like this. It's not a big item, but Shard on Mars. How many times did he spear 2 targets? The Roche fight was not the cleanest execution there as well. Chalice, I said he brought 4 healing salves, didn't manage, to jump in on time. Maybe if they like stole Aegis, possibly there to try to drag the game a little bit more, but didn't happen. They felt a bit intimidated more than in game 1. They were not like, I'm talking about RNG, like how they approach the team fights, and it showed. Like it's also, but they had big items like the Hex on OD and the BKB that he had. Like he can feel pretty comfortable just going in. And talking about the itemization, Jin Q, I think this guy just understands more than any professional Dota player what needs to be done and what his
Yeah.
item needs to be. This is a position for Train Protector. You would expect him to go for Meteor Hammer, but he decides to pick up a Blink Dagger, and he did amazing with the Blink Dagger. We saw how good Aghanim Scepter on PA was to be able to dispel it, but still lacked a little bit of damage there. Like it's a good item. I don't mind it, but when we see how much damage they were able to deal, it sometimes just wasn't enough, because this is what you want to do with the like OD Phantom Assassin is like go in, quick kill, reset, go in again, and we didn't see that happen.
I mean, it's the dual track of it, right? Not only do we not see that happen because of the presence of overgrowth forces the PA to have to buy the Aghanim Scepter to be able to participate in fights, but the presence of living armor as well means that that major burst that you're talking about is also a little bit more difficult to pull off. You have to dive that 5% deeper in, and it doesn't always work out for you when you are in those positions and the entire other team doesn't have that damage to back you up. But B-Cop, one thing we've been seeing every single game with RNG, the successful ones that is for some reason, and we saw this in game one as well, Somnus performs far and above what is expected and what's usually possible in those matchups. This time around, it's not like he had a bad game, but he had a much more normal game, right? And then they end up losing. Do you think that RNG are at this point capable of winning if Somnus doesn't end up overperforming?
It's hard to say, right? Like if Nahaz was here, he would say the stats don't lie, and the stats show that when the Somnus has a good game, RNG win, and when Somnus doesn't, RNG lose. Like it's been that way. I don't think we've had more than one or two games where it's been the God King show, just God King. I think Somnus, he had a good game, like you said. It wasn't a perfect game. He was behind in CS to start, so it is kind of interesting to see that like RNG they struggle. And I don't think that game was necessarily because of Somnus's slower start. Like, I still think Somnus played a very good game. I think maybe there was like one item difference. Say God King gets a Deso instead of the Ags or something like that, or maybe something's a little bit different for the Mars or the Monkey King. Like Monkey King went into the early Orchid, but then he went BKB. Who knows? Like there are things here that just I don't know if it's just solely on the fact that Somnus had an okay game compared to his needed really good game to get these victories. I think it's just a touch off.
I mean, to build on that, we saw the MVP vote being given towards the Nothing to Say Razor, who had a really good performance. And Lacoste, whenever you're playing Razor that's doing that well, how many fights did we see that the God King would jump in, and as soon as he jumps in, he realizes, wait a second, I'm leashed. And if I don't kill a target in 3 seconds, and then I can't do anything, I can't stay in this fight. But I can't kill a target in 3 seconds because there's this tree and protector I didn't build for the damage here. How good was it? Well, wait, when did the Razor come? Was the Razor before or after PA in the draft?
It was PA after Razor, because this is how teams have been drafting. You want to have hero that can get out of the static link and not care too much. But Nothing to Say did a very good job seeing when Phantom Assassin jumps in and trains a little bit of damage. Sometimes it was like 80 up to 150. It really depends, but stealing any damage from Phantom Assassin is always going to feel good. And I think he did like the most. You would think, oh yeah, she's just gonna jump away, but didn't happen that often. And the Train Protector was also like, I think Jinq played an amazing game. We already talked about his itemization, the Blink Dagger. He was always there in the correct spot to be able to use that overgrowth just for either a second, so that they use a BKB. Like how many times did Mars jump in straight into Train Protector? It's a mind game from that point, where if I pop a BKB, I'm gonna get the overgrowth immediately. If I try to hold it, I'm gonna die to spells. I'm gonna die to Jakiro even. Like pretty close game overall. I feel it's much closer than a lot of people would expect coming into like this series. I've been listening to panel as well. They're like, it's most likely going to be 3-0. RNG might take game one, but this game two was very competitive. It was very even until a couple of mistakes were made, and one team has to win at the end of the day.
So like you mentioned, that from yesterday, we've seen that RNG, not only have they been able to match their performance in that second game, but they've been able to exceed it. They've taken that first game. This game here was a lot closer than expected. So once we go into this third and deciding game, deciding in the sense that it tells us which direction the series is going, we still have to wait. First to three is how this is going to be working. Now it starts to become an issue less of how good you are on the field, right? We've seen that both these teams can match each other. We've seen that both draws can be quite good. And mentality starts to come into mind. And the reason this is important here, Peacock, is PSG.LGD is a team that if they lose a game three, right, I don't think we've ever actually seen them win a BO5 after losing the game three, going behind in that kind of run up. So who's more stressed actually? We might say RNG, but in this position, knowing their history, if you're Shao 8, what are you doing to tell the team, calm down, guys, relax, we can still do this, don't stress too much?
I think LGD's drafting is deeper. I think their hero pools are deeper. I think that they can reach into more in the basket, in the bucket, pool, ocean, whatever hero, whatever you want to call it. Whereas like for RNG, I think they're not one tricks. I think that's not the right way to put it, but they're definitely they're the kiddie pool. It's we only play 4 or 5, or what it seems to be is 4 or 5 heroes. I know they played more heroes overall throughout the year, but they also struggled more throughout the year. Not all those heroes worked. Whereas like for LGD, it feels like everything that they were playing worked in some form. So I think if they do lose game 3 and you are LGD, it's like, well, we've got more tricks up our sleeves. They still haven't played the Tinker. They still haven't played anything else. Like they put Terrorblade for Ame, which is a hero he really isn't playing. So they've already done that, and they can go back to what he's comfortable. So I think if LGD do in fact lose this game 3, there's still more for them to pull from in that hero pool aspect in the drafts coming up.
I mean, knowing that that's true here, Lacoste, and that they have those bag of tricks, what are you telling RNG? If you, let's pretend Super isn't back yet, you know, you're Super right now. You have to call him up, tell him what to tell his team. How are you getting them to properly get their minds in the game for this third and potentially deciding game?
Oh man, I was never good at speeches. I was, never really diving deep into it. But it's a 1-1. Just play like you played game 1 is what I think I would say. And
Well,
draft them a good draft. They did have a good draft. Like I think both games they had a very good and clear plan what they need to do, and they had like I mentioned in the first game that they messed up the timing from the PSG.LGD. You said it as well, Snare. When they saw Mithril Hammer on Queen of Pain, they're like, well, here we go, choo-choo train with a smoke. Let's ganker, and that's how they did it. Pretty much the similar bands coming out, at least the first two, IO and Spirit Breaker. Seems like we're not going to see Spirit Breaker at all, even if it comes to game 5. The hero seems to be valued quite a lot.
Yeah, the hero itself is too good, but of course, you want to be able to see the heroes that will be picked in lieu of the Spirit Breaker. So as Lacoste mentioned, the draft is already underway. Let's get into it. Game number 3, PSG.LGD versus Royal Never Give Up. It is the China region grand finals, and we have bans that are very expected, nothing different. But even better, everybody, we have fixed the lobby bug. The correct score is going to be in the game. Everything is going fine right now.
Yep. Just by the way, if I'm walking into this locker room right now and I'm giving a speech, you gotta always go in there with speeches that worked, because those are the only speeches that are written down, right? So you go in with the Herb Brooks speech. You just come in, you go, guys, great moments are born from great opportunity, and that's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned. You get to play them 10 times. Maybe they win 9. But today's not that day.
No one takes.
Tonight.
No one wins 15 games in a row against us. This is the time that we make a change. Now you watch a lot of sports Beak Up, so you know a lot of these speeches. I think this was a good one, but let's see what they decide to go with the first pick. I think for me, like China has been the most unpredictable in terms like what they want to do in the first phase. They're like, well, we're doing a full 180 switch. We're gonna completely shift things around, and suddenly they open up with the Jakiro. Like if this was Europe, this would be like Weaver most of the time being picked up immediately, or if there's like Queen of Pain available, which she's not, and then Puck response or Storm IO. But PSG.LGD, they will take this Weaver Tide, something that we touched upon, where we didn't see like too much of these minus armor heroes paired up with the Tide Hunter. Stamfire is more popular in China, but this is super strong lane. And now you need to start thinking about like how you deal with this Tide Hunter in the lane, whether you want to pick something immediately for it. Razor is okay. Monkey King also works okay-ish. You need level 3 to be able to get it. Okay, this is good. I like the response. I know I don't let you guys speak, but that's sometimes how it is. Rubik against Weaver, one of the better ones. You're aiming for that Shikuchi to set things up, and also Tidehunter Ravage, of course, on top of that. Like, even if you steal Anchor Smash and you're playing against the melee carry hero, Fade Ball plus Anchor Smash could remove most of the damage.
And you say
Speak
you're not
up,
good at speeches,
go.
Lacoste. You've been telling us all about it. Man has got the speech and the monologuing down. Weaver, 75% win rate right now for PSG.LGD, so extremely successful hero. And RNG, they come back here, B-Cop. Felix Schauber on the Rubik. Amazing spells to steal, of course. In between Sakuchi and Ravage, you're already super set for a Rubik game. We don't know what Nothing to Say is going to play, but presumably he plays another hero that Rubik would love to steal the spells of. But also, as Lacoste is mentioning, this is more lane pressure that you can apply to Tide. There's so many options to create strong laning presence for yourself. And, you know, we saw from game one that when RNG is able to come out of the laning phase in very strong fashion, that's when it seems the game is most playable for them. So what do you make of this opener for them and what it means for how they tend to stack up the lanes?
I'm hoping I'm a man of chaos, which means, you know what I want with this Weaver who can give you vision far away? Who needs vision? Tinker. Tinker needs vision. And God has spoken, as Tinker will be picked by LGD. That's what I'm thinking.
Not today, my friend.
Not, but then there's an Ember.
Okay. Well,
it could still be next game. It could be safe lane Ember.
it could
you know,
still
it's
be
possible.
4-position Ember and safe lane Weaver. Who knows? You know, God, you know, my draft analysis is
B-Cop,
so
calm down. This is
soaked
best
in
of 5.
copium.
It still might happen. So they need something against the Ember Spirit. Like, okay, Battle of the Spirits, apparently. Like, Puck would be good against Weaver, Coil good against Ember, but Puck doesn't do that well in the lane against Ember Spirit because the slide destroys you. Your armor is very low, and also you don't die as easily as other spirits because you have a built-in like magic immunity. Ooh, hoo, hoo.
Whoa!
Innocence Oracle.
Okay.
This is always a good feeling.
Into the Oracle, into the Darkseer. You're hating life right now if you're Chalice. You were hoping that, well, I've got this Darkseer, we'll put the Iron Shell on Void Spirit, he'll jump forward, I'll survive my lane, everything's great. But now that this Oracle emerges, it means two things. Firstly, the super strong counter in the lane against Darkseer. But Lacoste, very rarely do we see Oracle just picked for Oracle, right?
Yeah,
For
Oracle.
the longest time, it's a combo hero. So what are you thinking is the combo for him at this point?
It's mostly about being able to dispel Darkseer in the lane, ruin his lane completely, also remove Void Spirit. Their damage up, like they don't have anything that, you know, deals well with Oracle. Void Spirit has a decent jump. Other 4 heroes do not. This is also Darkseer plus Rubik lane. It's a very weak lane. You want to pair up Darkseer with something melee, something that benefits from the Iron Shell that he can go in, like Earth Spirit, Tusk, anything. And this is not it. I feel like RNG already got outdrafted, I would say.
Damn, already.
I don't think there is a hero that can fix their draft. Like right now, they have no tower damage whatsoever. This Jakiro is not tower damage like Liquid Fire doesn't do it. We're talking about tier 2 and tier 3 towers, which is going to be a huge problem. So they need like one hyper carry that benefits from the Darkseer. I mentioned Ursa. They did get rid of it. So there's this like PSG.LGD is showing their hand, so this means Tidehunter is going to be the offlaner. And when we talk about Ursa, Ursa is a different beast when paired up with Darkseer/IO. He just works so well. They will go with Phantom Assassin one more time.
I'm almost not shocked at that. I feel like they thought it showed success, and they have a chance to just get that little bit more in with Phantom Assassin, just a different build. But I'm so ready for Phantom Assassin to be upset when Innocence has Purifying Flames level 2 and just comes down bottom to help out and kills.
Oh god. On the bright side though with the PA is you at least with they don't have that much just like long duration disable, but in the scant few moments they do have it, they have enough damage now to quickly kill Oracle, and maybe that leads into being able to take the rest of the fight.
I still want to see Bloodseeker for PSG.LGD against Phantom Assassin. It's just so good. It's also one of the heroes that can easily farm underneath the tower, because that's what Darkseer wants to do, push out the wave. They needed a hero that can play with Void Spirit, someone that benefits from the Ion Shell, like not the greatest one, but still okay. And they want to take down Oracle. Looking at the other options that are left in the pool, something that's good against PA.
Put the Weaver, put the Weaver 1 position. Let Zinq play techies.
Oh my god, no.
Okay.
Faceless Void.
I try
Void.
so
Why do you want
hard.
techies and Tinker? No, just leave the goblins out of this.
I try so hard. It's just not fair.
The Arme Faceless Void will emerge. You know, if you had not told me what team this is, this looks very much like a last season drop from Vici Gaming that we see from PSG.LGD. Not that much damage to go into the bubble right now. Decent amount of control. They've got like nothing, right? I mean, the only damage is like what? Oracle throwing out Purifying Flames. It's like the big burst, the combo. I personally don't like this, if I'm honest, right? I always think that Faceless Void excels in games where there is a good combo to go into the chrono. It takes so long for you to build up your own damage. And yeah, sure, you can argue that this game you have guaranteed catch against Void Spirit and PA. You can build the MKB eventually. But Lacoste, it feels like they've now extended the timer of this game so long here at PSG.LGD, and it's going to be, they won't be able to play at that very high tempo that Nothing to Say with the Ember Spirit obviously wanted to go for.
Yeah, whenever you have Ember Spirit, you also want to have some kind of tower damage. So this is going to be, like, both teams don't have anything to kill towers with. So this is going to be a long game, which I think benefits RNG more, considering that they last pick Phantom Assassin. And we already said, as people can see as well, that there is nothing to throw inside the Chronosphere. So it doesn't strike me as a good like Faceless Void game in terms of like what he brings to the team fight. Yes, it's a guaranteed lockdown, big AoE team fight, but yeah, there's no silences, so that's a good thing. They have like very limited amount of ways of controlling him. Time Walk is gonna be great. Not sure how they're gonna deal with that, especially when he's paired up with Oracle. So that means, you know, he's gonna survive most of the time. But I think we're in here for a long time. I thought they're gonna be going for something more early game oriented, but yeah, Faceless Void coming up. So buckle up, get hydrated, and be here with us for another like 45 minutes.
So in here for the long haul, B-Corp, who do you give this one to? Do PSG.LGD somehow find a way to make this work quickly, or will RNG actually be able to finally have God King play a proper PA this time around?
I give a long game to the fans. I think the fans are going to enjoy this one. I just want to see good Dota. But,
thank you, Coach.
Yeah, I'm here for the participation.
Well, with that, B-Corp and Lacoste have both given us fantastic speeches to start the day, and I'm sure RNG and PSG will give us an incredible game to have one team go ahead in the series matchup. It's 1-1 right now. It's game 3. It's the grand finals of China. B-Corp, Lacoste, tell us who's taking pole position. Take it away, boys.
Getting into this this game number 3. Pole position. It is not going to be Hamilton, unfortunately.
Pick pole position. Let's go. I love this. I've been thinking about the item build, what Chalice is going to go for, because I've seen it in Europe West and it works out great. Darkseer Vanguard into Orchid. I believe it was 33 from Tundra who kind of pioneered this build, and it works amazing. Then you get like a Blink Dagger, BKB Shard, and you become super annoying. We're talking about, 30-minute items, but you become very unkillable, almost unkillable early on. And yeah, let's see how this game is going to be played out. Y already on the bottom lane, dropping very low.
I wonder how good they're going to be at this, because they used to try this combo a lot on LGD, where you charge up the fortunes and dive forward and get that that root. Try to do what you can with it.
I don't think they will be able to play aggressive early on. It's Darkseer, they're pushing out the lanes immediately. Felix already used Fate Bolt 2 times, so reducing their damage and securing some early CS for the Darkseer.
See how the Darkseer does. This is a hero that we've seen every now and then. It hasn't exactly been the most popular offlane pickup in China, but see what Chalice can make work. He's one of the top offlaners in the region at the moment. It's probably like, if I had to go top to bottom, it feels like it's Faith Beyond. Maybe like XXS Chalice. I'd have to put Chalice above XXS right now. And then you've also got Old 11 coming back in the group of Extreme Gaming. So those are definitely your guys.
11, my favorite one, because you never know what can happen with him. Big
Ooh,
vac
the
vac.
vacuum and the telekinesis with the Ion Shell, the bash. Ooh, it'll keep Y alive. Gives the salve over, and well, what's the plan now? Y.
Bring another healing salve. He doesn't have it. He brought tangos, but needs to be careful. Vacuum level 1, 60 seconds. What a spell, huh?
Gosh. Darkseer, does he need buffs?
1 armor. 1 armor.
There's
for
always
him.
the best
But he
buffs.
was like, it was a meme. I think Ice Frog was actually memeing every single time the patch comes out. Darkseer gets the nerf no matter what happens. It's something -1 intelligence. His Iron Shell does 5 less damage. It was always something up with the Darkseer.
Yeah, offlaners sometimes get some weird treatments. Like, I feel like Batrider, no matter what was done to him, he was always in the offlane, a staple of the offlane constantly. But one too many nerfs, when you're no longer allowed to lasso the courier, have it on cooldown for 20 seconds, and while also lassoing an enemy, it's just not viable anymore. Who would have thought?
It's a good situational pick, and can work a lot of the times. Oh, Somnus in trouble.
Now they have brought Sinkyu around to try and get this kill. Aether Remnant locks up, nothing to say. And he'll just simulate up to the high ground, but nothing to say with the Sleight of Fist will still get that kill.
Yeah, great start for Ember Spirit on the mid lane. Like, this is pretty even matchup. I'm gonna call it 50-50. Sometimes, people make mistakes. It goes the other way, but yeah, Ember Spirit against Void Spirit, it has been very popular in the last year, like 6 to 8 months ago, where everyone was playing it, and then Void Spirit received a little bit of nerf, and now we don't see it too often anymore. Somnus about to crack level 5, Ember Spirit 5.5, so there still might be 1 extra rotation, or he might even try to go for a solo kill once he gets level 6.
Definitely be interesting if he does try to go for that solo kill, or if he ends up rotating. Aether Remnant locks in, nothing to say, 4 seconds, so Somnus can get that deny. By the way, Sinkyu going for the early earn, and then going treads.
Oh, treads. That's something we see on the hero other than him. But yeah, he might go for the Maelstrom. In the end, who knows? He might get Daedalus first item, Dagon 5. You never know with this guy.
It's always just whatever works, right?
Yeah, there's the rotation that I mentioned. They want to ruin Somnus.
They know he's the staple of this team. Ice Path, though, nothing to say. Flame Guard. Remnant back, and then the Shikuchi away. He's gonna look to maybe even Remnant back in and juke them even further, potentially go and get Somnus once more, but let's see. He'll TP and then come through into the mid lane.
Oh, he used the glyph. Nicely done. So that the creeps are gonna tank it for a little bit, but needs to be careful.
And there he is coming back again. Searing chains onto both of them. There's the Ice Path. Outlands out on nothing to say. The Flame Guard, the Remnant looking for Somnus. He's got the Resonant Pulse. They get the kill on the Sinkyu. And with the Astral Step and the damage, it's a double kill for Felix.
I mean, that's why I said that he needs to be careful. This is the hero that doesn't have like ton of armor. He's tanking all the hits.
What?
And the great Resonant Pulse from Void Spirit there, keeping him alive. Like, you just don't take the damage. Also, you don't have a TP because you just use TP back to refill your bottle. So that means good times for Xingqiu. He will be collecting some XP on the mid lane.
Okay. I guess that's how this is gonna go down. That was a bit of a throwing your advantage.
It was close. It was close. Maybe if they managed to get a kill on Rubik and then get out. But yeah, very greedy.
Oh yeah.
We didn't talk about the side lanes at all. Mostly looking at the mid, wide bottom lane.
Didn't
good
chase
jump.
Astral Step. Ooh, Somnus. Still unable to get that kill out on a Y. Fortune Zen going the other way, avoided with a Dissimulate, but they go after Chalice for a second. Y, well, he's got level 2 in the Purifying Flames, he just doesn't have the mana to use it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And that is nothing to say. His advantage just got Thanos snapped. Although I say that and he's still up 500 gold on Somnus, so it's not all bad.
Yeah, but it really messed up his game. You know, he was missing in action for more than a minute.
How's Felix doing? He's got boots, almost level 6. This is a make or break game for me if you're a Rubik, right? There's so much here that you want to steal. There's so much good stuff if you're Rubik that I almost want him to just go Ags and have all the fun.
Yeah, it's mostly gonna be Etherlands, probably a Blink Dagger, so you can steal the Ravage. You want to steal Shikuchi. Swarm is also good, even if you misclick it, if you misuse it. Stealing Swarm is great, and of course Ravage. You might steal something from Oracle, but that's kind of meh. Same goes for Ember Spirit. Chrono, you can get some value. You still don't have like damage that can be thrown inside of Chronosphere, so that's really a bad one. Like maybe Macropyre from Jakiro. Other than that, like you can't really deal damage inside Chrono.
Dire's top tower is under
Also, I always want to point it out because I feel like it gives some hope to us support players out there. But look at the state of the Dire wards. Just like interesting, little bit of different spots. X-Nova's been kind of playing around with this one by the outpost. It's not exactly on the cliff on either side, but it's just at a sentry range if you were to put them on the cliffs for both of them.
Yeah.
So it just finds that middle ground where you still get a lot of vision on that jungle area, but it's a very low percentage sentry takeout.
It shows you like 3 angles that they can approach from, which is always going to be good.
Oh,
Bottom lane.
3-man vacuum wall. I think the wall only hit on the 2 of them, but it's not going to matter. Ame in trouble, and he's forced to defensively Chrono.
Zoning Chrono.
That is
I mean, you
very
use the bad
unfortunate.
Chronos at the start, so you're saving the good ones for later. Darkseer doesn't die, that's the thing. He has Vanguard, a bit low on mana. Fate Beyond is here after taking the top tower. Ravage online, so they're gonna park this big boy down here. I don't think they have enough to bring him down, especially since they're low on mana. Why? Getting caught once again. I'm surprised why
Nothing to
didn't
say
die
here
a
now.
single time.
Now they'll go after Chalice. They'll get this kill onto the Darkseer.
Overextending RNG. Just
Ooh, double Remnant
Remnant.
forward. And now the Remnant's stolen, so Felix able to use the green Remnants and just sneak his way out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They still want X Nova or something from it, and the Geminate will kill the courier. And that's all to get a kill and try and get Ame to have his game open up a little bit, because he TP's up towards top to have a 1v1 against a Phantom Assassin that has about
With this
700 more
build,
gold.
he needs to be very careful. They also have vision on him. And this time around, God King is like, I'm not buying these small items. I want the good timing on Battle Fury. No Orb of Venom shenanigans, no power treads, straight into Battle Fury. 10 minutes, 30 seconds Battle Fury. So that means his farm is going to be insane this game. Ame is being pinged out. Oracle's still level 5.
Yeah, Oracle is just kind of struggling. Time lock, time dilation, X Nova now in trouble. They've got the Rubik coming over the side of Fist, and the neutral creeps will handle the kill. Thanks for the assist, nothing to say, but neutrals get the credit for the kill.
Top tower is under attack.
Works out in their favor.
Like, as we expected, this game is going to be a bit slower, considering that both carries love to farm. Even if they land a good chrono, there isn't much damage that they can throw into it. Like, most of their damage is going to come from Purifying Flames, Slight, maybe a Gush, but nothing too important for RNG to like be careful about. Even if he lands like a 3-man chrono, I don't feel like the difference between like 2 and a 4-man chrono in this situation. Of course, it's better if you can connect with the Ravage after or Swarm on top of that. But yeah, the chrono is not going to be like a real big threat in this game.
Yeah, at least for a long time, the chrono doesn't feel like it's going to be that massive of a threat. Especially if you don't catch Felix, who will somehow turn it around. So far, he's done a good job with those remnants. We were talking about his Rubik in the beginning of this
Radiant's bottom
series.
tower is under attack.
Talking about how we were kind of expecting Planet to be the standout Rubik star, but he ends up doing it with a game in the lower bracket finals. Meanwhile, Sight, Searing Chains, Chalice, ooh, Vacuum Wall on a 3, but it's not going to matter. Now it's just a cooldown, and they'll get that kill out onto this Darkseer.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, Chalice looks cool with his Vac-Backs. Other than that, 2 deaths, overextending 2 times in a row.
Ooh,
like, yeah, you
Chrono.
have Vanguard.
Just on the edge, and now Ice Path will lock up, but they've got the Ravage to follow it up, and they have the damage to get the kill on the Somnus. They stole the
Bash.
Searing Chains. X-Nova not going to get bashed.
2 ultis used to get a kill. I think, considering how slow this game is, it's well worth it. You just want to get the farm up, Faceless Void going for Maelstrom to increase his farm, and will have that proc chance, which goes through evasion from Phantom Assassin. So every single time it procs, you don't care about the miss chance anymore.
Are fortified.
Tier 1 towers, healthy. PSG.LGD half HP. Like we talked about how both teams don't have any tower damage, so one of the reasons why the game's gonna be slow. There's gonna be more TP rotations to the mid lane. Shade Q behind enemy lines.
Aether Remnant catches him. They still get the kill though on X-Nova. They'll look for Somnus. Astral Step away. Now stealing the Purifying Flames. I think Felix might get a couple kills with that if they're a bit low. The
And
thing-
Jin Q did finish power tread, so that means he
Stole
will be the
Maelstrom. Oh my
secondary
God.
carry in this game.
Searing Chain, stealing Shikuchi, gonna keep up with this team and try to catch them with that vision. They've got the wall once again. The telekinesis slams them down into the Oracle, and the crit is there for God King. They get the kill, at least on the 1, and I think they're gonna go for the tower. They do have a Jakiro who has got the Liquid Fire to help them take these towers. Only level 1 on the Liquid Fire.
Yeah, it's literally nothing. He used it, 10 seconds, not gonna have it. They glyph during it. So not the greatest way to siege. They will take it by force.
And they'll take it by force, but can they force their way out of this, as they're going to lose Chalice very quickly? The Macro Pyre is laid down. That means the Remnant's going to move slow. Somnus with the Astral Step the other way, but it leaves the Phantom Assassin as well as the Jakiro vulnerable. Good Ice Path on the choke point. We've got the Dual Breath to follow it up, and Sinkyu's here to use that Shikuchi to have those right clicks to get this kill out on the Jakiro at some point, or I say that while it's all going down, Felix ends up dead with nothing to say, and the Shikuchi should catch him up. They do spot him, and a Blink Anchor Smash comes in from Faith Beyond to get the finishing blow.
The minus armor from PSG.LGD lineup is insane. Nothing to say. Went for Orb of Corrosion, that's -3. Gush right now is level 3. So that's -5, -8, and whatever Weaver does with the Swarm plus Slight. This is the combination that is just taking them out so quickly. I think Chalice thinks he's unkillable. Well, not anymore. You know, he probably thought that, you know, I have this Vanguard, I'm super tanky, but they managed to bring him down. And 2 times in a row, oh God King.
I didn't think they were going to have the damage there. God, level 4 Purifying Flames. That was the tick over. Ice Path damage out. False Promise to save himself. And now Felix doesn't get away. Why even gets that kill? Ice Path, Macropyre, both down. Somnus looking for an opportunity to jump in. They're going to look to get this kill on X-Nova. They've got the time lapse. They'll take him out. The Aether Remnant pulling him into the Macropyre. But Y gets a double kill from a sliver of health to double kills. And now Somnus, he's in trouble.
That's last Astral Step.
They don't actually have the mana for the Ravage to lock him down, but I don't think it's going to matter. They still get this kill. Chalice comes over again. Vacuum Wall on a 2, but it has not been fruitful for him. But luckily this time he's under the tier 2 tower for nothing to say, and they will get a kill.
Big turnaround from Y. Ooh, he also finds... Trust with the Cabal. He kills Cabal and finds Philosopher's Stone from it. Very nice. Yeah, big turnaround play from False Promise. As you mentioned, gets a double kill. Once again, RNG, I don't think they're bringing enough heroes to like fight with it. And Felix stealing Shikuchi, they plant down the Sentry Ward, they manage to bring him down, they burst him immediately. Void Spirit also struggling. He's in the middle of the pack, has less net worth than Darkseer at the moment.
It's not feeling great. His game kind of fell apart. Like, I feel like he had that way back in. He had that comeback potential with the double kill over mid. And then all of a sudden, it just has not really panned out. And like, he didn't get the double kill. He only got credit for the assists. But at the same time, it just, I don't know. I kind of expected more from Somnus with the second chance in that lane.
At least he has Yule Scepter now, has enough gold to buy it. Courier is dead, unfortunately, but we'll have something to set things up for Remnant. It's just that PSG.LGD, they have Chrono, they have Ravage, so they will gladly take another fight, probably on a mid lane, try to take down the tower. And they have 2 Maelstroms. We already said Sleight of Fist deals a ton of damage with the Swarm, with the Gush armor, and Weaver. Jinkyu, he is gonna go for Road of Atos first item.
Yeah.
Just to have a bit more control, which is good, and then transition that into full Maelstrom.
Gleipnir.
AKA Gleipnir after. Yeah, he just loves different builds. I respect that.
He's always willing to push the envelope. I don't know what they're saying. Did he say...
He said Ka, so that means a bit of a lag.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the second part. That glitch still isn't in the game, right? The one where you
which glitch?
The disconnect, but you can't reconnect. Did they fix that?
I don't think I believe they did.
Fingers crossed. I don't want to start wildly speculating here because I just can't tell what they're saying. But he might need a second. Maybe the
They might be
restroom.
saying something about their 5th player missing B Cup because I see him being disconnected and he's
Alright.
back in the game.
There it is. There's the reconnect. My inner anxiety panicking immediately. Can he reconnect to the game? I don't know. Is that bug still in it?
There's bug in this game. It's called Weaver, but other than that, there are no bugs.
Nope.
Another Shikuchi stolen from Felix.
And
It's
he's gonna
always
get
fun
lifted.
to see them like trying to chase each other. Chalice was not in range, or I believe they lost the vision for Orchid. Maybe they could have gotten the kill with the Vac back and another Shikuchi, because Weaver is very squishy hero, especially the support one. There we go.
Ooh,
Orchid,
Chrono on
big
it
chrono.
too. Yeah, that's gonna hit them both. They'll get the kill there on the Felix. They look over at Chalice. They need a couple bash luck, and they'll get exactly that. Double kill for Ame. Not expecting a lot early out of Ame, but I guess 18 minutes is the time to go when you've got the Chrono, the Mask of Madness, and the Maelstrom. That's a big chunk of gold for him to really continue to keep a leg up.
As said, he used the bad one at the start. The second one was good, catching Void Spirit on the edge, allowing Tidehunter to attack him, deal damage with the Anchor Smash as well. And now, I don't think you can ask for a better Chronosphere. They also don't have like the greatest way to set up the Chrono. Blink Ravage is gonna be fine, but you're gonna catch your Tidehunter. Searing Chains is okay, but he managed to land such a great Chrono with just Weaver.
Somnus all bashed.
He's in trouble.
He
He's
doesn't
dead.
have a jump for 2 seconds.
What was the plan there?
I don't know. But being by a tier 1 tower is going to be very detrimental to the plan of living.
And his courier is dead again. Oh man, he can't catch a break. Like I said, like during the pause, before the pause, he was dead and was supposed to have Yule Scepter. He still doesn't have it. His courier died again.
God, his courier died going back to base because I think you had double damage and one hit it. Killed it. Orchid, Wall, all coming down out onto Ame. They vacuum him back into the ice path, and now the Ravage turnaround. This is going to be not 1, not 2, but 3 strikes, and RNG are out of there with nobody surviving the onslaught.
Oh man, if that Ravage came in like 1 second earlier, they would be able to save him and still get the triple kill, potentially transition into Roche as well. I want to see God King. Like, he is on top of net worth. I want to see him participate in the fights. BKB is available, so he should feel pretty safe. Chrono up at 15. I think it's the only spell he needs to care about, but what he wants to do is lock onto a target, most likely Oracle, if he can find him with the Void Spirit. Oh man,
Somnus again. Does he at least have
well,
the Yules?
he doesn't have
no.
the spell. He does not have a Yule Scepter, so he can't remove the Searing Chains.
Oh gosh. The loss made LGD angry.
Oh man, and there we go. Yule Scepter done. I remember Kyle Swindles having a bit of an issue with his Yule Scepter, dropping it down. I'm just having flashbacks because this is a pretty rough one for Somnus.
Oddly enough, I was recently watching the booth cam for that play. I think
Did they show his face on camera?
and they don't show his face, but it's like the overhead view from the pods.
Yeah, just a forehead, and you can see him being super angry, yelling at his teammates that it's their fault. The good old classic Kyle.
I wouldn't know. I've never been yelled at by Kyle. Not yet. Ice Path, Macro Pyre, Telekinesis. The control is there. X-Nova getting that kill, getting credit for it, but they go to the Chrono. They're going to try and kill this Phantom Assassin, and they followed it up with Fortune's End, but the BKB gets popped. The Slight's not going to do anything. The Time Walk to continue with him, and a Chrono wasted as they do
Good
not
play
get
from
the
Felix. Like, if Felix was not there, he TP'd to just provide vision for the blink strike, Phantom Assassin would most likely die. Creep Wave was still behind a couple of seconds, and it's important. Like, they used the chrono. Phantom Assassin traded BKB for that, so it's okay. Getting closer to her Desolator, so that's gonna be extra damage. Also, Roche taking potential. Fate Beyond.
He is really just stepping up. No fear.
Didn't even go for Hood this game. Like, it's a good Hood game. You're playing against Void Spirit, Darkshire, Rubik, and Jakiro. But he felt pretty unkillable, and he didn't die a single time. 3-0 and 10. Going straight into Refresher after finishing the Ags.
Are scanning.
And Vipion, when he finally anchors down, he feels great. 4-man smoke, but they don't find anything in the jungle. They know that they're across. They're going to try and make this move. It will be a little bit difficult for them. They do have some great vision up in the top lane, so they do see them all. But now
There
they've
is
got
no
to fight them in the
chrono,
Roche.
but there is a BKB on Faceless Void.
Ooh, Yule's BKB, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains coming through. There's the root. He already used the Yules, and now it's not available, but he goes to the Dissimulate. There's the Ravage. It lands on a God King as well. Somnus taking the kill on a 1. Now they're going to try and take out the second. God King goes in. The silence onto the Oracle. The Orchid Burn will be enough. They'll get the kill there out onto Y. Felix is down, though. They'll buy back on Somnus. The right clicks are in. They'll
Big
take out
crits.
Sinkyu. Chalice survives for a second. The Anchor Smash misses, but the Gush will not. It's a big wave coming the way of Chalice on the Darkseer. So they end up taking out 3. They bought back on the Void Spirit. But the buyback doesn't really turn into anything.
Somnus, he can catch a break this game. He decides to go in, uses Yule Scepter aggressively on Ember Spirit, who pops a BKB, doesn't care about the combo. And then he's in trouble, doesn't have anything. But this time around, Phantom Assassin double damage. Chrono use. He jumped inside the Chrono.
Oh no, Somnus, Ice Path, right clicks, Ame! God King's turning it around with the crits. No way he kills Faith Beyond, and no way indeed. Faith Beyond finally does take care of God King, and nothing to say will kill off X Nova. Man, God King is getting some crits here.
Yeah, it was double damage, I believe. 2 crits with the DD, and this will open up the Roche. Even without Faceless Void, they still have enough damage, because like Weaver deals a ton of damage. They have Minus Armor from the Swarm and Gush. It's gonna be more than enough. Somnus will be overtaken by Weaver soon, because they just got extra gold. He's dead for 30 seconds. It's a rough one. They don't have a mid laner at this point. It's he's very far away from his second item and can't afford to use Yule Scepter that aggressively. 2 shards coming out soon. 1 on Darkshire. He has one, bringing it with the courier. And Phantom Assassin also wants to buy one for herself. The break mechanic is going to be great against the Tidehunter, and then they can try to lock him down. She might even be able to like solo kill him if she gets the crits off. But yeah, Fate Beyond, Refresher, about to be done.
You a fan of knives? Like the Phantom Assassin will be with that shard?
Am I a fan of the Fan of Knives? I
Not
am.
just knives in general. I just figured I'd ask, you know?
Yeah, I love knives, man. I'm like
Big knife
all
guy.
about that knives. Yeah, it's like in my free time when I'm not playing Dota, sleeping or eating, you know, I'm sharpening the knives.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, well, I'm glad I could get this information. This very crucial information out there. Nothing to say playing aggressively. Just using the slide on the Chalice and hoping to make something happen.
PG-13 stream, we should not be talking about knives.
Fan of blades that exist.
At one time when I was traveling, where was I traveling from? I believe Abu Dhabi, and I bought like some small souvenir knives, and then they like searched me, put me in a room, asked me like, what is this for? I'm like, these are souvenirs, like.
My collection.
And that's when I started to become a really big fan of knives.
When you weren't allowed to have them anymore.
Yeah. That's how we humans are. We love things that are not allowed to have. Phantom Assassin, Deso done, Shard done. About to hit level 20.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're going right for this Phantom Assassin. This might be interesting, although at the same time, Chalice is gonna die. And now the smoke gets broken. God King going for it. An early false promise. They go to the Fan of Knives. They're going to remnant over towards the Rubik, who will use himself into the air. And now they'll look to turn the fight around, but they can't. They can't
why
really
still alive?
Stole the false promise and got it off before he ended up dead. So they're able to keep alive God King. They'll get the kill on his Q. Now he'll take out God King as the Ravage comes in. It'll be the Aegis being popped on Nothing to Say. And there's the double Ravage to catch out Somnus and get them another kill. 4 heroes dead on the side of RNG. That was pretty slick from Felix, but just not enough.
Yeah, it was good, but not good enough, considering that they managed to take down... What did they kill? Like, they killed Darkshire. Darkshire's a lot of their damage in the team fight, and he died on a different side of the map. He was trying to creep cut the waves. They have very maneuverable heroes, like one Ember Spirit Chain or Faceless Void blinking in using the time dilation on you. It's a rough one, and yeah, Chalice is going for like this full build that we said before, that 33 pioneered, going for Blink Orchid Shard into BKB. The normal punch, like, it's not a great punch, it's not like okay punch, it's just normal punch, pretty much like 3 out of 5. It's nothing amazing.
All right, Adam Sessler, just giving it a 3 out of 5. I feel like it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say it's like something that, what's 4 out of 5? Great, it's a great punch, I would say. It's like not amazing, it's not extraordinary, it's not excellent, but...
Yeah, so you've got your Pokeball, your Great Ball, your Ultra Ball, and your Master Ball.
Where's the 5th ball at?
Yeah, I don't know. Normal Punch coming
There's the break.
through, Fan of Knives, and now they're going to look with the Ice Path. Normal Punch leading to a kill on Faith Beyond. Look at that. Getting it done.
Yeah, down of damage. Just, you become a different hero once you get broken. Doesn't feel like Tidehunter. Feels like Shrimp.
Shrimp Hunter. Forrest Gump. Chalice going down to Syncute.
Speaking of shrimps, if you're sitting like a shrimp in your chair, be sure to straighten up.
Get that
Watch your
posture.
posture. I'm doing it myself as well. Thank you for
Posture check.
reminding myself. Lacoste, you're welcome.
Did Caster Lacoste just thank Analyst Lacoste? They're going to smoke and, I believe, make their way to the jungle. Trying to play aggressive, trying to keep up on it. They don't have a Tide with a Ravage, but they do have a Void with a Chrono.
Double damage on Faceless Void. Full MKB done. Plus a Maelstrom. This evasion on Phantom Assassin doesn't do anything. Jinq will initiate with the road.
Yeah, Rod of Atos and quick kill. He drops down the Macro Pyre, but it's not going to matter. Nothing to say. He is now 11-2 and 8.
Bro, doesn't do anything.
Hey,
that clip was so long ago.
How long ago was it?
I don't know. It was like 10 years ago. It might have been from Dota 1 days, when the hero was called THD, Twin Head Dragon. Some people still call it that. Puts a smile on my face.
I'll do it from now on. I got you.
What's Ogre? If Shakiro's Twin Head Dragon, what's Ogre?
Twin-headed Ogre.
I mean, we can call him THD as well. D stands for dumbass. Two-headed dumbass is Ogre.
It's crazy how off the cuff you are. Just how quick you are. Oh my gosh. They're moving forward. There's the Ravage preempted for this one. Oh, the Chrono, the damage! Oh my god!
Yeah, they
Ame!
might call this one, even though you have like Phantom Assassin.
Oh my gosh!
Rest of the team doesn't really do that much. Like the procs from MKB and Maelstrom, it's too much. Fate Beyond even refreshed.
Dude,
And yeah, look at him.
Ember,
Puts Eon Disc in a backpack just in case that it doesn't get proc. That's very smart.
Ember hit
What
the
did you wanna say?
PA for 1,300. Oh my god! He died so fast.
Yeah, Evasion doesn't do anything, and she's sitting at only 2,000 HP at this point. Very easy to burst through. No buyback on Phantom Assassin. They're thinking whether they... Amish playing his own game. He's like, yeah, guys, you know, I'm a carry. You guys follow what I do.
But like,
I'm
you
hitting
know, keep
tier
doing
3
that.
towers.
Ravage comes out, Felix dead. Looking like this Jakiro, this twin-headed dragon, will be next. I got you.
Thank you.
Chalice, normal punch.
Punch.
Very normal. There's the vacuum back. They've got the wall down. It's out on a Sinkyu. He's double silenced. Telekinesis comes through and they'll steal the Shikuchi, but they've got the false promise as well as the time lapse to jump forward. And the Ghost Scepter's there to make sure that he survives. Everybody gets out.
Everybody gets out. Tier 3, Tier 4 towers are taken down.
If only Ame joined them.
I don't think they would be able to kill the throne. It's very hard. 13 armor, 4,500
Oh.
HP.
God King getting nothing to say. And Roche is up. But now they
Man, this Gush.
they know. Ravage in 13 because they've got the refresher in 13.
Chrono in 9. All they need to do is stall.
Oh,
Ame
they've done it.
bringing- What is... Oh, Ame just bought a full Scotty.
Faith Beyond. Oh, Faith Beyond
Break.
might be in trouble. They go after Ame. They've got the Chrono down around God King, and that's going to be enough to get the Phantom Assassin. They've got the Gleipnir lands on 2. The Ravage to follow it up, and it hits 3. Felix, X-Nova, all gone. Chalice and Somnus will try to run, but the Gush hits both of them. They'll just call GG before the full team wipe is completed, and LGD will take a 2-1 lead over RNG.
Yeah, they had enough. I mean, Somnus had a rough one. Like, we talked about how Somnus, whenever he's having a good time, RNG is also having a good time. But when he's having a bad one, pretty much we can say the opposite thing as well, that the rest of the team not doing so hot. And Chalice got caught so many times. I feel like it also comes down to the opener, something that I mentioned. This time around, they opened up with Jakiro Rubik. It was a good Rubik game, like stealing Shikuchi
Yeah.
on paper. Like, it was good. Like, this is the spell that most of the time you want to get. Others, not so much. We haven't seen Ravage being stolen at all. Like, I don't know if that comes down to Felix or it comes down to Fate Beyond, who pretty much always uses Anchor Smash immediately after Ravage. So good stuff. Like, this was a pretty one-sided 35-minute game from PSG.LGD.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very one-sided, very dominant, and an incredible win from PSG.LGD. Y'all were mentioning it in the draft. I feel like they're not just awake, but they are upset. They want to demonstrate why they're at the top of the leaderboard coming into the event. And my goodness, Lacoste, you were just saying that when Somnus has a bad game, RNG find themselves struggling somewhat. But he didn't have a game at all. Was unable to do anything. I think we got the Yule Scepter 21 minutes. And at that point, what are you
Man.
supposed to do, right? It's just
It
not
gets
possible
into your
anymore.
head. Like, it forces you to make mistakes because you're playing like Void Spirit 15 minutes in 17, 18. You don't have a single item. Like, sometimes you might autopilot and think how, you have a defensive mechanism. I'm going to have something, and that's Yule Scepter to either use it on Faceless Void or remove the Searing Chains, remove Time Dilation, whatever. But it doesn't happen, and then you're like his career died 2 times. It's just one of those games that you do not want to talk about if you're Void Spirit. You're like, all right, I'm done with this one. Let's just start a new
GG go
one.
next. Yeah, GG go next. And not only Bcop is his performance have this millstone effect on the entire RNG lineup. It freed up so much space for PSG.LGD. It felt like Ame for the first like 20 minutes, he was playing MMOs. He's like, oh yeah, maybe the old newbie roster had the right idea. You know, we can just hang out, have some fun with this one. No need to take this too seriously because the rest of his team is just playing so far forward. And RNG couldn't do anything.
Yeah, that old newbie roster may have had it a little bit right, but also Ame got involved at like 18 minutes. As you see right here, he gets that double chrono, gets the double kill, then his game just goes to the moon. I think he's had a little bit of hardship when he's by himself and he's found by everybody on RNG, but his team was farmed enough to really just back it up. They're like, oh, okay, you killed Ame, but that's not like as detrimental as us killing the courier for Somnus, so like we'll just get 3 kills as well. We're good.
Yeah. And to say nothing of the resource commitment, right? Every time they tried or had to kill Ame, it would cost everything on the lineup, or even if they try to kill, nothing to say. And that just makes it super easy to come in, jump in with the Blink Ravage. There's nothing that, no counterplay available. How many times did we see the innocent save to just turn the fight immediately? I don't know. It just felt like RNG, from the position that we're in, Lacoste, given that also Chalice didn't have the best game like we saw earlier today, where he was able to be really dominant with his Darkseer, it kind of felt like...
I think it comes down to the draft where, like, Rubik, they did well in the lane. Like, first, I don't know, 6-7 minutes, they played the lane well. Of course, it's going to happen. Like, well, what is Faceless Void going to do? You use Fate Bolt, Iron Shell, push out the wave, but you're also giving a lot of free CS to Faceless Void. They tried a couple of times, didn't get any kills from the lane. Y managed to get out multiple times on a sliver of HP. So a rough one. I don't think those kills would matter that much. But why I said the draft, this is usually not the pairing for Darkseer. Like, he wants to have someone that can go in. Like, he needs a position for, whether that was like previously Nyx Assassin, whether that's Earth Spirit, Tusk, anything that can, you know, create some kind of, like, even Weaver position 4 would be like much better because you can still do much more in the lane. But yeah, they like, I think this needs to be like fixed if they want to go for something similar again, because some heroes just work better with hero like Darkseer. That's all.
And unfortunately, because it didn't work out for them here, like you say, not only are they back to the drawing board, but they are staring down the barrel of losing out the entire best of 5. PSG.LGD 1 game away from grabbing themselves not just the series, but pole position in China, declared ultimately the best team in the first tour of the 2022 DPC season. And also, if they win here, they are very far ahead at the top of the overall leaderboard for the DPC season. Pretty much shoo-ins for TI. Not a lot of pressure on them right now. But Bcop, a loss like that, we've seen better, or rather, let me rephrase. We've seen teams that have more consistency, that have a better mental balance, that are just more rugged overall, immediately crumble when taking a loss that bad. For a team that's already a bit temperamental, I'm worried. I'll be honest. I'm concerned. Give me reason not to be. Give me some hope for game 4.
Hold on. Well, I gotta look up reasons to hope. Give me a second.
I thought you were gonna go with one of those speeches because, man, it was not
ready,
working out.
Yeah, let me just give another speech here as we start with all right, great moments are born from great opportunity as we just go back to the same speech. But yeah, I don't know. For RNG, it's a little bit rough because one of the things that really stuck out to the way Lacoste broke it down is like, you know, work with a similar draft, but only switching a couple things and try to make what was working work with something different. And the difference there is like, yeah, RNG, they kind of want to do the same thing. They kind of want to do like some similar things to what they're doing in every single draft, whereas LGD, they could just do something completely different and throw you off the books. They don't have to win with the same thing every time, and they don't win with the same thing every time. So it's just a very difficult position for RNG to be in, where LGD, I think they just kind of have the ability to do whatever they want with this next draft, and they are free to really make the picks that they want in this upcoming one, where we'll finally see a tinker. Maybe. Who knows?
I mean, they can, like you say, do whatever they want. If they decided that now is the time to go for a tinker, they could just whip it out, and it probably would work out quite well for them. It would obviously depend on how RNG decide to respond to this, but it does feel like these last couple of games, RNG sort of running out of not necessarily steam, but ideas and approaches. There's practically nothing we've seen from them in this game that we haven't seen from them either in this tournament or in the league, whereas the same is not explicitly true of PSG.LGD. So if they've got no more curveballs to throw here, Lacoste, and they've got no more surprises, and they've already exhausted a lot of their comfort picks, and we also know that they have a hard time drafting against PSG.LGD, the question for them as a squad, as a team, is you were talking about how China tends to be somewhat rigid in how they play, especially with the lanes in the beginning
Yeah.
of the game. But that tends to be the place where the only time they found something resembling success has been then. Is it now time to look beyond the borders of China and try bring in the tri-lane ideas, or at the very least park somebody in the lane, wait for the initial kill, at least to get the ball rolling for Chalice at the beginning of the game?
Yeah, I like the idea. Try to do something a bit different. I think tri lanes are doable.
Mm.
Like Team Tickles, now Gaming Gladiators, showed in EU West how it's done. Also, Team Liquid showed how to counter that specific strategy. But yeah, they might need to think outside of the box, especially for this game, considering the situation they're in. So I want to see something a bit different. I want to see maybe something a bit more active on the carrier role, because first game, like Troll, he was fighting, like he was participating in the earlier fights. He was like, once he got the BKB, he decided to go in. So God King, maybe, I don't know if it's the hero or if it's like what they try to go for in this game, but this game he was really not active at all. Like they needed to use a bit more down in the downtime when there's no chrono or ravage. Like I felt they needed to do more. But again, we go back to Somnus not having a good time, and I wanted to see them swap things around. You know, pick either off laner or mid laner in the first two. Just try to secure it. Let's see who has the first pick. Oh, I can't read that, unfortunately, but. Yeah, I would love them to pick up possibly uh, like first pick, try to go for something strong on the mid lane, straight up take Lena, take Queen of Pain if it's available, because this is how Somnus can roll. Like give him one of these
Yeah.
two heroes, and I think you're pretty set. Or also give like a position 4 that can rotate, because we've seen in the previous game the Jin Q rotations on the mid lane. He created a lot of issues. How many couriers did he kill? And he killed his game. Like he killed Somnus's game by killing courier 2 times.
Yeah.
I was actually about to ask you about that, Peacock, because we saw how active these supports were from PSG.LGD, not just in this game, but across the series. Do we not want to see something a bit more active from RNG themselves? Because it seems as if as the series has been going on, their idea for the support duo has become a lot more static and a lot more reactionary rather than being a proactive duo. So do you want to see Felix doing something that actually allows him to rotate, give him a task or something, even if it's not going to be the best task game, it's at least something that allows him to play further forward instead of waiting for an opportunity, he can make one happen?
Yeah, I agree with that because they feel very stationary. They feel like they're not really getting anything done, not only in their lanes, but in terms of trying to rotate or do anything. So that just gives an advantage because you see how many times you've got the LGD supports moving over mid, even though they're feeding, because, why have the advantage? Just dive the tower and lose both your Ember as well as your Weaver, because that definitely works. But at the same time, like LGD do move around the map a lot. They do try to make things happen. They do try to play way more active. And to me, I worry that RNG, like you said, the supports just aren't
Yeah,
doing
it's
much.
also like when you think about Dota, how any kind of reaction works is they put a lot of pressure on the mid lane. So that means Ame is going to have a good time. So every single time you make a rotation like this, and they manage to get both support TP to mid, which opens up both side lanes for PSG.LGD. It was a free Tidehunter
Aww.
game to start with, where like that the hero's not gonna get killed. It's an old school thing where like You're playing into Phantom Assassin. What is she gonna do? Also, Fate Beyond had 0-2-1 build on Tidehunter. That means like it's super defensive, but he cannot die. There is no way you kill him unless you rotate like a third hero, possibly early on. So good stuff from him. It also opens up the Ame. Ame farming underneath the tower, knows that he cannot die early on unless he misuses the time walk, and there's always going to be any rotation from Y. Like the laning stage, they played it really well, and the Y played on really edge. Almost died a couple of times, didn't die at all first couple of minutes. Just some good stuff from PSG.LGD.
Yeah.
Actually, now that you mention it, I'm thinking about how that game played out and how few options RNG had to actually jump a hero, right? Because you've got Oracle, who's decidedly trying to cover Void or the Ember Spirit unless he's not nearby. The build-up, like you mentioned, of the way he built ability and item-wise on Faith Beyond. Aeon Disc coming after the Blink, Aghanim Scepter, pretty much unkillable at that point. And it pretty much limits your options for who to kill to either someone who's out of position or Shinkyu. No one else is a viable target to go on. The way that Innocence was positioning himself as well made it so hard for RNG. And sadly, we have to keep going back to it. Somnus, the one guy who's supposed to go forward, create that space, can't happen. Of his heroes, you mentioned the Lina, you mentioned the Storm Spirit. Another one of the heroes, which I think we haven't seen from RNG in a minute, or at least this tournament just yet, is this Kunkka in either the off lane or the mid lane role. It has felt like their drops have been getting somewhat squishy, and I feel like that could potentially be a hero that gives them some degree of anchor, right? In case someone else's game goes south elsewhere on the map, there's at least one hero that's a focal point. We go to him, we smoke, we try and make something happen on the map, rather than this where it's like, hey, everyone, you're on your own. Good luck. Let's just try to get items, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Innocent's positioning. He ended up the game with 6, 3, and 13 on Oracle against Phantom Assassin and Void Spirit. That's pretty impressive. He had full Greaves Locket and the Ghost Scepter. He can say a bit of a thank you to the big boy Philly that he picked up from that Cabal kill. But yeah, his positioning was top tier.
Definitely
Truly
agree.
was something else. So one thing that I really want to see though, if we don't get Tinker, B-Cup, I would like to see PSG.LGD experiment a little bit. You know, they have this game, make it exciting. That being said, do you think maybe they might have some Game 5 traumas? Because, you know, they've lost against some of their Chinese compatriots in recent times playing in BO5 Grand Finals. And the Grand Final before that, they also lost in a situation where most of us are probably like, yeah, they should have won. So a lot of teams might take this as a breathing room, the time for latitude. But I have a feeling that PSG.LGD still might want to step it up a bit more. I'm not sure they're angry enough here, B-Cup.
Well, I know what they're gonna pick, but I have to go off screen to read my predictions for what LGD are gonna pick here and what they're gonna do for this. Just give me a second. I'm gonna consult with some people. Sorry,
Okay.
1 second.
The voice of heaven. Let's hear.
Hello, it is me, Gaben. Welcome to the Chinese Regional Finals. LGD are gonna pick in this order. Look at my notes. Bane, Tinker, Lycan, Tusk. What am I leaving out?
Carry.
All right. And definitely Terrorblade. Does that work?
Yeah, it works. Now you can
could see it, yeah.
stop rambling, B-Cup,
Gaben
and
has
start the
spoken.
goddamn game. Click the button, start the game, B-Cup.
Man, did you guys hear from my friend? That was pretty crazy. Very cringe, very crazy. I don't know what man, that guy's got some
actual
wild
heavens.
ideas. I can't
Those are
believe
heavenly
Cringe,
ideas.
kind of
the
cringe,
future.
not gonna lie.
True.
Just kidding. It was good, B-Cup. I love that.
You know,
I
I'm
called
try-
B-Cup before, just to see how, before we went live, to see how he is, if we need to pay attention to anything. And he starts talking to me with this voice. I'm like, and has some Chinese letters on Discord. I'm like, did I call the right person? Like, who am I talking to?
B-Cup is dedicated enough. He changed his name into the Chinese characters because he knows that he's here for the Chinese finals, that he's going to be costing RNG, costing PSG.LGD. So you got to get into the right headspace, you know? One of the things, speaking of headspace, you know what I'm really worried about right now? I am very concerned. Not, I'm often concerned about the God King. It is what it is, but I'm really worried about Somnus. Even if they give him the appropriate matchup, right? We were already talking about how he needs to almost pop off extra beyond and go out and do more than what he was supposed to do in the game. 2 games back to back here, he wasn't able of doing that.
Mhm.
Not only that, it was also 2 back-to-back shellackings where the game goes really south in a hurry. So, what does he do? Right, the mid lane is a very confidence-based matchup here, Lacoste. Not only for the lane itself, but for where you want to go with your first initial rotations. We've seen before, and we saw this regrettably when you were still on Elephant, that when they'd have series like this, he would try to force the issue, even if his team couldn't actually make that issue happen. Do
I
you think we
mean,
might have a similar issue in the fourth game here as we
the,
go into it?
they need to prioritize him in this one, whether just give him a good hero early on so that a lot of heroes don't get banned out, give him a favorable matchup, or they need to play around him. See Felix rotate on a mid lane, refill his bottle if things are not going out as he would expect. Just overall, like sometimes trading a kill on a side lane is a good thing. Your support dying, he DPs to the mid lane. Your safe laner also wants, like he's farming underneath the tower, wants to get some solo XP. So a lot of that's in Dota are like not a bad thing if you know what you need to do next. Like what's the move after you die.
Yeah. What is the move next? What do you do after that death?
Don't quote me on this one. Whenever you die, like this dumbass caster said it's good to die. It's really not. But like we're talking about the professional athletes that are paid to play this game.
Listen.
Yeah.
Clip Lacoste saying that, and as soon as you die, just post the link for that and say, see, Lacoste said I'm doing this. I'm on the way to being an esports player myself by doing the good deaths.
athletes.
Oh my goodness.
You-
Speaking of athletes, something that is happening across the world right now. Of course, this isn't the only region that's undergoing finals. We still have finals happening in the Eastern European region as well as in North America, and there've been a lot of upsets and surprises in that direction as well. The one thing we've seen happen reliably in practically every region except Southeast Asia is that the team that topped the group is not the team that takes the easy road into the grand finals. For some reason, something happens to either knock them down early and they have to claw back, or they have to, if they get there easily, they get demolished in the grand finals, like what we saw with Team Liquid. So far, it's not looking like PSG.LGD is going to fall into either of those categories. What is it about this team that not only makes them so much better than the rest of China, but seems to keep them that much better, even when they get to these playoff stages here, Pickup?
It's their adaptability, it's their versatility, it's their depth. It's things that have been talked about for this team for so long that just continue to be true and continue to rock true. That they really do know how to overcome adversity, except in TI, when they know how to, make things happen. If one game doesn't go right for them, they still have options to switch it up. They still have options to, use the same heroes in different ways. It really is just impressive what they're able to pull off and able to do with everything that they pull out. All the punches get pulled here, or don't get pulled here when it's LGD, right?
I mean, LGD is just another level. This team knows how to bounce back. I never seems to be worried about the team, especially like during the last TI. The confidence that they had coming, like just picking different heroes and playing whatever they feel like playing for moments, and for like viewers it felt pretty random, I would say, where they're like, yeah, just get this, get whatever, we'll make it look very easy. That's how they roll, like this, like traditionally, historically, a lot of good Chinese teams were like that, where they have their own mentality, how the draft and the Zhao 8 behind them, like bringing the knowledge and I would say more stability. You also have like all the players are superstars pretty much, and they have been like Q is my favorite player, but he didn't win a TI, but the rest of the team also like looking very hot. Like Ame needs to win TI, don't get me wrong, but just I feel they complement each other so nicely, and I I'm waiting for True Sight. I want to see like how they act in a team. I feel like when we are gonna watch the True Sight, it's gonna be about like them being very calm and like not showing too many emotions, and they're just gonna be playing really good Dota. It's gonna be, everyone understands what needs to be done, and that's it.
You mentioned some of the historically amazing and great Chinese teams that we've seen over the years. So, as we're getting ready to go into this fourth and potentially final game of the finals, where would you rank this current iteration of PSG.LGD B Corp versus the great Chinese teams, versus the newbies, versus the Wingses, versus 2017 IG? How do they stack up? Versus the older form of LGD, in fact. So we've had a lot of really good teams. The old DK, Tongfu. Where do they rank in your power ranking? How much belief and faith do you have in this version of LGD?
I feel like it's so hard to rank them, and I know that's such a cop-out answer, but it's all different periods of Dota, right? Like, I don't know if teams from back then would beat the current iteration of LGD, and I don't know if the LGD of now would beat the older iterations of those teams. There's just so many things that are different, right? But it's got to
Yeah.
be up there for sure. I really do think that it's certainly like I don't know, that IG team was so good. That Wings team was so good, but that Wings team didn't last too long. They weren't always good like that. Obviously, they won that TI, but they didn't do too great in like the DPLs and the H Cups during that time. They weren't like top one every single time, blowing the entire region out of the water the way LGD does. I'll give them top 3 of all Chinese teams. I think this iteration is
Who's
top
the other?
3.
Who's the other 2 teams?
Stop! Stop! Oh god! Energy Pacemaker and
I don't know. For me,
White
I don't
Price
know.
Gaming.
DK, probably Team DK, legendary team. Like Wings, I wish we had chance to see more of Wings. There were like eHome teams, the old LGD teams. There's like bunch of teams, and they all had their own niches. They all had like their something very unique about the team. But this PSG.LGD, I feel like this might be like something that's gonna last for a very long time.
Yeah.
They're sticking together, which is I personally didn't expect, because how things work out in the end. You get the second place, a lot of emotions. You were very close to winning it, and then someone says, "You know what? I'm gonna leave." But I respect the decision, and I'm really glad they decided to stick together. So we might see them, even after this season, they stick together as well. Because that's just the feeling that I have about this teams, that like this team never argues for whatever reason. I might be wrong.
The true
Yeah,
side.
absolutely hope they stick together.
Yeah, I want to see the true side. Where's the true side at?
The true side's gonna all of a sudden you're just gonna see yelling, anger, and just they're very calm team.
Who would yell in this team? Like who would raise the voice and start yelling?
It's 100% Sync You.
It's gonna
Oh my
be
god!
Shinju being like, "What are you guys doing? What the hell? What's happening here? I come to your lane, you're already dead. What's going on, mate?"
It's like, I'm just trying to play techies. You guys are throwing the game. Let me just enjoy my time here. Well, come on.
And I think that's the frustrating thing as well. Like frustrating from the perspective of if you're not a fan of PSG.LGD, is that when you watch that team, they're so functional as well. It's not like there's a personality clashes or major dysfunction strategically. Whenever you talk to them, everybody either is propping up their teammates, owning up to the fact that they're the ones that lost the game, or taking responsibility for something else that didn't go right. But they shield each other both in the game and in real life. And a squad like that, normally Dota is unfortunately a situation where teams don't have the longest degree of stability. Even when they sign long contracts, hashtag
Doesn't matter.
Spotter,
You can
game
still
is
get
hard.
kicked.
Yep. But we also have situations like teams like Beast Coast or teams like IG who were able to stick together for like 2 years. And I think IG is a good example of this, where you remove one integral part. That team went from literally dropped 1 or 2 tiers, right? Just by doing that. And with PSG.LGD, imagine this team stuck together for as long as IG stuck together. Because clearly the IG team made themselves far bit greater than the sum of their parts. And this team is already up there, right, as the sum of its parts. So what starts to happen when they're exceeding that level? It starts to look a bit scary. It starts to become a situation where then there's no argument as to what the best overall Dota team, especially from China, would have been in the past. Right now, though, Jacob, tell me something. You were asking about...
No, go for it. Go for it. What are you gonna ask?
No, I think you're gonna go somewhere interesting with that, yeah?
It's just like I'm so worried about this LGD team, or not worried, but like I feel like they'll win TI and they'll all retire, and then I never.
Yeah,
get to see them
that's
again.
why. Like
that's the vibe I get.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like I want them to win TI, but because of the same feeling, I don't want them to win TI, so that like we still see these players play the game. But I also want to see Ame win TI.
Yeah,
like Ame, like in the last DPC season, Ame was just
incredible.
Like I don't know, he was insanely good. Like when I first started the season, it looked, you know, he might be a bit shaky, but with each game played, the dude is just a monster. Like he I don't know, insanely talented.
Yeah, they grew with each series.
While we're waiting for this game to get going, we have had a little bit of technical difficulties.
It was B-Cop. B-Cop pressed the button.
B-Cop doesn't wanna press the button, you know. He still wants to speak from the heavens. So tell us actually, B-Cop, 5 players, make an all-star team for me of players who haven't won, but absolutely should have won TI, in your estimation.
God, FY, Ame. Does it just have to be from China?
Well, now you've added the qualifier, so yes.
Okay, so FY, Ame. I guess nothing to say has to be on there. It's basically just gonna be like LGD. Kaka, no, Kaka won TI, right? Oh God.
No, he did not. He came second in 2017.
All right, send your thoughts and prayers, chat, if you want to see the game. All right, we're in.
Alrighty.
Oh, gosh. Kaka has to be on there, but FY is already on there.
Are we talking historically about or right now?
Historically, yeah.
I think my favorite one would be Weapon X, Mummy/Die.
Mama, yeah. Oh, yeah.
MMY, yeah. He's just like, I remember it. And when he was playing mid lane, like this is when I became a big fan of him.
My answer is pretty easy. 2014 DK should have won TI. 2017 LGD, but I'm just going to combine players. Ame, Burning, FY, MMY, and of course, my boy who always has my heart and always makes games interesting. It's Old 11, but you know, Old 11 could easily win 3 TIs back to back and also crash out in the group stage every year. So with enough of that, we're not here to talk about the past of TI. We're here to build the road towards the future of it. And we finally have Game 4 on our hands. The draft is underway. This game could be the last one. The Winter Tour Regional Finals from the DPC region. It's China. Let's go. Draft number 4.
All right, RNG opening up with Tusk. I love that. I said that they need to play around the mid lane. This hero is very good at rotating, whether it's a save, whether it's, there we go. Like I expected this. They needed to pick his hero up. I said pick Lina, pick Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain banned out. They want to give Chalice something. It's also a great way to set things up for a gank with Lina. Tusk, either a snowball or a good shard into LSA. And now I want to see how they like react to this one of the strongest offlaners, Tidehunter plus Snapfire. Whether they want to let's see if LGD bans out something like Ursa once again, or Monkey King. Like I don't think Monkey does well in this lane. You're like, well, I'm playing Monkey against Tide, melee against melee. It works well in theory, but it actually doesn't, because the minus armor, it just destroys you. Little Shredder plus Gush is too much. They just right click you. Like they don't care about your lifesteal at all.
Yep, they don't care about the lifesteal. They don't worry about it, and they can just keep playing past you. I'm very intrigued here, Lacoste, by this ban on the Chalice Dogs here. Despite them actually being able to beat it quite comprehensively in this last game, they still feel like they need to
Yes.
remove it from play.
I don't mind that because I think we saw how good Vac are into the wall. There was just like no follow up, and we already said a couple of times that he needs to be paired up with a different hero. That different hero would be Tusk. It's not Rubik, so much stronger lane where you can block them off with the shards, 2 iron shells on top of someone. So I'm not really too surprised about it.
Yeah, definitely makes absolute sense there. And you want to make sure that you don't want to give them more magic damage on the side of RNG with what they already have. I am interested because they can still decide to flex the Tide Hunter later. It's unlikely. It's most probably going to be the Faith Beyond hero anyway, but it could easily be a situation where they use this Tide Hunter just as a way to keep RNG at bay for as long as possible. I'm thinking about if this Snapfire isn't in the lane with the Tide Hunter and ends up going bottom, because we did see in the previous game that they played the Snapfire for Innocence and Shinkyu played the Tusk. What other possible Shinkyu heroes do we have to pair up with this Tide Hunter to make sure that he has the maximum aggression going into this off lane? I mean, for Shinkyu, Bicop, you got any heroes on mind that you really want to see him play here in Game 4?
Techies. Come on. I can't ask that. Well, I wonder if he's going to play the snap. We'll see. Ooh, nothing to say on the puck. It's crazy to me that RNG haven't even banned the techies and it just hasn't been touched. Like LGD I think, I want to say they lost once with that hero all season and they played it like 5 or 6 times. The fact that they're completely ignoring it makes me wonder if they're just like, even though they got the wins with it, they're maybe not that comfortable with it. Or they just don't want to let Nothing to Say get out of control. If I want to say with some Tinker games he plays, he just like goes buck wild and completely loses out on the fact that he's playing a Dota game.
I want to see some instant lockdown, some kind of stun against Buck, because like heroes like Queen of Pain, Puck were always good against Tusk because you don't care too much about rotation. Okay, this will do. Like this is not like an instant initiation until Lion gets a Blink Dagger, but it's something that Puck is going to be afraid of. Like 2 abilities that can stun him plus a burst damage, and they go with the Mars next. A lot of stuns. Like every single hero inside of RNG has a stun. I mean, the same thing can be said about PSG.LGD.
A ton of control on both sides in this game, and we used to see Lion as their go-to solution to Puck. One thing I love about the LGD draft as well with these opening heroes is if they can execute properly, their team fight is absolutely disgusting. It is ridiculous. The Puck snap with the tie, just all the magic damage on Earth. And thus far, RNG, though they have the 2 BKB buyers, Mars probably needs the Blink, potentially Armlet before going for BKB, so it could be a little bit delayed. And now a PA, yet again, trying to take advantage of heroes being in a small cone, more immediate huge damage against heroes like Lion and Lina, so can try kill them before they can run around in this fight. But it's gonna be PA is gonna be the 3rd game we see this hero. First time we see it on the side of PSG.LGD though. Is it going to be different here, Bicop, from what we've seen them play this PA like when it was on the RNG lineup, or is it still gonna have a bit of a difficult time in this 4th game?
I think Ame's going to play it to be aggressive, more aggressive early. That's usually his go-to style. When he was playing, when Spectre was really popular and getting that like first item ags, he was all about that. He's all about fighting early. Even before that ags, like he would play Spectre and just use Haunt to try and get fights and try and move around the map a little bit. Like if there was a fight top, he'd Haunt from bottom, go top, get a kill, keep farming, and just try to be involved. So I wonder, I'm going to eat my words 5 seconds into this game when he has queued up the Battle Fury, but I want to say he's going to try and play a bit more early, a bit more aggressive. What I've really liked so far about the drafting throughout this entire series is they've kind of let Ame flourish a little bit more. They've been keeping him to a strict regimen of a couple of heroes throughout the entire season, and now here in this final, he's been able to flap his wings and fly. And I really think that that's a big part of LGD's success so far, is just allowing Ame to do a little bit more with his hero pool and show off a bit more.
And something that I mentioned 2 times in the previous games when Phantom Assassin was picked, like, why don't you just pick Bloodseeker? And PSG.LGD, they did not want to pick Bloodseeker against PA, but when they have PA, they will ban Bloodseeker. So very, very interesting. I think it's it's a decent morph game for Royal Never Give Up. They need to start thinking about carry to carry matchup. Might be a bit tricky against Puck. They do ban Ursa that we mentioned against the Tidehunter in the lane. So let's see what the options are left for RNG. They need a hero that does well in the lane against Tide, and they need a hero that deals well with Phantom Assassin. I think Luna is also fine if they want to group up early with the aura. There is a lot of kill potential, opens up the Roche for them. I mean, they have Tusk, so with the tag team, there's always going to be something to kill the Roche with.
Ooh,
See,
Morphling.
the God King Morphling. Alrighty, so this is going to be a situation. They wanted something that could scale into the late game, have some degree of challenge into this here PA. It's also a hero we've seen the God King be very successful on in the past. Feels like it's a Hail Mary situation where it feels like one of those picks speak up where you ask a carrier, you're like, listen, man, we lose, we're out. What are we winning with? And he says to you, Morphling. What do you make of this morph here against what PSG.LGD have?
You know what? Why not pick Ancient Apparition?
Hey.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind seeing that. You know, it's
God.
something that they ran. They lost the game when they played it. It was like 60-minute game, but they don't have a hero that deals well with Morphling.
Oh.
Okay, this deals well.
Got my hopes up.
Pre BKB, pre Mantis style, the burst damage. So this will be Jinkyu's hero.
Axe
I
first
like that.
item.
I think that's okay. When we're talking about like carry to carry matchup, why Morphling, why we said it's good, is he doesn't care about Phantom Assassin, her right click damage because he's sitting at like 37 armor, 15 minutes in, and also the shotgun build. Like once the BKB is down, you ruin Phantom Assassin easily. But I'd say Royal Never Give Up lineup looks a bit pubbish. It looks like people pick that in pub because everyone wants to have a stun. It's very easy to play Dota. But looking at the timings, like they need to outplay heavily PSG.LGD to be able to win this one.
Yeah, and conversely for PSG.LGD, they've simplified how they're going to reach those timings and have easier team fights. We've got the double silences, we've got an absurd amount of magic damage, we've got a deep amount of lockdown. So, like you mentioned, until they get the BKBs and the Manta, especially on the Morphling, really not going to have the easiest time of things. Probably doesn't help either that not all their heroes are uber tanky on the side of RNG, so they might be susceptible to some of this burst here. B-Cup, give us good news. Tell us, is there going to be a game 5? And if so, how? And please, you're not allowed to say LGD. Tell us how we get there.
Okay, I won't say LGD, but if okay, we gotta pause. I can elaborate a little bit more. I can talk. I haven't pressed the play button yet, as I do as a caster. So if they want to win, their Morphling has to play like Emo Morphling. If they want to lose, their Morphling has to play like Fly Morphling. But in all seriousness, I think the basis of their game has and will continue to be how does Somnus play, because they have not found success when Somnus struggles, and they need to secure his lane. The thing they did different that we talked about after the last game is they have picked 2 supports that can go over there and help him. This isn't going to be your stationary support of Rubik. This isn't going to be stationary supports that sit in their lane. It's going to be Lion. It's going to be Tusk. They can go over there. They have stuns. They have the early tag team. They can help Somnus succeed. And by helping Somnus succeed, you help God King succeed and push this to a game 5. That's my elaboration on that.
Now that is the speech that I'm hoping that teams are listening to right now. So RNG, you've been given the marching orders from B-Corp. Make sure Somnus has the best game possible and take us to a deciding game 5. Right now, PSG.LGD, they hold the keys to the kingdom. They hold the keys to a series victory and the keys to going top 1 in the DPC leaderboard heading into the next tour. It's all to play for. It's going to be exciting. B-Corp Lacoste for potentially the last time. Let's get into it. It's game 4 of the China Regional Grand Finals. Let's go. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Snare.
He gets up to the top and thank you, Snare.
No, it's just like we're talking nonstop for the last like 4 hours.
Very true, very true, very true.
Very true. And yeah, let's check some of the items. Very good. Morphling, 2 circlets, 3 branches, and the Quelling Blade. Apparently, you don't need any kind of regeneration. Same goes for the offlaner, Fate Beyond. invests everything in the items, Mars as well. People are so greedy. I think that's gonna change in the next patch. Hopefully, we're not gonna see healing cells being spammed on your carries or from position 5. Position 5 also, they need to play Dota. They can't be doing this. It's been too long. So there are a couple ways to address it, but we'll see in a couple of days. Not gonna predict anything. But B Cup,
Yeah.
how are you feeling about this draft? What do you feel like RNG can do with this like heavy stun lineup? This is one of the lineups I feel that can just look bad. They can lose the game in 20, or it can be like, wow, man, they're playing such a good Dota. They're all over the place with all the stuns that they got.
Yeah, I think their stuns could be good. Their double blow up build, which turns into a triple blow up build once you get the shotgun coming out from God King. Like, if you get to that point, I think that it does make things for LGD a little bit more troublesome because you've got Finger Laguna and the shotgun. Like, that would be pretty nuts, honestly. And I'm not sure exactly if LGD have the tools to deal with that. But it is, like you said, a lineup that's very susceptible to just getting horribly pushed out, and it makes me sad when I click on Ame, and of course, what does he have? Ring of Health. Did I say he was gonna get involved early? 100%. Am I wrong? Every time.
I mean, it's just I've seen I'm gonna say it again, but considering that he has Ring of Health, you do not want to buy a casual Ring of Health, so 99% gonna be a Battle Fury. But I'll say it one more time: when you play against TB, when you play against Morph, sometimes Maelstrom is a good decision to go for, because like you benefited a lot. You don't care about the armor. Like, look at Morph right now, 10 armor already sitting underneath the tower, and it's only gonna get worse for Phantom Assassin.
Balance.
But it's not about just that. It's also about how you're gonna play the lane. How much are you gonna get once you build that Battle Fury? How much farm you get? Like, you need to try to compare it and see what's better. But I've seen both builds work, so that's why I'm mentioning it.
We don't really see Pucks go like that Witchblade route anymore, right?
We do. I believe every single time I saw Puck being played, he bought a Witchblade. Yeah.
I feel like in China it's a little bit different.
What do they buy?
I can't tell you off the top of my head. My brain's melting in the moment. I'm just trying to
Is
save
it Kaya?
face.
I mean, it could be like Kaya San, Jewel Scepter if they have silences, Blank Dagger, bots, any of these. Like, it's situational, but in most
Let me give it a
NA
quick
games, it's almost always Witchblade.
I'll give it a quick glance over, and then I'll give you a more
All right, I'll
fleshed
do
out
your job if
answer.
anything
No,
happens.
I can do both. I can do both.
No, I can be the play-by-play for like good 20 seconds. It's okay. I got it. I learned over time.
All right, you got it.
You keep glancing.
I am glancing. All right,
So Xnoa will pick up the bounty rune, a little bit of an expedition to check what's happening in a triangle, leaving Ame alone on the bottom.
Was I speaking out of my ass? Answers, yes. Witchblade 6 out of 6 times. All right, so forget I said that. Never said it. That's why I'm not an analyst, but they get the kill there on the Y. And then Somnus ties the Sinkyu coming over, and they do have Xnova over there, but unfortunately, the Skywrath comes in and Somnus ends up falling. That is not the start you want. Every single game they went for Witchblade on Puck. Okay.
I mean, sometimes it happens. Sinkyu made a really good rotation. He had a very good read what's happening. They also had a ward. Might scouted it out. I didn't see it, which route Lion took, because I was focused on the possible play-by-play. And once again, why dying top? They need to get something out of it. Ame cuts down the tree and gets the vision, gets the kill.
So yeah, Pucks always go for the Witchblade. That's what I was saying before. He's got the 2 null talismans queued up, and then we'll see the Witchblade. But I feel like, of course, this will be the one game we don't see Witchblade.
it's a good Witchblade game. Like, you jump the lion, you solo kill him, you can solo kill. And I might not be able to solo kill the Tusk, but with the coil, if you like heavy commit, then you can. But Witchblade overtime damage is insane. Lion is gonna suffer, I feel like. If Puck is off to a good start, then, you know, you're in a little bit of trouble. Once you get that Witchblade Blink Dagger,
Denied.
you become a cub, you're not a lion.
Go from cub to lion. One of these days, I'll do the same. Faith Beyond getting pressured by 3 heroes here down bottom, and Felix will get credit for that kill. And this is something that we talked about. Aggressive supports. But that being said, over mid, aggressive supports turn into aggressive kills, and a second kill onto Somnus. Maybe a kill on X Nova. He came in TPing with about half health, and that might have been a problem because now he's surrounded.
He has no boots.
And now he's dead.
Yeah, X Nova trying to blend in with the camp, trying to be one of the ghosts, one of the fell spirits, and yeah, he fell in the end. Does not have a TP, will need to walk back, does not have enough money for the Boots of Speed. This is what you do, like, you don't have enough money for Boots of Speed, TP is on cooldown, you buy a Windblade. Trying to get the most out of it. And on the bottom lane, Ame, sorry, not Ame, it's God King, never mind. Not gonna say struggling, but Ame is doing better on top.
Being a top lane, they're forcing Chalice to TP out, but the cookie comes in, and the cookie will crumble right on top of Chalice. And well, he's not gonna be long for this world. He'll just continue to try and play Ring Around the Rosie. He has no TP. It was stopped, and they're gonna leave that kill for Ame.
This is funny to watch. They try to give kill to Ame, but it took a while. He got speared, then another rebuke. But Ame got the gold, 200 gold for him, which will get him closer to his Battle Fury. I think at this point he might swap the power treads, leave this Band of Elvenskin. We'll see. A lot of players tend to do differently, like we've seen God King. Another coil in mid.
Another coil. Somnus. What do? You're silenced. You're taking so much damage. You're trying to survive. Oh, swiping a kill. Swiping two.
That's gonna...
Phase shift, but the damage. Oh, chaunts him, and great shards. Wow. Well,
oh, that was close. I think it comes down to like newer build on Lina, where she gets the soul ring. This gives you 6 strength, which is 120 HP, and it makes the difference. Plus also having a magic wand, it was a good one. But yeah, they got 2 kills. Now finds a fairy trinket as well. I don't think you can ask for something better considering the situation that Samus was in.
What was the soul ring mid more picked up when Emo kind of started it last year? Was that him who started like the soul ring pickup on Storm, then started doing that on more mids?
Started it, but yeah, soul ring, a very popular item. Sometimes we see like 5, 6 bottom lane Ravage. They will burst them.
He is all in the agi.
The instant silence, the best silence in the game. You just need the range for it. Fairy Trinket also found by Fairy Dragon, very lore friendly.
Ooh, Felix. That does not feel great. The minus armor, the silences, the cookie all coming through, but now that puts him closer to Somnus and X Nova. They have the snowball, they have the shards, the dream coil comes in to try and turn it around, but the earth spike lands. They've got the LSA as well as the Laguna Blade. Now finally gets the waning rift off. They've got the silence on it too. The look over at Somnus, who's still trying to survive another gank, but they have the scatterblast slow. Eventually, we should see Somnus drop. The question is to whom, and it ends up being to Faith Beyond. Ooh,
yeah,
the cookie got him to the high ground. And the Uzu gets the kill before he doesn't. He tries to get that bounty. That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, another good fight for PSG.LGD. They managed to kill Lina. This is her 3rd death. Nothing to say. Managed to only bring him down once. and also taking some pressure off Ame, who will be farming the jungle. After dying, God King swaps his lane, comes to the top, takes down the tower while all this is happening, but he needs to be careful about this instant silence. They have like 2 silences plus multiple stuns, so they have ways of dealing it. Why? Bottom.
Bottom lane. Why? Ooh, the jukes. To the trees. Trying to elude Somnus like he's Jason Voorhees.
Oh, Somnus lost the Fiery Soul stacks.
Oh.
Didn't use a spell, so couldn't chase him.
Does a good job. Gets out of there. Works out. The power of juking through trees. When in doubt, try.
Yeah, juking is such a...
It's an art.
It really is. It's like always been in Dota, and like knowing how to use the trees and fog, especially if there's someone around you, is like always top tier. Watching these professional players do it, it's always good.
Who do you think's the Van Gogh of juking in the trees?
I don't know, B-Cop. I could say like any name. It's not like someone can check that I'm right or wrong.
I know. I would have
Unlike
just went,
you
yeah,
with the
you're
Puck
right.
Witchblade. I can say,
Oh, look,
you know,
come on. We're past this. We're past this. Please. Dream Coil. That's going to get used. They're going bottom. Firestar Cookie.
Oh, good,
hands on
Cookie.
2. X Nova, though, getting lucky that Nothing to Say wants nothing to do with this. But I say that, and, well, they're going to shoot off the Mortimer's Kisses. Why? Now stuck and glitched with Mortimer. They drop down the ulti from the Skywrath, which I can see on the live feed, but not my own feed, which is always interesting. And now the spear lands on Nothing to Say. That's, yeah, definitely a kill.
he toyed too much. He was trying to get more than he can chew. Yeah, I also don't see the Mystic Flare. I don't know why. It's always like these specific spells that cannot be seen.
By the way,
I guess I'll just be looking at Skywrath Mage. All eyes on him.
all
Click
eyes
on the
sky.
hero. Follow. And check if the Mystic Flare is being used.
It's a good way to make sure it works. Also, if you take a look at Puck, you know, I made this item call pretty early in the game, but he is going for
He
that
is actually
Witchblade.
going for it.
Obvious, of course. What kind of Puck would go for anything different? Well, waveform away. God King trying to survive the crits and onslaught coming out from Ame, who is also building a Battle Fury. I really just secure my position as not an analyst. Let me tell you.
I mean, you're doing a better job as an analyst than I would do as a play-by-play, so we're all good.
The numbers work out. They check out. What is I need to take a look at what Sinkyu's going for. He's going Rod of Atos. I wonder if he's gonna go for the Axe. Just having that extra silence
I think
and everything else obviously that comes with it, but I feel like the instant silence is a great feeling.
yeah, Force Staff or Ether Lens sounds good. If he wants to go like more greedy route, Aghanims is good, but you might need a big boy Philly to be able to get some extra gold, because you are very slow farmer. Fade Beyond, Blink is available.
Dream Coil down, and there's the easy kill onto X Nova. You get the arena out, but immediately a silence to follow it up, and the kisses to maybe slow them down. Faith Beyond has the blink as well as the Ravage, which he will use on the God King, and he gets killed. He's trying to sneak in all Agi again.
Very sneaky. You gotta be careful. They have 2 instant silences, plus they have a blink dagger on a Tidehunter that can initiate on you. They didn't like have vision in that area. Puck was providing vision, but they had no wards whatsoever. Like even Somnus is forced to go for different item build. Usually we see Lena's going for Boots of Travel. It speeds up their farm, can like participate in the fights earlier, but this time around going for a BKB. Just wants to be able to protect himself, which I think is fine.
Similar to what happened in Nothing to Say in the first game, where he went
Pretty
BKB
much.
first item because he felt uncomfortable. This Battle Fury finished? It is, and it's Battle Fury BKB. The minus armor on this team is going to be ridiculous. With what I thought might be Ags for Faith Beyond again, he finally switches it up, and he's going for the Heaven's Halberd.
We'll see what he decides to go for. Heaven's Halberd, good against Morphling, but Morphling at this point doesn't deal that much right-click damage. It's more about like survivability, getting the status resistance, I think, because he's playing into 5 stuns, so why not? Can still swap things around.
Felix just pinging this ward, trying to grab some vision of it, but it gets denied. Why not giving up gold that easy? Leading the net worth right now is the Phantom Assassin. I'm not sure anybody's going to catch up with Ame the way he's playing this game at the moment.
Ame's been very silent, farming up in the safe areas. They're doing a very good job protecting him. And yeah, I feel they don't stress too much about how this game is being played out.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like there's much stress for Ame. Like, he definitely seems like he can just get away with a lot of farming at the moment, and Laguna Blade News doesn't get a kill. Yeah,
And
they force
Laguna,
him
at
to KD.
least he had Arcane Rune, so that's fine.
Yeah, it's only on cooldown for another 30 seconds.
Yeah, if you use BKB with Arcane Rune, it should go down from 9 to 8.5 instead of 8. Probably it shouldn't. Probably it intends as people from Valve wanted it to work, but okay.
Definitely. Manta finished off on God King. We haven't really felt much of a presence from him, though. He's 0-2-1.
Yeah, died twice. That was the presence that I felt. They bursted him nicely 2 times.
Ooh,
with
they've got the
Scarlet
Rod of
Mage,
Atos that
Silence,
they
and
want to show
Ravage.
off. Blink, Ravage, easy kill there, and they're going to drop down the Rod of Atos. I believe Sinkyu's already used the Mystic Flare. Yes, he has, so didn't show up on my screen for a split second, but it probably showed right on top of the Mars. Illusory Orb to keep up with Felix, to give up the silence with the Waning Rift, the Blink, the Gush, the kill. All there for Faith Beyond, and that's a double for LGD.
Fate Beyond, he does not flinch. He's so on point with the Ravages. Like, he understands, if I don't do it immediately, I might give them a chance. So he pops it straight away.
Are fortified.
He's always right on it. There's no hesitation, and we've seen that with a couple players on Tide in the Chinese region specifically. Like Yang, he's one of those guys who you just see does not hesitate. Just blink in, Ravage, go. And you're seeing it a lot here from Faith Beyond. He's been playing this Tide quite a bit. If you're on a pro team and you get picked the same heroes a lot, are you really excited about the patch because you're probably not going to get that hero picked as much anymore to start?
If you are picking the hero you want to play,
Well, no,
I
because
think
in
you're-
pro games you're getting drafted, right? And the coach is probably like, Faith Beyond's been killing it on Tide. Let's give it to him every game.
I mean, if as long as they're winning, but yeah, there's different item builds, different way to miss Ravages, so I think playing Tide Hunter is always fun.
Trying for this arena and God's Rebuke, but you got too close, and now Ame's able to jump on top of Chalice. The Illusory Orb is there, and they'll get the kill onto this Mars. So a 4K lead for LGD. Since that loss, I don't think they've been down in net worth.
Smoke
Since the
from
first
RNG,
game.
they're trying to find. Look at this scan. Like, they know
Wow.
exactly where they are. Q trying to break the smoke, places down Sentry. It's such a good read from PSG.LGD, like what needs to
Dire's
be
middle
done.
tower is
Seriously.
under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, that's really beautiful.
I mean, the beautiful thing is there was still a tier 1 tower on the mid lane. Usually it's Ravage, Not up in
Okay,
5 seconds.
they try to go for Faith Beyond. They've got the silence and the Mystic Flare to get the kill into Felix, and now Ame making the jumps, trying to get the kill into Somnus. They already got both supports out of the fight. Somnus, BKB, no longer there. Kisses are out, and, well, nobody really wants a sloppy kiss like that.
There's the
They'll
Ravage.
end up dead. They've got the Ravage. They'll go for the kill. They've got the silences. They have the damage. They'll take out a 4th. And God King falls to Sinkyu, who now is just absolutely destroying. Going Boots of Travel next on this Skywrath.
Radiant's middle
This game is
tower
already feeling out of
Swap
hand.
things around, but yeah, this game looks pretty PSG.LGD's favorite. They managed to take down the tower. Ame, 0 deaths, has a BKB ready, continues to farm up, very close to level 17, which means level 18, which means level 20 talent. Just kidding, it's he's gonna get level 18 relatively quickly.
Yeah, fast 18. They've got the Hex. They missed the Spear, though. Doesn't matter. They still have the Earth Spike, the LSA, and the Laguna Blade, so they'll lock it all down. So
Jinkyu, he really wants to play carry, holding on to Quicksilver Amulet as Skywrath Mage.
sure, yeah, okay. I mean, that 113 damage just has to get there quicker. With the attack speed of 1 attack every 1.16 seconds. To put that into comparison to Phantom Assassin, who hits every 0.71 seconds. Sure.
Dire's top
Or even the Puck, who hits every 0.95 seconds.
He got that level 12. I believe there's going to be a smoke from PSG.LGD. They want to grab a kill. No Ravage for 30. He's a bit low on mana. Oh, they're waiting for Phantom Assassin. Like, they can wait for Ravage, go for a smoke, take a fight, and transition that into Roche Pit, because they have enough damage, they have enough minus armor to take it down.
Felix near Roche may have gotten a little bit of a glimpse of them being near the pit, so he'll sit here expecting potentially a smoke to come over his way and break it. But they're up on the high ground. They haven't smoked just yet. The rest of the team is over to the side. X-Nova, well, he's placed down some vision. He's gotten himself a bounty rune with the trusty shovel. And look at Chalice. He's set up to try and make something happen as well. And it's going to be off them trying to take the ward, but it's a quick take of the ward. And instead, Chalice turns his attention over to Nothing to Say, and they'll get the kill onto the Puck. It looks like they want to cut him off at the pass if they're going to allow themselves to get cut off here, because they're not TPing out immediately. They've got the Hex. They've got the Arena. They land the Spear. Y is here. And now Ame is hit with the Earth Spike. The LSA is not going to be on him. Faith Beyond moving forward. They get the kill on X-Nova, and Ame's trying to turn this around. They've got themselves the Ravage as well as the BKB being popped by Ame with the right clicks coming in, and now juking them through. They've got the Snowball with the right click damage. They've got the Gush. They have the damage to take out Somnus. Felix is gone, and so is Chalice. 4 heroes die for the price of Nothing to Say, and that is a bit maybe overestimated by RNG.
Yeah, I mean, God
out.
King needs to be in that fight. He has a TP ready, but has no mana to work with. Like, he had E-Blade as well. If he could have bursted Phantom Assassin in that fight once they stunned her. Like, this is 4 versus 5, 24 minutes in. This is pretty much game losing when you don't join a team. There was a tier 1 tower, like, he could have easily TP'd there. And then now it's going to be a Roche. Ame will be picking up the Aegis, level 19, very close to Scotty. It's like, his next item should probably be Shard. Great against Mars, great against the max HP once Morphling starts to shift. Puck again.
Yeah, they're catching Nothing to Say. Faith Beyond, he doesn't have a Ravage. They've got the Walrus Punch. They take away the right clicks with the Heaven's Halberd, but it doesn't really matter. They still have the damage to get the kill. They've got X-Nova going in with the Blink as well as the Earth Spike. They're going to look to the back lines. They use the finger. They've got the E-Blade combo to kill off Y, and Faith Beyond will eventually get run down.
All right, Nothing to Say, getting caught multiple times.
and baiting the rest of his team in.
This is like Boots of Travel, great item. Most of the time you want to pick it up, but sometimes it forces you to stay and play like different game. Ame, he still wants to take the fight. There's Scotty and double damage on him, plus level 20.
Oh, Mystic Flare. And almost getting the kill there onto this Lina, but Somnus, I don't know if that's the right direction that you want to go. He hides in the trees. He's trying to survive. They've got the spear. They have the LSA, and he's hid in the trees right by this Phantom Assassin. They got the kill on a Sinkyu, but now they'll lose Somnus. Dream Coil down. Right clicks in from Ame. The shard blocks him away for a second. He's got himself the double damage. They look over at Felix. They've got the snowball with the BKB being popped by Chalice. Chalice on the run. Blink out after the snowball. Felix is able to escape.
Yeah, this is not too bad considering that Ame had double damage and Aegis. They only killed Lina. That's okay. I think this is a good trade for RNG. Like, they didn't lose more than one hero.
Going
Fuck
well
needs
for
this
RNG.
Eon disc. Like, this Eon disc was like second, third item during TI and pre-TI era. And we'll get it. And then he doesn't need to care about the initiation.
Yeah, he's locking it up, making sure it doesn't go off early. The Phantom Assassin, though, with the Aegis going into the Satanic, Ame's going to try and make something happen, and Faith Beyond, well, it's got that blink on cooldown. He has Ravage available. They place down a ward. That's another one from X-Nova that's in an interesting spot to spot out these heroes on the side of LGD. But they're still working with an Aegis, so they're working with confidence built in.
PSG.LGD, they also have a ward that scouts out any movement if they leave the base. Fate Beyond feels pretty comfortable, blinking in, almost 3000 HP, missed chance, some status resistance.
TP up towards top. There's the Waning Rift with the BKB being popped here by Somnus. They'll go the other direction, but that is forcing them into an interesting spot considering the fact that they are sieging the high ground. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses coming out, and here comes God King. God King coming through, but X-Nova's gonna die. So the Mortimer's Kisses of Y. Chalice gets the kill on a Sinkyu. Chalice also lands the spear out onto the Tide Hunter. They've got the
Good
snowball
snowball
for the save.
save.
They're gonna buy back here on a Sinkyu. They throw the Ravage out. It lands on a 3, and God King blown up by the crits. The armlet toggling of Chalice. It's not gonna be enough to keep him alive. They get the kill there onto the Mars, and they'll take out Tusk right on the door of this Radiant base. So that means Glyph, when it's over, this tier 3 is going down.
God King, no Manta, no Ethereal Blade, 1300 HP. He's not having a good time in this game, and they can't go bottom because there's still tier 2 tower, but they can try to take that tower. 35 seconds without it, creep wave approaching, Puck will TP, so this is gonna be a tower plus an outpost and a full set of barracks.
God King just coming in and not really finding any opportune moments at all. Just very detrimental to his team, and that whole fight seemed to be a little bit off kilter for RNG. Ame almost has the Satanic. And it's an Ags next for Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say, by the way, hasn't had to pop that Aeon disc. So they have a 10k lead. It'll be the first use of that Aeon disc when he does need it, when and if he does need it. And right now, RNG, after a poor fight like that, they're really sitting on their heels.
Yeah, I feel like they're really scared right now. I can... Oh, I'll hold that thought. Mid lane, it's a BKB Tide Hunter with some status resistance. I don't think BKB was needed. They had Glimmer, they also had a cookie, but sometimes you just feel you're gonna die. So it's better use it. Roche may respawn in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That means there's no Aegis left on Phantom Assassin. Dire, they're using a scan. Let's see if it connects.
Right
It
behind
doesn't,
him.
barely misses.
They are right behind them, and they have Ravage in 13 seconds. If this is a long-winded fight, that might prove to be fatal. They're going to go in with the BKB. They're going to blow up X-Nova immediately. They look over at the Tidehunter. Faith Beyond's going to die without buyback. They've got the Andis copping on nothing to say as they take out Faith Beyond as well as Y. Ame trying to fight. They've got the Dream Coil around on two of these heroes. They've morphed into the Phantom Assassin. They've got the breakout onto the PA, so the mischance is no longer there for him. They're going to wait for him in, but he's going to try and fight Satanic and survive. And finally, Felix as well as Somnus are going to go down. They've got Ame still going after God King. There's the adaptive strike, but nothing to say is sticking with him. He'll use that morph into the Phantom Assassin to try and get out of this one, but as the TP is on him, he won't be able to escape. 4 heroes die. Chalice walks away, and man, Ame still surviving.
Very close. Like, that was super close. I mean, if Phantom Assassin dies, they could have maybe tried to stay and take the fight, but yeah, good initiation on Tidehunter. They knew he has no BKB, so they initiated on him. Break from Lena's Silver Edge into E-Blade plus Laguna Blade, the double blade. Double damage is spawned near the Roche pit.
Of course.
Ame has a bottle from Puck, so we'll use it. And he also just bought a shard, I believe. Yeah, shard plus double damage, level 25, triple stifling dagger. Oof, that's gonna hurt.
God, he's 25 already. Oh my God. Ame 8-0-9, making a pretty big case for MVP. First ballot MVP. And they've got the blink coming through, but the damage coming out from Ame with the double damage. Looking over at Chalice, he'll get himself one. He's now godlike. Finger comes out, but it's not going to kill all. Oh my God, he one-shot him. Ame
Oh man, the
X-Nova.
damage from Ame. Every single time they like plant a ward, PSG.LGD, they already know what's up. They devoured immediately. Why? Using Lil Shredder, plants down Sentry, kills Sentry and Dobbs immediately. And look how tanky he is. He has a full Lotus Orb on top of the Glimmer Cape.
And 1900 damage onto X-Nova in one shot.
Double damage, still running.
Only has 1300 life. Meanwhile, they're looking over. They're trying to get the kill on Ame. They've got themselves the Lotus, I believe, throwing the snowball right back at him, but it's going to throw him into the base. Ame might actually die to that. He ends up surviving. They get the kill on Assanis. They look over at God King. They'll take out this Morphling. They'll call GG, and LGD will be the champions of this final.
Yeah, people, kind of expected it. Good opening from RNG, starting with 1-0, but after that they crumbled a little bit. A couple of mistakes, especially game 2, like when God King did not have buyback, decided to go for tier 2 tower. This is something that can get into your head, but another clean game 3 and game 4, pretty clean in terms of execution from PSG.LGD, especially Ame. Ame had an amazing time. Did not die a single time. 11-0-11.
Yeah, that is make a wish, and maybe the wish is going to be now we've potentially booked our ticket to TI or made it much easier, that's for sure. And I know it's early in the season talking about that, and getting those points, getting first place, it's big for LGD, and they lost game 1, but 2, 3, and 4, they do it in fashion. They do it in typical LGD fashion.
They do it in typical LGD fashion, and they do it in typical Ame bossing on everyone fashion. He ends this game not only not dying, but he died fewer times this series than Somnus died in this game. That's the kind of performance that we got out of Ame today. Incredible stuff coming in from PSG.LGD. They kept ramping up game after game, and this one, arguably, though the scoreline kill-wise might be closer than some of the other games, arguably, Lacoste, this is the hardest stomp that we've seen them give to RNG. Lena actually had a decent game at the beginning, but even that doesn't matter.
Man, they know if Somnus is having a good time, rest of the team will as well. So they just rotate heroes. Like the first rotation from Jinkyu, he reads at wall, they get a kill. The second one, they come after him one more time. It's like PSG.LGD is just staying one step ahead, and that smoke break plus a scan where he was sitting near the tier 2 tower in the trees while there was still tier 1 tower up. It just shows like how good this team is, like understanding when enemies are strong and what they want to do and having a good read on that. It's just like super crisp. It's insane how, for people like watching and seeing, you know, both sides of the map, like seeing everything, it feels relatively easy. But if you just think how, like, what you see and
Mm.
reading the map with the words that you got, is it's on another level. Like the stuff like
Yeah.
this just makes me want PSG.LGD to go to TI finals again. We already said, we don't want them to win because they might retire. Yeah.
Oh, fortunately, when they win, when they get there, I don't think they'll be retiring. I think their spirits are buoyed right now. And one of the players whose spirits is at the peak is, of course, the carry player Arme, who did amazing stuff. As we quickly wrap up with these highlights here, B-Cop, one of the things that we saw them do really, really well, the cost of talking about it now, it sort of felt like they had map hacks. They understood perfectly where RNG was at all times. But from RNG side, it really didn't feel like it felt like everything they tried, right? It was always one step forward, 3 steps back, They'd get a kill onto Faith Beyond or Shinkyu and then lose 4 or 5 heroes immediately afterwards. I mean, I even lost track of how often we saw this PA get really low. This is one of these fights. She gets low enough to die, but they just run out of damage and then end up losing everybody.
Yeah, it's really tough because they're already sitting in a spot where LGD already feel very far ahead, even though at this point in the game it's only a 3k lead. You've got great positioning coming out from Y and Sinkyu. It just really does feel perfect from them the entire time. They shut down Saunus's game. They made him feel really just stifled. Maybe with a dagger, maybe not. I don't know. But also, it was little mistakes coming in from RNG, like being full agi at times when you shouldn't, or being out of mana and not being in the fight. That just RNG, you can't. You make a mistake against LGD, and LGD is going to throw that pie in your face and make you eat it. It really does become such a problem when you make a mistake against this team because they don't let you forget it.
Yeah, you make one mistake, they will take everything away from you, and we saw that happening over and over and over again. Their execution, crisp as hell. I really thought this fight, PA should have died here. Lacoste, how? How is this possible?
Satanic, like he just popped it. They needed like extra 400 damage in every single fight to kill off Phantom Assassin. But to go back to what you said, like this team is insane. Like I feel PSG.LGD should stick together until Dota dies out, so I could watch them play because like their execution is just on another level. I don't know. I can't say enough how much I love this team.
Yeah.
Yep. There are reasons, ladies and gentlemen, why everybody keeps talking up this PSG.LGD team, why so many of us are biased in their favor. But what are you supposed to do when there's Dota at this level of brilliance, at this level of beauty? Honestly, B-Cup, you were talking about who's the Van Gogh of juking. PSG.LGD, they are not a team of Dota players. They're a team of Dota artists. And one of the premier artists in the Dota world, one of the people who's able to practically paint on a canvas made of full air is Ame, carry player of PSG.LGD, who we'll be speaking to very shortly to hear his thoughts, hear his breakdown of how this game went. But I honestly feel although a lot of us did predict the 3-1, we were talking about 3-1 all this time, it felt like the first game was just a warm-up, right? Like they were still playing yesterday's series. They're like, oh yeah, guys, by the way, today's a BO5. Let's play a bit more seriously.
They just wanted to play those extra games.
You know what it is, Cup. They probably heard that you had some of the players, the cards in your fantasy team. So they're like, we got you, fam. We'll make sure Ame has one great game, give you all those points. And now they don't just have the points on the fantasy. They've got those DPC points. The $50,000 is nice. It's $50,000. But this team has already won a ton of prize money. I mean, they came second at the biggest tournament to ever be hosted. What matters more is now they're on track to be a team at the next one. If they perform anything resembling as close to as they did here, it's pretty much in the bag during the second tour. And if that happens, Lacoste, this is not a team that we expect to slag off either, right? They're not going to go the secret route and say, maybe we take a tournament or two easy. I think they go 100% of the gas no matter what, right? All the way to TI.
For sure. And we fixed that so people can't do it. You like, let's say, win one major. We didn't have it, but that's why the first major gives you the least points, second one gives you a bit more, and the third one you go full force. Like everyone wants to get there and everyone wants to participate. But yeah, I believe PSG.LGD, they'll just do the same thing, play as much as they can, never like take any games for fun. Like it's all about the serious business for them, and that's why I respect them so much.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
And one of the things we really respect as well, both of you kept talking about it, the versatility of the team. And in terms of versatility of the team, one of the most versatile players in the entire Dota scene, Ame, welcome. Firstly, congratulations on the victory itself. But also, after that game one, it looked like it was going to be a much closer series. What happened in the team? Did you all flip a switch and decide we're going to be the best team in the world and they have no chance anymore?
恭喜你拿下这次比赛的胜利。但是想问一下，第一场比赛其实从整个比赛的走势来看，我们一开始会以为这场系列赛会打得更加焦灼，但是第一场的失利之后，你们整个队伍都换了一种新的状态。你们是在那场比赛之后决定要收拾一下心情，然后要结束比赛吗？
也没有吧，第一把就玩的是个船长嘛，就也干不了什么，就反正感觉我放假进度被拖慢了吧。
Not really. First game I was playing Kunkka, and I felt like I couldn't do much in that game. I feel like our progress to the vacation being delayed by one game.
Oh, lol. Tell us, actually, speaking of the Kunkka, we've seen you play the Kunkka throughout the league, but some other heroes that you played here in the playoffs, you haven't actually played since TI, and there were several of them. Talk to us about why normally we're used to seeing you play the most amount of heroes. Why did that change during the league, and why did you have to bring some of those heroes up here in the playoffs again?
其实，在常规赛里面的话，你选的英雄也比较常规，但是我们看到季后赛里你拿出了一些TI 之后就是完全没有用过的核心位这是为什么呢？就是最近完全没有用过的。
之前常规赛我就打的比较少，就玩的英雄也比较少，最近打的多一点。
路人吗？意思是？
对。
I wasn't playing that much of pubs during the regular season. That's why I bring less heroes, and right now I play more pubs, and that's why I can bring out more carries.
I mean, now that you have one, you have all the time in the world to play more pubs. Your team right now is sitting at the top of the DPC rankings, and you're practically shoo-ins to qualify for TI through the normal season. Was that on your mind at all as you were playing this best of five, that this potentially cuts the road to TI shorter for you? Or were you trying to treat this series as just any other best of five?
这场比赛拿下胜利之后，现在老干爹常规赛跟季后赛都是第一名，积分的话是有可能这个直接就是对 TI 要直邀非常有利嘛。那你们在 BO5 开打之前的话，有考虑过这方面积分和 TI 直邀的事情吗？
没考虑吧，我们就拿到积分总归是好事嘛。
We didn't thinking about the points too much, but it's a good thing. We want to get all the points we can get.
Absolutely. Well, I don't want to hoard all the questions for my favorite carry player on the planet, Solar Cost. Do you have any questions here for the LGD talisman here before us?
Yeah, what do you guys expect? Like, what do you expect is going to be changed in the next patch? Like, what are the things that you dislike in this one, and what would you like to see changed?
下个版本的话，你们最想看到的改变是什么呢？从你个人而言的角度来说的话，你这个版本比较讨厌的事情是什么？然后下个版本你希望有一些什么样的调整呢？
希望把中路删掉，然后多加一个野区位，不想看到中路一直在3打3。
I want Asfrog to delete mid lane. I don't want to see 3 heroes, 6 heroes in the middle and make it a battleground. I want them to add a jungle lane.
Oh, so you want it to be more like League of Legends, huh?
是不是要像英雄联盟那样？
那要把肉山移到中间，然后改成固定刷新时间。
Then we need to move Roche to the middle lane and set a timer. Set a timer on it, accurate timer on it.
What's Ahmed doing in his free time? Like, are you playing other games? You said you didn't play as many pubs this tour. Is that why? Do you have other games that you like to grind other than Dota?
那阿妹平时自己闲下来的时候会打别的游戏吗？像你刚才说，就是那个常规赛的时候，路人打的稍微少了一些嘛。就是平时有时间的话，会不会玩一些别的游戏？
玩 Apex 还有原神。
Apex and Genshin.
Apex Genshin, those are some fun games. B-Cup, as the connoisseur on the panel of Chinese Dota for the longest time, what do you want to ask Ame about before we wrap this one up?
Oh, my first question is actually about Apex. Who's your go-to character in Apex right now?
Apex 里你现在的最喜欢的角色是哪个？
动力小子，我只玩动力小子。
就是那个会跳来跳去还是那个？
对，就有个跳板的那个。
So the hero with the one can jump very high.
Yeah. Okay.
动力小子不知道怎么翻译。
Like Octane maybe? You guys have Dota Pick coming up in about a week, and it's going to be mostly on the new patch. Are you excited to play out the new patch in a pretty competitive environment?
Dota Pit 马上就要开打了嘛？你们下个礼拜的话，因为应该是会有从新版本去打，你们这个有什么目标吗？
拿冠军吧。
We want to win that tournament.
With the new patch being for that event, are you going to try any experimental drafts? Do you guys already hope for something to get changed that you'll try in those drafts?
然后新版本的话，有没有一些就是想要去尝试的一些的阵容呢？就是有没有设想过最近？
就得拿更新完出来再看吧，感觉 carry 英雄还是蛮多的。
I think we need to wait for the patch notes drops, and I think lot of idea I have for the carry position.
I'd like to hear the ideas. And my final question, obviously now you've taken the top slot in China for this first tour. Is that more motivation to continue to take the top slot for these next two tours coming up and the majors to follow?
现在的话已经锁定了第一赛季的双冠，那打后面的赛季的话，还会有这样像现在一样的这种动力去持续的争冠吗？
当然会的。
Of course.
Something I want to ask you, Ame, given how competitive Dota 2 can be, it's been a while since you've been participating in international competition, and it's always a bit of an issue when we can't have the majors. Of all the teams right now, who do you really wish you could have played right now? Obviously, you can't until the next major, but are there any international teams that you think would be fun competition for your team right now?
就是想问一下，现在因为我们没法打线下 major 嘛，那在现在这个时间节点，有没有一些国外的队伍你特别想跟他们交手的？就是你觉得这个对局会比较有意思一些
？Team Spirit.
Team Spirit.
Oh, Team Spirit, Team Spirit. Of course, it was going to be Team Spirit. One thing I also want to ask about the future of Dota is whether, or can you share any tips and tricks, right, that have helped you personally, that you feel elevated your ability to carry games much more so than it did beforehand? You know, we always know to practice harder, grind harder, but is there any advice that you can share that people can adopt to quickly make themselves a lot better than they are now?
就是对 Dota 2的新人，你有没有一些个人的建议？就是我们大家都知道，首先你要自己要足够努力，然后需要去多练习嘛。但是除了这些之外的话，你有没有一些自己的视野可以跟年轻人他们想提升的话，你跟他们分享一下？
新人吗？想一下。新人你就我也不知道，你就多打一点。
My advice to players that want to improve is just to play more puffs. Just play more.
Playing more is indeed one of the ways that we always do things even more of. B-Cop, I know you had something that you had burning on your mind right now at the very end of it. Do you want to go for that?
Yeah, most important question. I see you guys have a lot of cats in the background of your webcams. Which one's your favorite cat? I gotta know.
我们在看到你们训练室里面一直有猫吗？哪一只猫猫你最喜欢的？
我们只有一只猫呀。
We
我
only
喜
have
欢，我喜欢矮脚的。
we only have one cat.
There's only one cat? I feel like he's
There's
morphing
only one
into
cat.
different cats.
Gosh.
I've been
Deja vu.
bamboozled by other cats.
就真的只有一只猫吗？
对啊，我们只有一只猫，就只有一只猫。
Yeah, we only have one cat.
Ame, you were mentioning earlier that that one game stopped the vacation plans from happening. What is PSG.LGD as a team planning to do now that you've won not just the league but also this regional final? Are you guys going to take a break before the next tournament? Are y'all going to go out, or is it tomorrow yet again back in the office grinding out to keep being the best team in the world?
之前你就说那个假期被拖延了嘛，然后后面的话还有1个礼拜也要打比赛，但是这段时间的话，你们打算怎么样去度过这个假期吗？你们会是继续去训练，还是说就是去放松一下，去哪里玩一下？
没有，就明天休息1天，然后那个Peter 打完休息一下。
We only gonna take a break tomorrow, and we're gonna take our next holiday after Dota Pit.
Next holiday after Dota Pit. All right. Finally, before we let you go, I want to ask the most important question. When times are tough, when things are difficult in the team, who's that one person on the squad that lifts everybody's atmosphere and makes sure that you can all get your heads back into the game and not worry about a difficult loss or a difficult time early on?
就是最后想问一下，就是当可能遇到一些困难的时候，队伍里谁是那个拧绳的，让大家就团结一致，然后不要再去这个被眼前的困难吓到？
face 边和 Y 吧，感觉。
It's face 边 and Y.
I think it's only fitting that it's the TI winners who are able to keep the atmosphere calm and put you all in a TI mentality. Ame, thank you so much. You have been incredible to watch in the league, amazing to watch here in the playoff, in the finals, and congratulations to you and your team. We'll see you next tour, and potentially we'll probably see you at TI due to this performance. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck further for PSG.LGD overall.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你后面的比赛表现更好，希望你们能在 TI 有更好的发挥。
谢谢。
Thank you.
All right, that was Ame of PSG.LGD fame, a two-time TI finalist. Only a matter of time at this point until he's able to get himself that much needed and much vaunted trophy with the Aegis, have his little name scrolled underneath there. And right now, I think it's very difficult to argue, Lacoste, that he's not, even if you don't agree that PSG.LGD is not the best team in the world, it's difficult to argue that there's a better player than Ame right now in the world, given the performance of this series. So I want to give him the not just series, but I want to give him tournament MVP. Are you with me on this, or am I going to have some revolt here on the panel?
Sure. I mean, it's hard to choose. Whoever you said, I would say, that's fine considering how well of individual plays all of these guys make. But Ame has been amazing. Like his growth throughout the seasons, like he's just stable. I think personally, he is the most stable carry in Dota, and that's what a lot of other carries are lacking. And it's always nice to hear, like, or have an interview with other regions, because, like, for me personally, we speak to a lot of European players, but want to see and dive deep more inside, like the Chinese region. People started doing more interviews, like with Southeast Asian players as well, and South America. It's very good for the scene, and I just gotta say, I love this. And PSG.LGD has been amazing for a very long time, so no surprise that they are here where they are right now.
Absolutely. And B-Cup, you've been, like I said, a connoisseur of Chinese Dota for a very, very long time. You've been out here. I mean, you even showed your age by referencing, let's not even talk about it. Anyway, right? With what we've seen this week and just overall, where do you think the Chinese scene is, right, relative to the other scenes around the world? Because obviously we've been talking up how competitive they are and how great it is, but does this pass the eye test as well when you see these games playing out?
It doesn't. It doesn't. I think last year the region was a little bit more competitive. I don't think IG was expected to really bomb out and be this team that nobody was expecting to be in the Division 2. I think that with that becomes maybe questions on where it is in terms of the region from last year to this year. And so you've got IG who's bottoming out, going to Division 2, but then you've got Extreme Gaming who's coming up. And it does feel like there really is that big gap between LGD and everybody else, where that gap wasn't there last year. LGD took fourth after taking a tiebreaker out over Elephant in the first major, and then they snuck in taking like third or something like that going into the second major. Like, this team wasn't just showing off and getting 7-0s and just winning everything. Like, it just wasn't that way. So it just, to me, it feels not weaker, but more spread out. And then on top of which, it still feels stronger than every other region. Like, you've got two teams that are coming into the Division 1 that make the region even stronger. The depth is there, and the depth is there with players still not being in the league at all. Like, Kaka's still looking for a team. You've got Yang, I believe, who's still looking for a team. You've got a lot of guys who might come through the open qualifiers, make a stack, go through Division 2, join maybe IG. I don't know at this point. Going up to Division 1 next season, and Season 3 could be nuts. Like, this region has a lot of depth, and it's still, some of it is not even there.
That is terrifying. The fact that this isn't the strongest we've seen the region overall, and they still have so much further to go. Traditionally, for the last few years, well, for a long time, it was the case that if you had international tournaments, the top half of the tournament would be dominated by China. It started getting spottier over time, but I think the current crop of teams, as you're mentioning, it's going to get stronger, so we might get back to that particular dynamic before too long. However, that road is still a long way to go. There's still another 2 majors, there's still 2 more tours, there's still TI, so we can't be conclusive about this just yet. However, gentlemen, one last question for each of you, right? This is the fun one. If TI was tomorrow, and all the teams in TI were all the teams that were in the regional finals from South America, North America, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Southeast Asia, and in China, give me your top 3 teams.
I'd say PSG.LGD, top 3 for sure. Team Spirit depends. Depends what patch we're playing on. If it's a new patch, then I still have to, see how things are gonna go. It's hard to say. If Dota was that easy to predict, we would all be millionaires, and Dota would be pretty boring. But looking at some other regions, regions are getting better overall. I think Boom would do really, really good. I think the scene overall is just getting better, and they are shaping up the talent that they got. They have a lot of raw talent in the scene, and tough one. I mean, you can't go wrong with Team Spirit, but it might be someone from Europe as well. You don't know whether it's going to be like Team Secret, Team Liquid. They had a really good run, but then they lost to Gaming Gladiators as well. Rough one. I'm just going to say PSG.LGD top 3 for sure. Rest, I don't know who's going to go for it. I need to see the cross-regional play.
Yeah, for sure.
You have a more conclusive answer for us there, Bikov?
It's definitely LGD, Team Spirit, and the third team is whatever team wants to sponsor me enough to say their name. Could be TSM, it could be Beast Coast. I don't know. I look fresh in every team's jerseys, so I could start, shilling some teams over here for that third spot. I get asked this question not often, though, so the sponsorship would probably have already passed. But, it could be TSM.
The team that's looking for that third place slot, look out on Bikov's socials, holler at him in his DMs. You'll find him very amenable to singing your praises.
Oh,
and speaking of those socials, Lacoste, where can the people find you if they haven't had enough of you over this podcast sessions that we've had today with the extended breaks? I think you've been speaking nonstop for 4 or 5 hours at this point.
Yeah,
If people had enough of you, where can they find you elsewhere?
they can find me on Twitter. Always feel free to shoot a meme, shoot us something funny, a message, whatever. Even if it's a bad one, I'll still reply. If it's like a really bad one, I'll retweet it as well. So go for it. But they can find me on my Twitter. Twitter.com/Lacoste
B-Cup, what about you?
You can find me on Twitter. I don't know if I'll answer as many memes or anything like that, but I'll be around potentially and taking some social media time off. So I'm trying to step back from the social media game, keep the mental health all there, like everybody should do, as we all should be working on our headspace. And you could also follow me at bcop92 as well. I guess headspace. That's where it's at, guys.
It's not just his Twitter, though. Y'all must definitely check out his Twitch at BCOP. It is a great channel. Make sure you follow him. And you can follow myself at Snegrodamus. And of course, we weren't alone here. The three of us might be the ones closing out the show, but we had several other faces that allowed us to be successful. Nomad at Nomad Cost was hosting us yesterday. And he, of course, was working with some other luminaries. We've had R Cryptic on the mic. We've had Black Dota on the mic. We've had Lizard earlier today, who really helped us out as well. And of course, Nef Sensei, the ever-present one, always in the background, always in the chat, always holding it down no matter what he's doing. And of course, shout out to Perfect World Esports, not just the channel, but the Twitter page as well. Go and follow it. And of course, shout out to the Dota 2 main cast crew who allowed us to run this production as smoothly as we got it to at the end. So that is that from all of us. Look out in chat. We'll post all these links for you again so you can go show your love and appreciation for those who made this day possible. And now we can all go and join Ame and the PSG.LGD gang in celebrating their 3-1 victory. China has a champion. The world has a top Dota team. And we are going to be done for now. Make sure you're following everything because the tour is going to be continuing fairly shortly. So some more Dota 2, not just from China, but the whole world will be on your screens sooner than you think. So for the last time, myself, Snare, with B-Cop, with Lacoste, we thank you so much for joining us. Until the next finals, until the next time, be kind to yourselves, drink water, love each other, stop picking techies, and we will see you later for some more Dota 2 action.
Pick techies.